money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping, yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy, ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me, thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth, now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me, we don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition, I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends, this is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters, let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gon' make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking, when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the gym all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Back, biggie, yo. Turn it left, turn it right. Turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata, eh. And you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata, eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata, eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and
keeping real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Hopped up on a flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link and I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Kane and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh. Life's not always VIP. Rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. 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 To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. To reality, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
Walk anywhere, eyes them locked, pa me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell, make alone get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Come me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. You hear that? Become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Killing it. Anywhere me go. Money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class, gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words we sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, would I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is
It's the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light. You can stop to see it, don't just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line. Girl, groove make your soul shaker. Everybody sing along. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights, a different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
The stage that will allow two teams to punch their ticket to Brazil is here. Welcome to VCT EMEA Game Changers Stage 3, where we have 8 teams fighting for a chance to represent our region on the international stage. I'm Jeannie, your host, and I'm joined on us today by Inami as well as Pilski. So long time no see. It feels like it's been ages since Game Changers Stage 2, so welcome Inami, lovely to see you.
Lovely to be here. I'm so happy to be back in the stage 3. Missed a few games from the stage 2, but we're back. And also happy to have new teams coming in from the contenders, or like some teams that came before from contenders and stayed that long and showed up. So yeah, so excited to be here and so excited to finally be sending 1 or 2 teams to the champions.
2 teams.
Yeah. 2 teams.
That is exciting. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of these teams play for a little while. We've got a couple of shake-ups in terms of which groups actually made it through into the playoffs, and I'm keen to see who's going to go through to Sao Paulo, because obviously there are a few kind of enticing situations where, you know, there's not a guaranteed team to go through. I've seen in some of the other regions on points alone, you've already got some teams qualifying, but here in EMEA, we still don't have our guaranteed team or anything like that, and obviously we have to wait and see who's going to win the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have to wait and see, but let's break it down from start to finish because it's been a while, so a little bit of a memory refresher, starting off with exactly where we are. Starting off with the fact that we are in stage 3, stage 1 and stage 2 have been secured by G2. Goes in surprise, and we're now looking towards stage 3, which will then lead into series 3 of contenders. But we don't want to look at the contenders right now because what we really want to focus on is the stakes of this time around. You already touched upon it, Pilski. Other regions have teams that have qualified just off points alone, but we're sending not 1 but 2 teams to Sao Paulo, Brazil. A combination of points, that will be whoever gets the with circuit points, but also if you win stage 3, you're literally directly on that flight, you're going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to see who actually does make it through. Obviously, there's a couple of teams that can't qualify on points. So if you're talking about those teams in this playoff bracket, it's all or nothing on the line. They cannot lose a game. You know, they cannot get knocked out, rather. And they have to win the whole thing to be able to actually make it through to Sao Paulo. Whereas some other teams, you know, they might have to just win 1 or 2 games and they'll make it through on points. So it's going to be an interesting kind of storyline to follow as we head through the whole bracket.
Absolutely. And let's have a look at those points exactly to see where we're standing in terms of which teams are chilling and which teams are a little bit not really that much. So Inami, when we're looking at G2 Goes and Ascend, BBL Queens, it feels like they're in a pretty comfortable spot considering the difference between them being in the triple digits and then Ottawa Out and Tiger and Ottawa being on 80 and 70.
Yeah, it's comfortable, but not very comfortable because these are 3 teams that are fighting for 2 spots. So it will be tight. I think in the next 1 maybe or 2 days, we will already be knowing who will be going in with points. But I think about G2 Esports, it actually happened last year as well. They won the first 2 tournaments, the local tournaments, and then in the second one, they just qualified by points and they ended up being the world champion. So will we see another similar run by G2 or will we see new champions?
That's a great question that we are hopefully going to be able to answer over the next couple of days, but also correctly pointed out, G2 Goes in Ascend Rising as well as BBL Queen are sitting pretty comfortably. Pilski, I think besides these 3, there isn't really anyone else that can qualify unless they win GC Stage 3.
Yeah, so I mean, for teams like O1O, you know, Tiger, a lot of these teams going to have to run the gauntlet the whole way through the bracket. G2, though, even interestingly enough, like Inami said, might have had an easier run before, qualifying through on points earlier on. This time around, I mean, they've actually, you know, had a bit of an interesting run in the groups that's put them in a bit of a sticky situation potentially. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, won't be getting the answers to those questions today, but definitely be keeping my eye out tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely. And with that, we're also going to be leading us into the groups and where these teams have placed. Because you might be wondering, what are these casters talking about? G2 goes and not really sitting in a great position. Well, let's bring up the group that they were in, which is Group A, to see where they have placed, which has resulted in them barely, and I mean barely, making it into playoffs. They were placed on 4th with 4 wins and 3 losses. Whereas once again, Inami, when we're looking at BBL Queens, they are undefeated.
Yeah, they remain undefeated even if they dropped 2 maps throughout the group stage. One was to G2 and one was to Odd1 out. But then on the 2nd place, I believe that's a mistake, but we should have Falcons on the 2nd place. This team that's coming in so fresh from the contenders that actually got relegated before, they're here in a comfortable place in the playoffs. Meanwhile, in the Group B, we have Ascend Rising and NASR Ignite, another team that also came from the contenders and that's in the 2nd place now, which is like, it's really interesting to see how these contenders teams are coming in and proving themselves through the group stage.
Yeah, which kind of, Pilski, when we're looking at FUT Esports, it's the opposite of what we've seen them do last stage. They came through contenders, they had such an incredible run, but they're unfortunately not here with us.
Yeah, they went out, unfortunately, on head-to-head against both Tiger and Rebels, and unfortunately that's not going to be good enough to cut it to make it through the group stage. So despite, like you said, a fantastic run through the playoff bracket last time, we actually won't be seeing them in the playoffs, which is a little sad because I was enjoying watching them play last time around, but obviously Rebels bringing in a couple of players who have got some Game Changers experience. It'd be great to see some of those players play again. And as Inami mentioned, obviously some players coming through, getting promoted from the Contenders series, and they've done really damn well in the groups. So that's going to obviously create a little bit of a shake-up to the established teams. And I think that's kind of what we've seen in terms of the overall group standings.
I got really excited because I thought you were going to talk a little bit about MENA and how some of these teams have gotten there, because you're like referencing Inami, but yes,
yeah, I
you
think Inami's got that coming for sure.
Yeah, like we've seen how Falcons came in, like they lost in stage 1 and they got relegated and now they're back in the contenders. But also NASR, this amazing story of them coming in from the contenders, and the 2 MENA teams ended up being on the top in the contenders, and now we've seen them in both 2nd places in both group stage. So this is actually like a good story for MENA, as almost as good as Shinero. But yeah, this is an amazing story that these players are bringing us here, and honestly I'm excited to see them play against even bigger teams, because all these teams spoke about how they want to win against BBL, against Ascent, so this is their chance to prove themselves.
Absolutely, and they've already proven so much considering the fact that they placed 2nd in both of their respective groups, which is no easy feat when you're looking at who they had to go up against. But that is it in terms of us when it comes to a rundown. I hope that helped refresh your memory to a certain extent, but to get it going and to just really get into the spirit of things, we're gonna play a little game, because what else would we be doing here? So we have the Immaculate Grid, which is a game that we're gonna be playing today. I'll do my best to try and explain it. My 2 brain cells are trying really hard, but basically there are different roles, Initiator, Duelist, and Sentinel, which are related to different nationalities: Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Egypt. So the question here is, each one of my analysts gets a turn each to pick one of the cards, and then they can guess which player that will be. If they get it right, they get a point. They get it wrong, shame on you. So how do we want to start this? Who wants to start off? Pilski, Inami, you wanna give it a go first?
This is a bit unfair for Pilski though, because we haven't said yet Egypt and
really?
Yeah.
Well,
like these are my girls.
I studied for the test.
Okay,
then.
He came prepared, okay? He did his homework, so...
I'm going for the easy one then, if I'm starting. Okay. Should I start?
Go for it. Yeah, sure.
Sentinel, Saudi Arabia, Ruzika.
Okay, let's bring up the Sentinel is Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Pilski.
Right. Let's try Turkey Duelist. Let's go Chanel.
Okay, we're on it. So you guys are getting a point each. Wait, no, that's right. What? Wait, the buzzer means they're wrong. No,
I think you should have listed everyone. That's why.
Everyone.
That was a tough one to choose, to be fair. There was like 4 options, I'm pretty sure. So.
Yeah. There were.
That's true. Maybe I should be the 9 instead of going for the easy ones. Sentinel, Turkey, Vence.
Okay. Inami did her homework. Yep. Respect. We'll wait. Yeah, there we go. It's gonna. Wait, is your sound just the buzzer because you're the orange color?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh no, Alberto just confirmed that it was a fail. For the memes, you know, we were just testing it out.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia will go for initiator. Is it?
Yeah. There's literally one. There's
Is it
one.
Madby or?
Yes.
No. Okay.
Oh no, you need to be like, it is Madby. You
Yeah, you
gotta
should be confident.
Okay.
back yourself. It's about the
All right.
confidence, okay? You can literally say whatever
She
you want to say.
plays every agent, so that's kind of a cop out. But yeah, she plays initiators too, so easy.
Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Okay, Inami, your turn.
Egypt duelist, Sandra. Again, only one.
There's literally only one. There's only one. Yeah.
Let's go.
It's getting like a little bit more.
I'll go Qatar, Egypt, Sentinel. Is it Nugget? Is that
Is
one?
it
Or that a
Nugget? Where
different-
is the confidence, Pilski? Come on.
That's what I'm going for. That's what I'm going for. Oh yeah.
That's what you're going
go.
for, yeah. It is Nugget.
Let's go. I'm way better at this than I thought I was gonna be.
I think it should
we
be
have
like
2 left.
a
Is this like
draw.
gonna be a tie? What?
Could
Yeah,
be.
it will be. Initiator, Qatar, Egypt, and Dana.
Yeah. You're
Gotta go
correct.
to my cheat sheet.
Okay, we have one more left.
Initiator for Turkey.
There's 4.
Eva.
Yeah. Wow, it's actually guys. One of you was supposed to like fail miserably so that we could laugh, but thanks, guys. Yeah. Props on production as well. Alberto calling you guys really smart, which is great because he's actually right.
No,
Okay.
I feel smart.
There goes my fun. I was gonna make fun of one of you, but never mind. Let's keep it going. So I hope that was interesting for you guys as well, and I hope that you got some of them right, guys, in chat. I'm looking at you, but if not, that's okay because you can just pretend like you did. So let's head into our first matchup of today. We have Falcons Vega going up against Tiger Anonymous, and both of these teams have very different side of the coins when it comes to their story. Pilski, we're looking at Falcons, as Inami already touched upon it a little bit. It wasn't the greatest, but then you're looking at Tiger Anonymous, Pilski, and they've just, the second they've joined the Game Changers Stage 2, they've been on it.
Yeah, I would say to go for Falcons first. I mean, they're kind of the perfect example of the promotion relegation system working well. In stage 1, they didn't do so well. In groups, they went 1 and 6. And then they got relegated down into contenders. In contenders, they had an excellent run, even getting knocked down by Vengeance, I think, in the bracket, which was a mix of some pretty experienced Game Changers players, and then being able to make it all the way back through. And I think they ended up beating them, or maybe NASR might have beaten them. I get confused. But obviously now that they're here in stage 3 and they've won the whole of the contenders, they've done way better in groups this time around. They went 5-2, and even the teams that they lost to, they played them very, very close. So I think a much better run from Falcons this time around. They've showed great improvement, and I think that they might be, obviously not having the name brand of some of the other teams that have made it really deep in playoffs. They might be a little bit underrated and be kind of a dark horse to actually take a spot overseas.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Falcons, as you highlighted as well. Great performance from them. Inami, you've already touched upon the fact that they haven't been performing the best, but when we're looking at the roster, when we're looking at the change, at that dedicated duelist that has come through for Falcons, it's genuinely been like night and day.
Yeah, it always felt like Falcons during the stage 1 have been missing desperately a duelist. We've seen Dana sometimes picking on the race, but it was just not enough in every map because she had to cover other roles as well. But Sandra seemed like to perfectly fit in. They needed a duelist, and they needed a duelist that's like kind of all over the place, that's aggressive, and that's the play style that Sandra is bringing. But also on the other side, I feel like Falcons helped Sandra also find her own like play style as well, or like improve, because she was lacking discipline so much before, and then right now we've seen her shining through. And yeah, when we look also at the Falcon, we have to speak about Ruzika, this anchor on side. She's just insane. We have to speak about Madly, about Lush. It feels like the whole roster comes in so perfectly well together, and we've seen this in the results.
I've really enjoyed watching Falcons. I think in particular Mad V's been a standout for me. Some of the individuals on this roster have got some really good raw mechanics. Just the aim and the multi-fragging potential on these players is excellent to watch. But also, I remember watching them in the Contenders game that I got to cast of theirs and watching them play maps like Pearl. And it's clear to me that they can play, some interesting comps. They have some good flexibility in terms of the players playing different agents. So you get to see them play things like Harbor and things that maybe some other teams wouldn't touch, and I think that's a big asset to a team like them who can kind of flex around on the map pool, and with the agent comps as well, it kind of opens them up to a lot of different tactical depth that other teams might not have.
Yeah, another advantage as well, Inami, when it comes to Falcons Vega, regardless of the fact that they have that flexibility, they have that adaptability, is the fact that because they're competing in MENA, they have had a chance to go to so many lands, but also boot camp together.
Yeah, I think when I was in Saudi Arabia, I met them like 3 times playing LANs, and that's a lot for like 2 months. Every time I'm there, they're playing the LANs, they're also having boot camps, and I think this shows on the team synergy as well. When you see a team that just got together, you expect to see some lack of synergy, them not being on the same page. But it seems like that, the bootcamp, in addition to playing a lot of tournaments, and also the language, speaking the same language, gives them a lot of advantage, and we've seen how much they improved. I'm pretty sure that like on a good day, they could have also won against G2, because G2 came back from a 3-9 against them. So that's pretty interesting, but I think that they're bringing us a lot of fresh comps, fresh things, fresh gameplay, and I think that they may be a good surprise for us in this tournament.
Yeah, surprise indeed, and players we've already touched upon a little in terms of who we want to look forward to, but one that really stood out to us today was Mad V and how she has been performing over the last couple of play days, especially Pilski, when it comes to just the fact that she's literally everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I saw some insane rounds from her in Contenders, their promotion tournament. I was watching that grand final that they played against Wildcats, I think it was, and she had some insane rounds. She, is got this crazy headshot percentage, and she has this multi-fragging potential. The mechanics are on point, but something that Inami pointed out to me in the pre-show as well is just how flexible she is in terms of agent pool as well, and apparently she's doing the in-game leading. So very valuable player to have on your team, where you can play so many different agents, you can have so much firepower, and you can make the calls as well. There's very few players that can juggle all of that and have success.
Yeah, and luckily we also had a chance to sit down with her earlier today to dissect exactly what has been the difference, what has been the change that has allowed Falcons Vega to excel so much after their unfortunate run during Stage 1. So let's tune in with Jeannie and Madvi. We are joined by the lovely Madvi from Falcons Vega. So first of all, congratulations on being back in Stage 3 of Game Changers EMEA. What has the journey been like for you guys as a team? Because Stage 1, unfortunately, you're the bottom of your group. You drop down to Contender Series 2. You win Contender Series 2. You're back. And now you're number 2 in your group. What's going on?
Yeah, of course, it has been a very long journey. It was unfortunate that we dropped last our group in Stage 1 and not being able to compete in Stage 2. I think that's what made us practice more and wanting to be here back again. Of course, having Sandra on the team as our duelist helped us a lot. We used to play a triple initiator comp, and I think it did not work.
Yeah, those compositions didn't really work. You've had a new coach join you once you joined Contender Series 2. You've had Sandra as well on that roster, as you said it yourself, playing duelist. How did you guys decide that, okay, we don't want to play 3 initiators anymore? Was it a group effort? Was it a coach specifically pointing it out? What was the process like?
It was both. It was a group effort and also a coach pointing it out. We knew we needed a duelist on our team, as any team. Duelist is very important for them to play with.
All right, so you guys have also locally in MENA been to so many tournaments and winning quite a lot of them, if not all of them. So that has resulted in you guys having that opportunity to play on LAN, having the opportunity to play on the boot camp. How has that impacted the structure as a group?
I think having so much experience in LAN, it made, when we go into any official, we never feel nervous. We're so used to playing officials.
Okay, that's really good. So what are you thinking about for this time, Stage 3? You said you're maybe not feeling nervous, but if you win, you can go to Sao Paulo, you can be a MENA team on that international stage. A little nervous maybe? How does it feel?
Of course it's hard. It's a very hard competition to be in.
Yeah.
And I hope we can make it.
Right. Well, fingers crossed. We're gonna have to wait and see. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck out there today. Right, you've heard it from Mad V herself. They have been on the up and up. They've been boot camping together. They've putting in the hours, they've putting in the effort, they've putting in the time, and it's been translated onto their results, Pilski.
Yeah, I think obviously, good to get to know your teammates a little bit better and break down those barriers that, playing online can often present for us. But also worth mentioning that, if they're playing all these officials, they're playing all these lands, if they are the team that actually goes overseas and plays in the championship, they might even have a better opportunity to actually perform, having to play officials on land and things like that. It's actually an issue that coming from a small region like I do, you don't have as many opportunities to play on land. And then sometimes when you do send those players overseas to actually play these big competitions against players from more established regions, it can be an issue because you have to break through that whole barrier of setting up your gear, playing on a foreign setup, playing with nerfs and all that kind of stuff. So it sounds like the whole project is setting itself up well for success, not only if they, just play the matches that they've got ahead of them in this series, but even if they head overseas as well.
Yeah, because realistically, looking at the way where Falcons Vegas is currently positioned, they could genuinely be winning 3 best of 3s away from qualifying Sao Paulo. They need to win today, they'll have to win the semifinals, and they have to win the finals. That's kind of all that really is, but Inami, it's identical for Tiger Anonymous. They are in the exact same boat. They are here in the upper bracket quarters. So looking at this team, no change has been made except a new coach. But I feel like having that time together has really allowed them to just excel at what they do.
Yeah, if you have a good team, you don't change a team that's like winning, of course. So their team was working so well. They have the energy, they have the experience that it takes to take it to the next level. So why not? And also, like, something I can compare to Falcons as well is that they have the same language. So speaking the same language always gives you some advantage in game because you don't have to like think in a different language. The communication is way easier when you come in game. And also the talent on this team is so experienced. I think Meryl speaks before about coming from the traditional sports competition into esports. This is her first esports ever, I believe. And after 1 year coming in this far is really so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I'd second that. Anonymous as well. I mean, last stage, they had a pretty good running group, similar to what they've done this stage, actually. But in playoffs, they played Foot and Ascend, who both made it super deep. I think those were both top 3 teams. So whenever I see a team's run in a playoffs bracket like that, like Anonymous had last stage, and I see them play only the best teams in the competition, you kind of wonder what could have been, especially if they play some close series like they did against Ascend in that opening game. So I think obviously Anonymous, they'll want to make it a lot deeper this time. Throughout the groups, they've had a really, really close run of things. Like, I think they went 5-2 overall, but their map score and their round diff was very, very low, which means they're playing a lot of tight series. Could that be because they're very beatable, or could that be an advantage because they've played a lot more reps in terms of rounds and maps than some of the other teams have? I guess we'll see.
Yeah, this is a question that remains to be answered. But when we're looking as well at the roster from Tiger Anonymous, a player that has really stood out to us this time around was Natalcia and how she has been performing over the last couple of playdays because they're here for a reason.
Yeah, they're definitely like here for a reason. She has been one of the best players in her entire group, even if it's like one of the hardest groups as well. They're facing Ascend, they're facing Foot, but she still has been able to shine on as a duelist. She has been honestly insane in this team, and it feels like the entire team is able to enable her through the game. So excited to see how much we will see of this Tiger Anonymous against Falcons.
Yep, I'm looking forward to it as well. And before we even head into that competition, let's have a discussion with Meryl. We had a chance to talk to her and see what is it that makes Tiger Anonymous tick. So let's find out and head in. We are joined by the lovely Meryl from Tiger Anonymous, a team that has done so well time and time again. You have the amazing Polish flag on you. What does it mean to be here in Game Changers and represent Poland?
I really love that we can represent Poland and 6 people in our roster, and I'm really proud we can do it.
You should be proud. You should be very proud, because when we're looking at the history of Tiger Anonymous and how you guys have performed, so you win contenders stage 1, you qualify to stage 2 of Game Changers, you're getting into playoffs in stage 2, it's now stage 3, you're in playoffs again. What is the secret to consistently improving and always making it into playoffs?
We are just working on fundamentals and fixing simple mistakes, which we are doing and making. Now we are more confident because our game is well sorted and we are on bootcamp and we can, improve.
Okay, how's the bootcamp impacted you? Because you're saying being on bootcamp, you get a chance to sit down with each other, talk. Has that changed the dynamic of the team on the server and off the server as well?
Yeah, of course. Actually, we feel like a family. Often on the server, we are more motivated and confident because we can focus only on the game when we are on bootcamp. And off the server, we spend a lot of time together and do a lot of joint activities, which help us to get the team bonding.
What's your favorite activity to do together?
I love to spend time together during eating, like breakfast, dinner.
All right. Well, I love that. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. Good luck out there today. And who knows, we might see you again soon.
Thank you so much. See you guys. Polska górą!
All right. Looks like both of these teams are very similar when it comes to bonding over bootcamp. They also have had a similar change in terms of bringing on a new coach. So, Pilski, the fact of the matter remains, which one of these teams has benefited from the exact same changes the most?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you've seen a pretty consistent performance from Anonymo. I'm not sure when the coach came on from Falcons, but obviously they've had a massive turnaround in terms of their roster, and you have to credit some of that to the coach. They've had a very, very good run in groups and played some good teams quite closely. So no doubt coach having some good impact over there as well. And we'll have to see what kind of preparation you're going to have from both of these teams heading into this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Because at the end of the day, it is going to be a best of 3, which means that maps in AMI are going to be a huge part and a huge decider of how this is going to be going. When we're looking at Falcons, it feels like they have a set amount of maps that they're very comfortable on. But in general, they have played quite a few because consistently they are beating their opponents.
Yeah, they played a few, but at the same time, I feel like they have one weakness, which is always ban and Haven. They just don't play it ever. And it feels like this gives some kind of advantage to their enemy team, or like whoever they're facing, because you're not able to ban the best map of enemy team. So that gives the Anonymo here the advantage to pick whatever map they want. And we've seen Falcon struggle in Ascent in so many maps as well. So I'm curious to see if Anonymo will be picking this map. Of course, the first pick of Falcons will be Fracture. We've seen them having a good games on it. I'm pretty sure their only loss on Fracture was against G2. That G2 came back from a 3-9. So interesting to see if they fixed all the issues they've been having on this map.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to interrupt. Anonymo able to ban Split as opposed to what Falcons banned on Haven. Because they're able to be flexible with their veto, like you touched on, Anami. I thought that was a nice touch, and I'd agree with you. Fracture looks really solid for Falcons. They've won 8 of their last 9 on it, except for the game against G2, like you mentioned. And Anonymo, that's a big comfort pick for them in Ascent. And we're going to end up on Lotus. I think this is actually pretty interesting because Falcons sometimes picks Lotus, and they've actually got a lot of reps on Lotus and a pretty good success rate on it. Anonymo hasn't lost on it either in the last 3 months though, and they kind of smashed Carmine, Corp and Foot on this map. So I'm interested to see if we head through to the decider what that's going to look like.
Okay, so I hear you say if we head through to the decider, but I get a feeling that that's pretty likely when we're looking at Fracture. It feels like it's very favored in terms of Falcon. We're looking at Ascent. Falcons are very comfortable on it. Tiger and Anonymo are. Do you think the decider is going to happen, Pilski? Or am I just like wrong?
I think so. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes 3 maps. I think it's worth mentioning as well, Anonymo is playing pretty consistently tight series, so I think they're going to be good for a map, especially given the fact that it's Ascent and, Falcons, they've had some mixed results on it. They've had some close games on it, so I really wouldn't be surprised to see both of these teams take each other's take their own map picks rather, and then we decide it on Lotus, which seems like a pretty solid middle ground for both of these teams. But we'll see how things kind of change as we head into it.
All right, Agent Select is also ready, so that allows us to explore how these compositions are going to be playing out. I think, Inami, specifically when we're looking at the likes of Falcon, something that you've touched upon is their adaptability, but also how comfortable they are to just swing out with random things here and there. Doesn't feel like that's going to be the case this time around, though.
Yeah, they're going for a default comp here, and it works for them, so you may as well just keep going on it. I remember that we've seen on the highlights a replay of Rosica getting an ace, and that was on Fracture on defense. Her anchoring is insane, honestly, on Killjoy, so I expect to see the same results from them. But in the same time, Tiger Anonymous, of course, did their homework. They've seen them play this map, so they know their weaknesses and their strengths.
Yeah, I mean, just to pick up on that point, both of these teams playing the exact same comps as always, but as you mentioned, Falcons have played a lot more Fracture than Anonymo have. Anonymo's played it once in the last 3 months. They barely had to touch this map, which could be a weakness in terms of reps, in terms of how prepared they feel on it, in terms of how good their chemistry is and how good their execution is. But in terms of, like you said, the fact that Falcons have played a lot of it, there's a lot of footage there for Anonymo to go back through and try to understand how the other team's playing and try to prepare a game plan, whereas that's not something Falcons are going to be able to do. I'm not sure that's going to matter too much for them, because once you've played 9-10 officials in the last 3 months on a map, you're probably just going to be comfortable adapting on the fly and rolling in with your own game plan anyway.
Speaking of own game plans as well, Inami, when we're looking at Falcons, are we expecting something different this time around? Just playing off of the fact what Pills you just mentioned, there are quite a lot of bots out there in terms of Fracture. Do we think there's something new? Do we think it's the same old, if it ain't broke, don't fix it?
Well, it is like they did play it well, yes, but they had few problems where they weren't sure what they really wanted to do in the map, like except after it starts and we see randomly Rosica come in, changing position and stuff. So I'm expecting to have that change, at least, of them having a specific call each round and not having to change so quickly for no real reason. They didn't even get infos. So I'm expecting them to have like a more solid game plan that they will follow more this time around. While from Tiger Anonymous, we don't have much footage, so I'm not sure what to expect, but I'm again expecting them to come in strong because they have good aimers as well, and they've been shining in other maps.
And they have Maryland Breach. So let's head into the first map of this best of 3. We got our casters ready, Ash as well as Joy K. Guys, please do take it away.
Whew, okay. Yeah, sorry, I think we were just running into some audio trouble there, Joy, but overall, I'm really excited for this matchup that's coming through with us and whatnot. I gotta get your thoughts. Well, as we work through this right now, everybody, as you all know, it is Team Falcons Vegas versus Tiger and Anonymous that we have coming up here. I think when we're looking at those map picks and bans that were coming through, just to talk about it a little bit, it's not too surprising. Overall, Split has essentially been like the perma ban for the side of Tiger and Anonymous for the entirety of Game Changers Stage 3. Then when we're looking over towards the side of Team Falcons Vega, it's been Haven that they've been looking towards with that perma ban. And Pilsky did mention the fact that we did see a Lotus ban coming out every once in a while, depending on who they were playing as well. But it's also still a strong map for them. So I'm interested to see how the Decider does end up panning out. But overall, I mean, when we're looking over towards the side of Team Falcons Vega, Joy, the fact that we're heading over to Fracture first, I think it's going to be pretty important for the Falcons to actually pick up their map pick, considering the results that Tiger and Anonymous have on Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Fracture, as the analyst has already discussed, they just have more experience on it, and also like I've casted them when they were still in the contenders last season. There we did not see Fracture, sadly, but I'm very curious to see what we're going to see in terms of play coming out from Tiger Anonymous, because I've never seen them on this map before. So I'm very curious how they're going to go up against Falcons Vega that, as we have said, just have more experience there.
And I think something that I'm also a little bit nervous about is that obviously all the fragging is not on the back of the duelists, but we have seen over the course of both Series 2 of Contenders, the Stage 2 of Game Changers that we saw just previously, and throughout the group stages as well. Mayusha on the side of Tiger and Animo, she does have pretty fluctuating performances, and it's a big difference about being at the top of the leaderboard and then sometimes falling at the bottom, even though her team's still able to make up that difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And then talking about Falcons Vega, who just have such a nice, well-rounded comp, and they have such a consistent showing up with Matvi and Spido and everyone on that side. Ruzica also being really, really clean when it comes to that. I think we've even mentioned that Matvi just has an insanely high headshot count. So yeah, I still want to say it's everyone's game, even though that the stats are swinging definitely for the Falcons' favor here.
Yeah, at least for map number 1, right? And even though both these teams went 5-2 within groups, it's still looking to be a tight series overall, but we're just going to toss straight into game here. Up next, Fracture. Forward to it. I mean, overall, map pick here of the Falcons. And when we're looking at the groups even here, Joy, overall, Group A, sure, you had G2 goes and you had BBL. G2 not performing as well, but it's more Group B that I think that the competition was just a lot tighter overall, and the fact that Tiger and Animo was able to come back and still qualify here for playoffs in Game Changers 3 just says so much about what Contenders is bringing to the table as far as experience for these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that we mentioned G2 actually not doing that great, they have ended up starting in the lower bracket of this playoffs, but the loser of this series will go up against them. So they are not out just yet. But for now, we focus here on on Tiger and Animo starting on the attacker side here. Hawk already committed here. Doesn't quite hit Ka.
So the information still found, but the execution now looking to actually come alive here. First blood into the hands of Ka as well. Taking out Sandra early is huge here for Anonymous.
Absolutely. They take out Sandra and they take out Dana. Dana as well. I just want to mention it. Everyone talks about Madvi. Please talk about Dana. In the finals of Contenders, it was Dana who closed it out for them. Closing it out in a 1v2. But not now, because now she's down, as we're going to see a lot of shots being traded back and forth here. It's a nice trade frag here. Madvi traded out. Lush actually ends up taking Mayusha out as well, and Lush picks up another. Beautiful. Diffuse going to come through, most likely.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, no. They actually can't close it out. And it's going to be around. Actually picked up your 4 Tigers.
Yeah,
on that attacker side.
Ka to find that 3K there, absolutely massive. And the open plant as well just put Falcons in a tough situation as far as trying to find that space, find that coverage to actually get that defuse down. But as we head into the second round, of course, this is a pretty aggressive buy-up here from Anonymous' side. However, that also means that there's that added risk of they lose one of those rifles in the hands of a Falcons player. It could shift this next round, and it's also imperative to carry those guns over into round number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to stick to that lead, then you can't just go all in on this round. But we're going to see Ka and satcheling right in.
No.
Ruzica immediately comes in with the punishment. Ruzica, can she pick up another? No, she cannot. She gets taken out as well. Madvi here with the answer though. Still holds that fault line here on the corner.
Well, finally getting that defuse in at the very least. And Talsha's trying to play with that smoke just a little bit. Last one to be used here from Anonymous. The last piece of cover, but all 3 players of Falcons are Jen.
Oh. Talsha Manages to pick one up, and Ixie has the angle to pick up Dana as well, but Matfi still alive here.
Right there.
Oh, she's so low. She is so low, and she is going to go down as well. Another round in the pocket of Tiger and Animo.
Not too expensive of a loss. It would have been nice to see all 3 rifles, of course, carried over into this next round, but the fact that in their anti-eco and Animo, they go for 2 ghosts on the team allows them to kind of bolster that buy going into the next one. And we're also looking at already for the side of Anonimo, Kaha already is so close to having that null command online. It would be huge to try and shift this 3rd round where Falcons are finally finding their buy.
Yeah, it would be time for Falcons to get something on the line here. Maybe the KO is just a little bit too oppressive, as you mentioned. Null command almost online. Oh, that's gonna be a big pain shells, forcing everyone off the angle here. Fantastic work by Sandra.
Oh, these aftershocks are absolutely massive for the zoning here in towards A Hall. Looking to repeat the angle. Dana has to pay for it though. Very least able to replenish Sandra in that situation. Rotation called here for Anonimo towards B, but look at the KJ util to stall them out.
Oh my god, it's literally everywhere. Yeah, and this is what makes Ruzica such a fantastic anchor here. And with that, clean picks up a headshot. Lush on the other angle picks another one up, but they both end up falling.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Trades coming out back and forth here. Plan didn't go through here, so Spike's actually down
left.
on the site.
I got the spike.
Yeah, Natasha doesn't have any more utility to use to try and zone these players out either.
What Trailblazer?
Dana's so low though. Huge guiding light.
It's great because she can't. No, she can't get it up in time. Can't find the angle there. Sandra picks her off. Fantastic, actually. Falcons putting their first round in the bag.
These rounds though, I mean, it was still an expensive round there for Falcons overall. Anonimo, of course, as well with that 4-sub. Luckily, a couple of those rifles had been saved over. So the null command is still in play and available here for the side of Tiger and Anonimo. One away from the Rolling Thunder though here for Falcons. And of course, we can't forget that we have 4 orbs to play with here on Fracture.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Matrusha. Oh! Fantastic open frag, but immediately gets taken out here by Dana as a follow. Meryl's still holding the other angle. Looks like they're gonna try to go for that A side. Natasha holding the other corner here.
Oh, it's such a difficult situation, yeah.
Yeah, Dana just got caught there between a bit of a rock and a hard place. Plans going through here, Ash.
Spike planted.
It's just unfortunate that smoke a little bit too late, but again, that open plant here that Anonimo seek to give that angle for Natasha, who plays over towards drop to still get those mollies down if need be. Nice delay with a suppression and the null command to stagger.
They're gonna have to move in soon. Time is not on their side. What's the call here for Falcons?
Tough situation. I mean, time is ticking at this point. I feel like you might be in for more of a save situation, down to a 1v2. The time's ticking away. The delay is too much, and Lou's just gonna have to fully back off here. But again, despite this scoreline being 3-1, and I know that that isn't that big of a difference, every round though comes down to the wire here, Joy.
Yeah, it definitely does. Somehow, I feel like Tiger and Animo, they're moving in fast, and Falcons aren't prepared enough for it. Like,
Can I get this?
Yeah,
that might just be my feeling, but I feel like they are moving in very cleanly, and Falcons maybe just don't have the answer ready quite yet. And I hope that they're gonna swap it around a little bit here.
I think it's adjustments too, just slowly learning the intricacies of their respective play styles. A lot of cool set plays from Tiger and Anonimo, of course, on their executions, right, with how they zone players out with their utility. It is an eco. One hero rifle that Luge did save into this round. You've got 2 ultimates online here for Falcons as well. But Anonymous, they're
And
just
2
waiting
rather
for some sort of
impactful
push.
ones. Yeah, I mean, they're waiting. They're waiting just for Tiger to make their move. Peter. Paint shells. Gonna do a lot of damage, actually. Takes out Dana that way, and the spraying is on. Ruzica manages to pick up 1. Flush is already down.
Smoke's down.
Gives Intalsia a little bit of time to set up here around that B side. Still on the run. Tried to rendezvous with her team here.
Spike planted.
Nice pick though. Even things up to 3v3. Ichi does have that orbital strike though available here for the post lane for Anonymous.
Yeah, exactly. Flash connects, but they don't get a pick off of the back of it. Oh, the KO. KO is incredibly stuck and will be taken out here by Ruzica. It's the defuse that we've been wanting to see. Here's the orbital strike. Doesn't find a target. Time is starting to tick though, and Natasha swings out, picks up Sandra, and that's gonna be everything on the deck here for Tiger Anonymous.
It's really nice reposition coming out from Tiger Anonymous as well. Icha just being able to take that sewers location, swap over towards the arcade side, and take that swing off of the contact in B main. But overall, I mean, at the very least, that was an eco round. That's how close it got to 2v2 with rifles in hand that were able to be picked up by Falcons. A timeout to be called as well, because this is, we cannot forget, Falcons map pick, and they are starting off on the back foot.
Yeah, not what you want to see. Definitely not. I mean, we have a full rifle round as you just discussed. We do have a lot of ultimates to play for right now as well. Rolling Thunder on each side and the Showstopper for Mayusha. But we also have the Showstopper online soon for Sandra. Definitely some playmaking potential.
100%. Nice combinations that would be possible too on the side of Falcons to try and use those ultimates to their ability. Be able to actually convert some sort of round for them. But overall right now, I still feel like Anonymous, the way that they like to dissect their attacks onto site and kind of just pick apart Falcons, they're so diligent about using their utility as well to clear out angles that are commonly held. Right now, it's more about Falcons just realigning their timing with each other and those combinations for utility.
Exactly. You see Sandra satcheling right in. Will actually be spotted. Takes some damage and is on the retreat. Alright, we have to Showstopper online for her now. Let's see what she can do with it.
That was brave, though. Like, to actually commit
It
to
was.
taking that ult orb there with all the flashes. Oh.
She just satcheled in there, and I was like, girl, what? Oh, the angle. Matvi. Picks up another. Beautiful. Through the smoke. Can she do it? Can she pick up another one? Surely that was close. Comes the Rolling Thunder. Not connecting onto anyone here. Oh. Use me. So we do see now this time, Falcon Vega is looking a lot more collected here.
Yeah, they're kind of leaning more into that aggressive ebb and flow play style that suits them and makes them a lot more comfortable, but just missing the angle there. Dana not in the position to have her back covered. Unfortunate, but at the very least, Sandra and Madvi able to clean things up. 2-4. Immediate results, though, off the back of the timeout.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe this is just that little time they needed to get their heads around the game and just get on the same level again.
Last player standing.
30 seconds left.
Just looking to readjust overall.
Placing swarm grenade.
Laying that ebb and flow. You're always going to see Dana and Sandra playing together as well. Dana trying to set Sandra up for those more aggressive pushes.
Storm triggered here. Sentry gets taken out. Ruzica still here in the smoke. So we see Falcons now making their way here towards that A side, Ash.
Spike planted.
Just staggering this util delays that plant a little bit. Tiger and Anonymous, though, have found that time to actually reposition themselves here. Playing for these extremities, that A main control, and always the lurk positioning from Natasha over on drop.
Ooh. Are they going to find Meryl here? There comes the showstopper, the spraying. Ixie connects it. Matvey taken out of the equation here as we see Mashisha. Oh, picks up 2 with the showstopper. Are you for real here? Ixie and Majusha together just taking Falcons Vega out of the equation completely. Fantastic.
That showstopper was absolutely massive coming out from Mayusha to find 2 over towards Sands. After Falcons was looking to pressure into Halls as well, a great response to try and keep them contained in that situation.
It looked so good.
I know.
That showstopper just popped.
Doing exactly what the name says, stopping the show for him, right?
Oh, absolutely. It kind of ran away with the show, if you ask me.
Oh, the timing, though. Just saw Icha walk away from B main, and now Sandra's taking all that space.
Tear it down.
Yeah, that she has. Satcheling around, Ruzica already taken out here from the tower. Nice job. Are they gonna spot Lush here? Oh, they're gonna come up through the smoke. They're so close to each other. They must, for sure, they must find each other here. It's gonna be a trade as Mayusha picks up another one. Oh man, it's heartbreaking for Falcons here.
It's a tough situation. I mean, they are on an eco round here at the very least, so you don't necessarily expect them to win the round just based on weapons alone. Just looking to buy this time, maybe try and take someone out on Anonymous with them.
1 enemy remaining.
Ah, and that they do. They take out Mayusha. Good start. But not enough.
We're back in business, though, here, Joy. You've got the rifles coming back out here for Falcons. Seekers online as well would be massive for a retake situation, which is typically what Falcons are looking towards as well. The rounds that they found more of that success on were when they were being a bit more aggressive on the defender side, going for more of that map control to find information. The thing is, Anonymous, they have so much info every single round, with Natasha being that solo lurk on the north side here of Fracture.
Yeah. Lying in the wait. Oh, great opener here. Dana immediately taken out. No Seekers for the retake available this round.
She's a key component in staying alive into the post plant if it did get to that point too, right?
That is kind of important.
But it was a full rotation. Falcons, every single player, all 4 left, are here towards A.
Oh, Miro, fantastic. Sandra getting no time to walk in. There's the no command. Kaha immediately picks up Lush off the back of that, walks forward. Can they pick up another one? No, Ruzica actually takes him out, but it means that we can still... Oh my, Matvey! Matvey, suppressed but alive. The rest comes through, but another headshot comes in. Fantastic. They know that Kaha is here to flash connects, and that's gonna be all of them. Matt V taking her team on the back of her. Breach. We're not done yet.
Feeling a little reminiscent of G2 Petra, right? The fact that that's the IGL on the side of Falcon, so aggressive, leading the board for her team as well. But just great micro plays. But the thing is we can't be relying on these hero situations for the side of Falcons to be winning out these rounds. Tiger and Onimo obviously should not have lost that whatsoever in a 1v4 situation, but then you're also looking at the fact that, okay, Falcons, they seem to just be playing a little bit disconnected, not finding their trades, not using utilities to set each other up either.
Bomb grenade out. No, exactly. As you mentioned, they're just not really playing off each other. We saw a little bit of hope coming out here after that tech pause, but just seems to kind of just all fall apart again. But like, we're not done yet here. Ruzica actually with a fantastic opening pick. There's the Seekers, and they're committing the lockdown here as well. Natasha. And they're staying. They're just trying to gun them down. They don't care. Ruzica is taken out here. There's the lockdown. 0 players detained. Falcons Vega moving in for the retake. Dana picks up kill here. They're tried to take the grapple. Didn't quite work out here. But this time surely the defuse is coming through, Ash, and that will be around here for Falcons Vega.
Slowly making that climb back up here. Falcons looking a lot more coordinated into that round as well. 2 more rounds into this half, Falcons have the opportunity to tie things up with how close each round has been as well. Anonymous are stuck on a pretty awkward buy in this situation. They're going to go for something very similar to what we saw in their initial anti-eco in round 2 after winning the pistol.
Charlie Mike, let's move.
1 ultimate online for either side here, Joy.
Yeah. I mean, which one do you think is more impactful? Sandra Showstopper or the Orbital Strike? Great knife here to start the round off with Dana and Sandra in the back. See, this is what we need from Falcons Vega, playing off of each other, like you spoke about earlier.
Yeah, there were just some issues with timing of their utility and their peaks as previously, but seem to finally be tightening things back up.
Yeah. Dana knows that they're here. The Falcon actually spotted them out. Or the Hawk, more to say. Falcons Vegas. But Sky has a Hawk.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but they're aggressively dropping down, and below from hell comes your hell. As they were ready, Falcons pick up another round.
Last round before the switch.
Just much cleaner protocols coming out from Falcons. The back of that timeout. Off the adjustments that we're seeing them make here on the defense. And now 1 round separating these 2 teams from a tie before we swap halves. Looking over that ultimate economy as well, you've got Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper online here for Falcons. That is a potent combination for Sandra to be able to just follow up on that Breach ultimate.
Yeah, that's a wombo combo.
Oh, shut down!
But we're doing it already here. Sandra picks up a first. Going to pivot around here. Looking for a second.
That's a great...
Might run into Natasha here.
I believe Natasha is just under sewers looking to regroup with the team right now.
Yeah.
That is a massive knife from Kaha just to slow down that initial, even more aggressive push coming out from Sandra.
Yeah. Now here they come. Well, and now we're gonna have a Rolling Thunder of our own in Meryl's pocket. It's
a nice mid-site 0 point as well in towards sewers. Getting ready for that site execution finally here for Anonymous.
Absolutely. I was just about to say Dana actually looking a little bit exposed, gets taken out. Matvi alongside her. It's kills on deck here for Tiger and Anonymous. It's up to Ruzica and Lush here to try and get it in. Lush actually and Ruzica as well. They pick up 2. Can't pick up a third though. Can pick up a third though. I spoke too soon. Lush coming up clutch here with the defuse, and that will set them up for a tie.
Not the boom you hoped for.
just immediate pressure on that execution that Anonymous was looking for towards this B side. Falcons not allowing Anonymous to get comfortable in that situation. I got a little bit worried for Rezcut, to be honest, like peeking through that smoke overall. There was that aftershock as well, but it's just so well played in the micro to just be able to find that timing to actually get that pick down, and Ludge right behind to try and clean things up as well. But now, swapping over, Falcons have a very different setup. It's similar, but different. Anonymous, they did the same kind of 4-1 split on the attack, except they consistently had Natasha over on the north side of the map, focusing on information there. Meanwhile, Falcons taking the exact opposite approach.
Yeah, exactly. Gonna make an aggressive entry here. Pick up 2 here. Mayusha. Fantastic job here. Forcing them back through sewers.
Just not having that much information either. Sure, you've got turret watching the flank out from A-Halls, but otherwise, just looking to re-clear close with this Trailblazer. Doesn't spot anything except for one player on site as Rezka makes her move up towards B main.
Oof. Lush. Very nice job here. Comes up with the grapple. Manages to take out Natasha. So it's a trade for trade. A killjoy for killjoy.
Just replenishing some health with the regrowth. Taking the rope back down, but time is ticking. 33 seconds left on the clock. It's a re-hit here towards the B side.
30 seconds left.
But both Mayusha and Ishi are very, very low. So if they find them, I mean, if you find Ka, even better. Mayusha, in the end, did manage to find Lush, and that's not ideal. So we're trying to head for A, go for a plant there.
10 seconds left.
It's a nice thing about Fracture too, right? The rotations are decently quick depending on which avenue you decide to take. And like you mentioned, super low, both players here on the side of Anonymous on this retake situation. One guiding light to work with here for Dana.
Oh, we've seen her do it before in the 1v2. She takes out AC. And she's gonna take out Mayusha as well. Dana again with the 1v2. Puts it in the pocket of Falcons Vega.
Great timing with that guiding light to be able to catch out the first player there. In Icha now. Advantage into Falcons onto the pistol. Opportunity to buy up in this situation. We'll be looking really aggressive with the buy actually. Dana will be the only one save into a pistol just in case things go awry leading into the bonus round. Overall, looking pretty comfortable here. Our first blood from Arrow.
Yeah. First blood with the Marshal. And that is not just any first blood, that's Mad V.
It's difficult to have your IGL being taken out early. Also such an aggressive player here for Falcons as well. Imperative in helping find that space on site.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh. Pain shells. Forcing them off the site here. Ka is still there. Fires away, but doesn't quite find the kill on Dana here. Dana picks up another for trouble.
How is Maisha alive?
Oh my god, I don't know how she's alive, but not anymore. She sure did her job though. Took as many as she could. But Falcons Vega, they're finding their swing here, Ash.
Oh, they absolutely are. Just needed some of those minor adjustments there. Starting out in that first half, just looking for a bit more of that coordination. Some better comms with each other, and we've definitely seen the improvement as this map has gone on. Now, though, is a buy-up round here for Anonymous. No ultimates online early this time around into the second half. Just shy, I believe, of 1 point needed though for the Seekers here for Dana.
Yeah, but on the other hand, 1 point needed for the showstopper on Mayusha as well. Has been very impactful with it. Going to Satchel on the side. Oof. A little bit of damage here from the Nanoswarm. All seems to be good. It's Mayusha actually picks up Dana here, Mappy, with the trade. There is that showstopper. Gonna connect, and that is Sandra taken out of the equation. Stim Beacon goes down, as we do see now. Tiger Anonymous successfully retaking this side. Pretty uncontested as the defuse just go. Oh no, excuse me, I spoke too soon. It's Alsha. Yeah, defuse is gonna go through.
Last player standing.
What is going on? I keep thinking it's going. No, it's not going. It's definitely not going when Ruska is still alive. What a round, Ash.
I mean, that's a massive clutch round coming out from Ruska. The fact that we initially saw, okay, this is an awkward plant situation where all the players over towards drop. They had lineups, but with the sky smoke that came down from Itcha on the side of Anonymo, Lej missed her initial lineup with the incendiary, and it actually mollying themselves off, but luckily those mollies down from Ruska are able to save the day, but it was right down to the wire. That was a huge swing round that Anonymo needed to win, as well as they find themselves not onto a save.
Yeah, it's tough. It was a bit of a heartbreaker there, because I was like, oh, it's halfway, they're gonna get it this time, but no, they did not. Nice check onto the side here, though. Tigger's being committed. Spraying away, but nothing found just yet, as the plant is gonna go through.
Planted.
Nice and secure place onto A this time.
2 flashes for Madby to play with as well underneath sight. Can do so much for the stall.
Yeah. Gonna use her second here. Trying to swing out. Finds himself completely locked in, and that is going to be Ichi standing forward, picking up another Mayusha to follow. But what can they do with the spray down here? Everyone playing off of each other, and it is Falcons Vega once again coming up on top.
Just so much chaos into the late round. The gunfights that end up occurring, and the time bot there from Falcons Vega forces a timeout this time around on the side of Tiger Anonymo, and they're finally coming up onto another buy round here, right, Joy? You have some ultimates looking to scale up for both sides as well, and there is an opportunity to try and maybe focus over towards trying to get that null command online for Kaha.
Yeah, I mean, it's close enough, I would say, that we can get it this round and have it online for the next. But is that the time that you want to play for?
Well, I think we haven't really seen that much prioritization over alt orbs across the map as a whole. Like, you'll see some from both sides, just depending on which site they're looking to hit, but it hasn't really been a huge part of their protocol. And I think what's interesting is the Valorant meta has been shifting as well, with the changes that had occurred most recently before the most recent act, leading into it, and how so many of these ultimates are, you know, 1 point more in cost now, and some of them are just so expensive at this point, where if you want to be able to actually get them online as frequently, you really do have to fight more for that control of those particular chokes with those ult points. But back to the aggression here. Mayusha, so consistent.
Straight back in, she satchels up, gets taken out here. Keep spraying into that smoke.
It's the same move that we saw Sandra trying to go for on the defense.
It is.
She didn't have her gun out that time around, though, unfortunately.
Blinding. Launching smoke.
All right.
Right here.
There's There's a smoke. Oh no. I have no idea. She's right behind her. He's gonna start spraying. Picks up another in the back here. Matt V with just quick turnaround. Shuts her down.
Taken down.
Just a little bit of over peeking. And finally secured the great fragment to try and zone out that backside.
Yeah. Lush forced to step out here. The utility used. Ka manages to pick her up here. Again, forcing them off the angle. Kaha doing a fantastic job. Picks up 3 for her trouble and a defuse on the way. And that is that no command online, all right.
Hey, who needs orbs if you're just gonna hit heads, to be honest? 3 now to divide Anonymous and Falcons. Falcons the first to hit double digits as well, and the ults that I was talking about coming online are finally coming to fruition for both sides here. 2 apiece. And overall, the thing is, when you're looking over at that null command right now, at the very least, it can't actually stop either of the ults on the side of Falcons if they're already initiated. So no real chance at shutting it down. It'll have to be a bit more preemptive of a measure, just saved into that retake on the post.
Open up the sky.
Oh, but they are committing. All right. Lockdown destroyed here.
Yeah, the rotation back over towards this A side as well, where the only person is Icha on the side of Anonymous. But with the sound cues being made and north side being all cleared out, Anonymous have a clear read that everyone on Falcon should be funneling in through halls. If not, maybe some sort of late lurk, but at this point it wouldn't be happening.
Molly just about to connect here.
Great
Very
counter
nice
to the
suppress here.
showstopper. Yeah.
Yeah. Very nice. Oh, they open the door and it's spraying time. Back and forth, Dana. Still has that angle. Lush even coming out on top. Picks up 3.
Can we talk about that flick and spray transfer over, though?
That was crazy.
It's just so...
Quick trigger, for
yeah.
sure.
So comfortable. When Falcons are finally playing together, this is the difference that we see being made here. Now, on the back of a potential match point here for Falcons, on their map pick as well, Anonymous, again, they're on that back foot. They've been stuck in that back and forth economy ever since we swapped sides. Falcons looking so much better on the attack.
All right, one off of the showstopper. Once again for Mayusha. Slowly making their way onto B side here, Ash.
Yeah, everyone's sticking together as well, knowing that they have to keep these guns away from Anonymous.
Oh,
that 0
that's
point
Alsha.
moving down.
Can't use that. Hawk out. Blinded.
There's the Hawk to try and open, but not even a chance.
You're joking.
No, no. I wish I was.
The problem is, though, Anonymous, they can't actually pick any of these weapons back up. All players over towards spawn side. But Falcons, they're split up in this 2v3.
Got the spike.
Spike's been retrieved. Oh, they're actually gonna go for a plant. Rolling Thunder gets committed. As well. Can they move in and get something? Yes, they can. Mayusha is taken out here. It's all down to Rusica. They know! They know! They know where she is, but she's so ready. Going to take Falcons here to match point on Fracture.
Dude, we genuinely need like a clutch count on the side of Falcons. Like every single round comes straight down to the wire, and then you've got like one player on the team getting some sort of 3K to wrap up the round and deny any sort of defuse from happening.
That's exactly what I've been telling you at the start, Ash. Like, all the players on Falcons are so incredibly clean. Like, literally all of them can clutch this out. But Ruzica has just, in this match alone, just already mounted up a whole highlight reel for herself again.
No, it's just stunning KJ play coming out there in the post plants. Just being able to hold off that defuse, the timing with her utility as well. And for Tiger and Animo, they need 5 rounds to take it to OT. Falcons, though, looking so good, and Animo have only gotten 1 round so far since we swapped sides.
Yeah, it's not looking good, and that means that the second timeout is going to come in here for Tiger and Animo. So what do you think is the main thing that they need to change here, Ash?
Anonymous haven't, I mean, they have gone for some map control. There's been those aggressive pushes out towards tree, B main area, but otherwise haven't really done too much to try and actually find that information a bit more proactively. I think Falcons are also just looking like a different beast from what we saw in the first quarter of this map, even with like the synergy that they have with each other. They were missing their shots as well. It may have been just like a few jitters at the beginning of the first map here of playoffs, but now Falcons are settling in a lovely way.
Absolutely. We should just consider it a warm-up game, I suppose, as we do see Sandra satchels herself onto the side. Glenn goes down straight away.
Right there.
We do see Tiger and Animo slowly making their way here. Onto side. Oh, Sandra just ready. Had that angle ready. But now Natasha going to pick off Sandra here on the side. And no one quite on side yet to try and contest this defuse.
Off your feet!
Oh, broke too soon. There's the rolling thunder. Dana gets traded out here. The orbital strike gets committed even. It's all or nothing.
Last player standing.
As it's just Natasha, not even against the world. It's gonna be Falcons Vega picking up Fracture here as their first map. And that is not the screen that we were looking for.
We'll pretend that's us though.
We will toss it to a small break, guys, as Falcons Vega take this first map. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with Ascent up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Worst out of me comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me. I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever teacher told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. But I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all part. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police like. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line, no cheat code, I'm a beast bro. You a bistro in this E-town. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs, I'm real. Raised up in the field, grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Look down for the show. Baby, you look down for the show. Back, biggie, yo. Baby, you back, biggie, yo. Turn it left, turn it right. Turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn up, you turn up and
Just as quickly as Tiger and Anonymous was able to get the lead in that game, Pilski is as quickly as they've lost it. It looked like Falcons just needed a couple of rounds to get going into that game, and then they just popped off.
Yeah, they did. I mean, Anonymous, they looked really well prepared. They looked really disciplined. The start that they had to their attacking side was looking great. I was loving the way that they were taking map control, you know, controlling the orbs, and I was really loving the way that they played a lot of those post plants. But Falcons kind of had that intangible edge, you know, the thing that we love to see in tactical FPSs, which is just making the big plays and everyone kind of stepping up, and as a team, they're able to have enough of those impact plays to get them over the line. But that would be oversimplifying as well. Obviously, this is a map that Falcons are super comfortable on, and they definitely showed their ability to be resilient and be flexible and just continue to grind the game until it was done.
Yeah, absolutely. Clicking heads really in Ami, that's what we've seen. A lot of it this time around. When we're looking at Madv as well, coming out as that MVP, even though she is on the bridge.
Yeah, Madvi is the kind of player that shines on every single pick. We've seen her pick 6 different agents and always been on the top. But on the other side, you spoke about shooting heads, and that's something that Anonymous did as well. We've seen so many good kills coming from Ka, coming from Mayusha, coming from the entirety of the team. So yeah, I think that was a very interesting game that both of team represented to us, and that we've seen how good of aimers both players are, or like the 10 players are.
Yeah, absolutely. Aim is a really big part of it, Pilski, but as you mentioned yourself as well, there's a lot of different components that go within a game being as dominant as it is. Some of them being specifically the fact that it's Fracture. It's a map where you really have to push and pull when it comes to giving up some of that space. And when we're looking at Tiger Anonymous and some executes on round 6 and 7, it was very highlighted that they've put a lot of prep into this.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to look at the replays because you see this B main take. This is actually something Anonymous did on their defense as well. And you can see Falcons, they were kind of falling behind in a lot of these post plants. But what they did really well was exactly that, push and pull map control, play reactively. And when you see both of these agent comps going head to head against each other, you look at the impact in rounds like this where you can see it's a swing gun round. Both teams will be broke if they lose it. You combo these ults to win important rounds like this. And you saw both of these teams do this well. And Anonymous. You saw previously Falcons, they did that with the Showstopper and the Rolling Thunder. This time Anonymous, you can see them comboing the Showstopper and the Rolling Thunder. So that's what happens when you get these, you know, Breach, Brimstone comps, KO comps. You just have so many of these big impact ultimates, and sometimes a half can come down to using them well enough, min-maxing them, getting multiple ults in a half, and just being able to win enough of those important swing rounds.
Yeah, swing rounds are really important when it came to Tiger and Anima, but another thing that was really, really important for Falcons in AMI was their clutches. It was clutch after clutch. It felt like the majority of the rounds that they even got on the board was just individuals clutching out of their minds.
And it all started from this round, because at this point it was Anonymous having the advantage 6-2, but ever since I think we went until probably 10-6, and then Anonymous was able to take a round. We've seen Mad V coming in so strong, we've seen Dana coming in strong. Honestly here, I have to admit I doubted, considering that Dana is playing on hyping that she's not with the team in the bootcamp. So I thought that like maybe this is the chance for Anonymous to come back, but she was able to clutch it. And on the other hand, we've seen also Rosica with multiple clutches. So this entire team, even when their strat fails, they have the confidence to be able to clutch and to just shoot heads.
Yeah, and I think it comes down as well to something that was mentioned in the interview earlier today by Matt V, the fact that they've been on bootcamp for such a long time. They've played a lot of LANs. They have their nerves under control. And it felt like the way the game started, Pilski was maybe a little nervous from the side of Falcons. I mean, it wasn't as clean as maybe we expected it to, but then eventually they got into the swing of things.
Yeah, they were a little slow to start, but I think just getting yourself, it'll often get the players pumped up a lot when they're winning these big clutch rounds. It kind of smooths everything out. It gets everybody kind of fired up, and you're able to get your head into the game a little bit. And they had so many of those clutches. And on the other side of Anonymous, who looked very well prepared for the game, they looked like they had their post plans all in order and that they were able to actually take a pretty early lead. For them, it was demoralizing. It just cut their momentum down, and even heading into the second half, losing that pistol in a 1-on-3, you know, they're obviously going to be kicking themselves that they kind of let that game of Fracture, which was very winnable, kind of slip through their fingers.
Yeah, and then that brings us into the next map, because the next map is Ascent, and that is going to be Tiger Anonymous map big. We've seen Falcons' history on it not being the strongest, but as Pilski already highlights a little bit, Inami, that mental state that potentially both of these teams are currently in. You're looking at Falcons, they're very pumped up, they're very hyped, they get the clutches, they get the win, they are in the lead, and then you're looking at Tiger Anonymous, who could have won this map. It was winnable, a couple of things going wrong here and there. Very different signs of the coin to be going into that next matchup.
Yeah, but honestly, like on one side, yeah, Falcons may have the mental advantage here, but I think that Anonymous also knowing that it's their own pick, that Falcons struggled before on this map, and also that it's one of their most played maps, one of their best maps. So I think that knowing all these factors, they may come into this map stronger, and they knew that they could have taken Fracture, maybe if they think about it on the way that like, we could have taken that win, so this is our map, we can take it for sure. I think coming with the strong mental can help them for sure.
Again, looking at this map though, when it comes to playstyle, when it comes to the differences that we've seen already a little bit when it comes to Falcons and Tiger and Anonymous, it felt like Falcons Pilski are a little bit more explosive. They're more on that individual plays, trying to clean up once a round gone wrong, go for the clutches. Whereas when we're looking at Tiger and Anonymous, it's very much like a cohesive unit moving forward together. Is that going to be a pain problem on a map that historically Falcons hasn't really done so well on?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the two styles go up against one another, because usually Ascent is the sleeper agent select veto kind of map to be looking at. But in this case, actually, I'm keen to see Tiger and Anonymous playing the Breach. They really are doing something a little bit different on Ascent.
Yeah.
Instead of the KO, it's something that kind of reminds me of earlier on when Valorant was still very new. I was even playing a little bit actively. And Breach used to have 3 flashes, and you used to be able to run around the map and like spam flashes out heaven, do these very fast retakes. You could also do these trap plays off the back of the Sentinels, which some teams who are just going to autopilot play into, you know, how they used to play against the KO, they might fall into them, you know, where you have this, you know, alarm bot setups with a fault line or something like that. These kind of plays can be very strong, and if a team isn't used to a certain style, it can kind of catch you off, as we've seen, you know, internationally with teams playing even Viper comps on Haven and Ascent and stuff like that, which was thought to be kind of wild and outlandish. But when you play your own style and other teams aren't used to it, it's something, you know, if you can execute it well, it can work really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that also brings in the element of comfortability in Nami, because when we were looking at Fracture specifically, it's a map that, as highlighted, Falcons was very comfortable on. They have played it multiple times throughout the season. They have an incredible win record on it. But then you're bringing that lack of comfortability onto Ascent up against a team that you're not also most likely going to be comfortable against because of their out-of-the-box, so to say, playstyle. How are we expecting a team like Falcons to adapt? Because they have been doing so incredibly well. They have made a lot of changes. They've changed their comps. They've changed their playstyle. But when it comes to that adaptability factor, is it enough from their end?
It will all come to their mid control. If they're able to get any control on the map, then we will see them playing better and shining better. I think that even if you lose against teams like BBL, like G2 on this map, it still gives you like some kind of advantage, especially since it's a 13-8 losses that they had against both teams.
Yeah.
So they got challenged by the best on these maps. So they should be ready and expect anything from this map. But for sure, Anonymous probably, they also did their homework. They probably will come with strong strats like they did before. So hopefully if they don't lose the momentum, we will be having a better this time.
When we're looking at stronger strats or strong strats in general as well, Pilski, try to say that a couple of times in a row. Like, okay, what are we expecting for it? Literally is though. What are we expecting from a team like Tiger and Anonymous? Because we've already highlighted a little bit that Breach being different, being maybe quote unquote a unique set for their end to be able to get themselves onto an advantage. But is there anything else that they can do? Because you're going up against an opponent who's not very comfortable in this map. You've obviously, as you said it yourself, done their homework. What else can we expect?
I mean, I think, you know, the interesting point of difference is the Breach for me. You know, you can use that to kind of bully map control that you normally would use the KO for. I'm eager to see the trap setups on defense. On attack, they can have their own little kind of set plays off the execute and try to contest map control using the fault line and things like that. So I'm keen to see how the Breach functions on both sides of the map for Anonymous. On the side of Falcons, what I'm a little concerned about is just the fact that when I'm looking at, you know, obviously they don't have the best of win rate here on Ascent from the last 3 months. They're 6 for 4. A lot of these losses come against, you know, teams that you would see of the caliber in the playoffs of the Game Changers. So like BBL, G2, these kind of teams, even that Vengeance mix where they lost the game to them. And when I'm looking at a lot of these losses, I'm seeing, you know, some more lackluster attacking sides from Falcons. It seems like they're losing on attack quite a lot. So we'll keep an eye on how their attack is looking heading into this game. And, you know, it's not like they haven't had the reps on this map. In the last 3 months, they've played 10 officials on Ascent. They've played plenty of games on it. And it's the map that I feel like is the most stock standard bread and butter. You know, so many teams play the same comp on it. You've got so much footage to watch. You've got so much to learn from. So it's really just, for me, a lot of the time when we see the same comps over and over again, and usually we see mirror comps of teams playing against each other, it is really down to the execution and what kind of form teams are in. And those small little reads that they have as well. So that's why I kind of view Ascent as a bit of an equalizer. But then you sometimes get these outlier teams like Anonymous that play a little bit of a different comp and for us.
Yeah, you're talking about as well form or just the position that some of these teams are in, and I think something to really highlight this time around is the stakes that are at stake here, really, because we're looking at this game, and if you win it, you're going up against the semis towards BBL. So it's a little scary, but when we're looking at it from Falcons' perspective, Inami, they have to just win this, and they're going to the semifinals. They are then one step closer to actually going to Sao Paulo. Whereas when we're looking at Tiger and Anonymous, this is it. They lose this, they drop into that lower bracket. But starting off with the Asian select, pretty much what you already called out and what you expected, Pilski. We have Maryland Breach, and then we have Madvi on the KO.
Yeah, and I think Madvi probably going to be pretty scary on the KO. I think she has a really good skill set to make that agent work. She has some great mechanics and some great first bullet accuracy. And I think KO is one of those agents that, yes, can play a supportive role, but also the reason why it's seen such popularity, especially on maps like Ascent, is you can kind of play it as a pseudo entry. You can get those underground flashes going for yourself. You can pop your KO ult and become a little bit of an entry fragger in a way. So I think Madvi can kind of, you know, work both ends of the spectrum there. And I'm keen to see what she's going to put together for us here on Ascent.
All right, well, thank you guys for breaking that down. We're going to be heading over towards our casters, Joy K and Ash, to cover this game. Ascent coming up next between Tiger Anonymous and Falcons Vega. Maybe one team will be one step closer towards heading to Sao Paulo.
Who
knows?
Absolutely. I mean, Joy, I'm looking forward to this particular matchup. Overall, when we're heading over towards Ascent, I really think that this is the opportunity for Anonymous to shine.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's their map pick. They're going to be starting off attacking as well. They did good when they started on the attack Fracture. So let's hope that this time they can have a nicer swing into this game and mount up a bigger lead and keep that. So we can go to map number 3, perhaps.
I really do think that the odds are we're probably going to head to that third map overall here, especially just seeing how Ascent panned out. I mean, Tiger Anonymous won 13-11 versus Foot Female down in the group stages just the other week. And you know Turkish players and Ascent, right? And if you can take down a Turkish team, you have the chance to take down anybody, I think.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I'll give you that.
Heading into the match, though, seeing Anonymous on the attacking side first. Very heavy lean immediately outside of this B main. A lot of potential to stall it out immediately, though, with that 0 point.
Oh, but check that angle here. Sandra, gonna pick up 1, gonna pick up 2. It's a quick opener. Fantastic here. 4 already down. Meryl, the only one still standing, gets taken out. A clean sweep. Falcons Vega coming out absolutely swinging.
Looking really sharp right off the gate of that pistol round. Tiger Anonymous, they won the first pistol on the first half of Fracture. Falcons, though, now 2 pistols in a row for them. The buy up to come through as well. Sandra, the only one with a rifle in hand when you're really considering that Vandal, the difference that it can make into the bonus round. And Tiger Anonymous consistently go for this buy where they will have pistols and then have one player, Meryl, on that Marshall that can make all the difference. If you hit that 101 body shot, and the pistols can clean up afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, on Fracture, we did see Meryl picking up a great opener with that Marshall. So I'm curious what we're gonna see if she can pull off the same here. Looks like we're in a bit of a tech pause.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's going on. Hopefully everything gets all sorted for the players overall. But I mean, even just leading into Ascent, I want to get your thoughts on how Fracture kind of went and whatnot, because we didn't really get to talk about it too much immediately after that matchup ended. I know we heard all the lovely things that the analyst desk had to say as well, but I want to get how you're feeling, how you're vibing going into Ascent here.
Yeah, I mean, I was a bit worried for Falcons Vega. I mean, I casted their finals heading back into from contenders heading back into the main Game Changers event here, and I thought they were so incredibly strong. And when I saw them struggling in the first rounds, I was a little bit concerned here. But they swung themselves around. They got their heads back in the game. Matt V definitely has her head in the game, picks up a first kill once again. As we do see Tiger Anonymous completely pivoting off of that B side. Going into mid, Ash.
Yeah, just looking to rotate immediately to find that mid side information. Such a passive hold here over towards mid market. Kaha has to check this left side.
But Matvi, once again, just has that insane trigger placement. Picks up a third here. Spike carrier down, and Meryl holds it here with the Marshall. Can she pick up another? No, that's a swing and a miss. Flash, but the rest of Falcons Vega is still coming for her. It's the other corner.
tough situation too, because I mean, even if Meryl could find something there, that spike all the way back down towards inside of arches, and it's a choice between, okay, do I rotate away? Do I continue to fight where I know their positioning is? But Anonymous now onto buy in this situation. Vandal carried over a decently strong bonus from Falcons to come through into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a bit of a swap in weapons coming around. Bulldog also swapped over here. Yeah, Falcons just have so much time to set up around here, and they've got so much utility to play with. Having the KO, the Sova, and the Killjoy.
Yeah, this is such a diligent owl drone to come out as well from Kaha. Just checking close, expecting that Falcons may have already pushed up somewhere.
I mean, they missed an angle in that opening round. They don't want to make that same mistake twice.
Not worth the risk. That's, again, this mid-market push that we saw previously coming out from Anonymous.
Shutting them down.
Yeah. Knife into market.
So much info.
Oh, yes. Actually, such a great knife here.
I like the reposition as well. Falcons just fully backing off in towards Bath to play with each other, knowing that Anonmo are about to swarm onto B.
Yeah. The calm before the storm. The flash comes out, and they'll come out swinging. Immediately they pick up the Omen, but on the side here, Natasha steps in. They're actually going to take out Matt V, Lush Falls as well. It's a bloodbath, and this time Tiger Anonymous shows up so strong.
It's that weapons advantage as well, right? Madvi only had that Sheriff in hand. Sure found one, but just doing really well to pressure back on in and counter that initial pick.
Now the question is, between Ruzica and Sandra, what more can they find? A beautiful blind coming out as Sandra gets taken out and it's Ruzica against the world, and that is not going to stand. Tiger and Anonymous put their first map on the board.
Something I'm curious about here too, Joy, is the fact that we've consistently now for the last 3 rounds seen Madvi and Dana playing towards that same site. I'm curious to see if that's something we're going to continue to see going through this. We're going to take a look at that positioning. I know that it is probably just to have both initiators available to enable Sandra in that situation. Then you play a bit more of that stall versus the aggression on stall on A versus the aggression on B.
Yeah, but it also means that all your potential to gather information is over on B side.
Yeah.
So Tiger Anonymous now moving up on that A side. Here with the spike.
We've also seen though that the Falcons do like to play very reactively with the retail as well.
Yeah, they do. They're trying to force Ruzica off of Heaven here. Taking a little bit of damage. Somebody's gonna come out of that soon. Oh, I don't think they spotted her, actually. She manages to trade herself. Manages to trade herself as now everyone on the side of Falcons Vega is making their way to A. Plant is gonna come through. Players are gonna come from above. And I think that Majusha will know that.
There's a Rolling Thunder as well here for Meryl in this personal situation.
Yeah, exactly, but oh, not anymore! Fantastic headshot! They still don't know, but they're gonna pick up Sandra here on the side. 1v2 here for Dana. Drops down. Drops down is looking for Kaha. Kaha coming out with the peek!
The reload!
The reload just screwed her over so much. Oh, and that's gonna be another round here for Tiger Anonymous.
That's so unfortunate there for Dana. The fact that the reload has to come through, and man, unlucky situation now. An eco round here for Falcons. However, we also have that null command up as well as the knives here for Sandra. So if Sandra can find something early on, it's a big difference maker in potential. That's also the trade-off. going the breach versus the KO is you don't have that suppression to shut down a Jet looking to push out aggressively with the Blade Storm, or to even shut down a Killjoy, whether you're pushing in or stalling.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This time, Tiger and Animo playing a lot more patient, deciding where they want to go. Both teams slowly pushing up through garage as Matvi taken out. Concuss being used here, forcing them off the garage. Tiger and Animo trying to make their way here to be... No, actually pivoting away. Did their damage. And they will spot them on the retreat.
Yeah, looking at crossover now. A-Site, sure, it does have Rizika on there with KJ Util, but no mollies to delay like previously on this eco round.
Yeah, but it's still Ruzika. She picks up 2, gets taken out in the end, but now the rest of the Falcons have arrived, and with the Blade Storm, it's gonna be Sandra that puts the nail in the coffin. Falcons Vega.
I got your backs. Just
Taking one up here.
It's a massive thrifty round coming out from Falcons Vega as well. I mean, Sandra was what? Got the initial pick down to 20 HP. She manages to get out in that situation, only to find 2 more later on.
Yeah,
Imagine.
and now we've got an op.
Yeah.
Something to mention.
And it's going to be an aggressive peek initially here in towards B main. Natasha just might get caught out in this situation. It's still an eco run at the very least, but still playing a little bit passive, expecting some of that aggression to come through.
All right. Blade Storm in hand as well now for Majusha. Just around the corner. Doesn't get the chance. Matvi so quick on the trigger. Takes her out in her tracks. Dancing for her life here is Natasha. On the run from Dana here.
Oh, that is awkward.
That was a very, very awkward one
No
to take.
way.
And Natasha comes out on top, picks up 2 for her troubles as she picks up Dana's rifle.
Swarm grenade out.
What a way to
And I think
convert.
that should Shakira plant on B here for them. Definitely.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Guaranteed.
Zor gets used as
You
well.
got 3 ultimates to work with in the post plan too, in case anything goes wrong, in case anything insane really happens.
One enemy remaining.
Anything insane? Well, the operator is now in Meryl's hands. Oh, but not anymore. Ruzika making her way in here. Takes out the bots. Takes out Meryl. Seems hungry for more.
No way.
Spots a player in Bath. Takes out Kaha. Is gonna push up. Can she find more? No, she cannot. No, she cannot. But what a valiant try.
The thrifty for thrifty traded as well across the board here between Falcons and Tiger and Animo rounds back to back. And that's the operator lost as well there on the side of Falcons. An early timeout to be called here as we reach that tie.
Yeah, early indeed.
Well, looking at what we have to work with here in this timeout as well. Got the fact that head back onto a bye here for Tiger and Animo on the side of Falcons, though their pockets are hurting right now. It's going to be more of a Shiko round, one of those half bye situations. They do still have that potential to convert with the ultimates that they have online. At the same time, they're really great counters on the side of Tiger and Animo, specifically looking towards that Hunter's Fury to try and take down that lockdown if it does come up. Got a Hunter's Fury that you can respond with as well. And then overall, the Rolling Thunder is just so comfortable for those executions, right? But unlikely to see all 3 coming out on the side of an Animo.
Yeah, no, that would seem a bit much, maybe. A little bit.
If it does, then Falcons are doing a really good job on you.
I mean, yeah, then they're making it a really hard round. But we are going to see as we head into round number 7.
a very slow.
She also has her from the shadows as well and is carrying that spike. So that is also something to keep in mind. That we can see some little Omen mind games coming out potentially here.
Yeah, try to get that ultimate online. But look at how deep the alarm bot is in A main. Falcons, Rezika had that opportunity to place it just so far in A lobby.
They do. Oh no. Almost had the back turns, but here Sandra turns around, swings out, picks up a first kill.
Oh, that's a great paranoia to find the space though. Just fully pushes Anonymous off, and they're running for the high hills. That null command gets popped over towards A as well, and Falcons rushing to meet them.
That they are indeed. Kana picks up a kill. Gonna try to keep spraying here. There's the bot coming out. Will pick up the information that they need to take out Sandra. Anyone coming to pick that angle is going to be taken out as well in their tracks, you think. But no, Matfi comes out, picks up a kill here in return. Plant is gonna go through here. There's the Hunter's Fury being committed as well. So we have seen that one committed at least. Merle, no. Not gonna pick it up here. Not gonna close it out, but maybe, just maybe, Itchy has it. And she does. Puts it in the pocket for Tiger Anonymous.
And they're down in players initially as well. And the Hunter's Fury, although it didn't connect, did enough to delay because they couldn't push forward into it to try and take that space onto site and make Anonymous uncomfortable early on as they had been seeking. But there's the Wombo combo is coming out, right? Dana on that Sova pick, the Odin here on Ascent.
Oh.
They're like peanut butter and jam. Like they just go together.
It's time.
Not revealing it too early on though. Just kind of still waiting for that info first. Didn't ping anything with that recon bolt. And it's just such a passive hold here. Natasha constantly lurking outside of B. Something that we saw from her during Series 2 as well.
Here. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna get spotted. Oh, beautiful. Ruska actually picks it up with the Nano Swarm, I believe.
My ultimate is ready.
And into the smoke, Natasha goes. She gets shut down. They're trying to break the door here. Lockdown gets committed. Door is open.
Oh,
There's
that's
that Rolling
massive.
Thunder. That is actually massive. That's gonna force everyone off. Lockdown gets destroyed. They're gonna come out swinging here. This is gonna be, once again, the Falcons just coming out on top. Leaving the defuse to Madby.
I'm just surprised that we
extra.
didn't see more of that aggression coming out from Anonymous. I like the idea. You rip that Rolling Thunder into tree. You know that at least Killjoy is there. Sure, I know that we get like that worldwide vision of the fact that 3 players got caught up, but I would have liked to see a bit more of an aggressive peek onto tree, try and catch one of those players at minimum off guard early on, or else you're still looking at a 5v3 situation.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Tiger and Anonymous, they're really, really respecting the Falcons. Maybe overly respecting themselves. Right. Alarm bot gets taken out right away.
Natasha just poking and prodding. Has someone with her this time around, though normally Natasha, that solo lurk player, Kaha there to back her up.
Yeah. You're gonna find... Ooh. Didn't quite connect it, and that means that next time you come swinging out, you get taken down. Sandra gets removed. Shock Dart doesn't connect to anything.
Yeah, normally
Looks like they don't want to push up any further, though.
Just playing a little bit slower.
Oh, Ruska just so clean. Takes a lot of damage, but still manages to pick up Majusha here.
She has to back off in that situation, Liz. Alone. The double swing out.
Alone, there's
spray
Odin.
attempted. But a great trade from Natasha. Spike over towards the B side.
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
Spike.
Initiated.
All right, lockdown gets committed as well. Oh man, this is just painful. They have to just wait it out, and now try to rush it in.
Yeah, so low too on the side of.
Yeah, they are Ruzica mainly.
Yep.
She goes for the safe approach though, through the market, opening the door first. Trying to draw them out, but Matt V was ready. Oh, and she's so clean. Picks up 2 kills. Can she pick up a 3rd? Is the question. Yes, she can. And that is going to be the round in for Tiger Anonymous once again.
Massive stall as well with that lockdown that came out. Ran down so much time. And it being like a deeper ult on site too just buys so much extra space that you can push back instead of the one that you normally seen being thrown in towards B main. Just being able to save it for that post plant. Now, both teams on a buy situation. Important swing round here for Falcons as well. Opportunity to tie it up, but if they lose this one, they're going to be saving into the next round.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we're going to see a lot of aggression coming out of them. Like, I feel like Falcons have been doing better when they have not been trying to rush things.
Yeah, I think the difference is, like, we saw that ebb and flow on Fracture coming out from Falcons, but Ascent is a map where you can do it and it works very well. It requires a lot of coordination though, and it's also easier to kind of counter in that kind of sense because of how quick the rotations can be.
Yeah.
There's a lot more risk to it for sure.
All right. Knife doesn't quite commit here. Mayusha. Oh, Matvi is just so incredibly fast. It's just impossible to try and sneak up on her here.
The micro play is just so strong.
Yeah.
Great reposition.
Oh, there's the Hunter's Fury. Going to be committed here by Dana. The spray down did so much damage. Spike is down already. Can they pick up Kaha? Kaha picks up one for her troubles. Has to turn around though. Finds herself stuck between a rock and a hard place. Can she stay alive? Dancing around. Has the spike. Tries to enter. Picks up a kill but doesn't pick up Ruzica in time. Still a fantastic hold here by Kaha, I think. Have to give it to her for that.
I saw the vision there. Like, imagine if Kaha in another world takes down Dana inside of tree and then manages to somehow find that reset. Such a nice try coming out there, but Falcons just doing very well to hold that advantage for themselves and a much needed swing round again to tie things up. It's been so even on Fracture. We went into that second half 6-6.
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Excuse me? What?
I mean, to be fair, Dana's been playing the exact same spot every single round since she's gotten the Odin.
Yeah, that is very true, but still, like, come on, she's out of this round at this point. Like, this is like you're just a util bot right now. Gonna spot the Killjoy. That's gonna give the opener for Sandra here. That is good enough, I guess, to trade out more than half of your health pool for.
Nice little
But
trap play set up. That was scary though.
Oh yeah.
Great paranoia. These paranoia protocols coming out from Luge over towards tree have always been so consistently good in slowing down the push.
Standing ahead.
Yeah. Oh, Recon Bolt gets destroyed immediately. They have very little information as they're pushing up here through the smoke, Ash.
They pivot over towards tree to try and help Mayusha out.
Oh, Mad Feet. Oh, Mad Feet! Picks up another one! And now just sends Meryl on the run completely. Lush on the other side manages to clean her up, and that is going to be a clean sweep Enemy team dominated.
Last round in the
Navi
half.
has consistently held her grip on that market side positioning. I feel like we constantly see Mayusha trying to take that space, and Navi is constantly coming out on top in those 1v1 battles. And I think some of the difficulty, and I hope what Tiger and Anonymous are going to discuss, considering it's the last round of this half, is the fact that they're not actually using Mayusha the way that you would expect them to be setting up their duelists, if that makes sense. Like, you've got a breach on your team. Meryl and Kaha usually sticking together. You have that 3 staff often going over towards A, but Mayusha is constantly just going for market alone instead of having that utility to actually set her up, or having the breach fault line to try and get them onto site instead.
Yeah, exactly. Going on these like solo lurks haven't really paid off for her. But maybe that's what we're gonna be seeing after we have had this timeout. And it's a good time, if any, to try and make a change of plans here. Right before the swapping round. But we're gonna see Ash.
Yeah, I mean, important to try and tie things up. To be fair, even if they don't win out this round, if they win the pistol once we swap sides, that could easily also be a tie-up. But of course, you want to get every single round that counts, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely, if they want to be able to take us to Lotus, and for the mental state of the team, it's just good to try and tie things up right before we swap.
Yeah, ever since Falcons
Mayusha
footing here on the defense, they've been
Mayusha
so
this time backed up.
comfortable.
Oh, they find Lush in the back here. Not enough to shut her down. Paranoia goes out as well.
Oh, Sandra's push.
Forced off though. Ixie made her way here on to B side with that spike. And now Sandra finds herself alone in garage. How many can she trade herself out for? She pops that blade.
No way!
Picks up all 3! Are you freaking kidding me? That's just massive. Sandra, oh my god, forces Itchy to turn around and shut her down before the plant goes through. She bought so much time for her team here, Ash.
That was a 1v3 situation in B Garage. I was looking at it, I was like, okay, you've got the CP from Icha over on backside of B. Sandra's fully surrounded basically at this point when you really consider it. And it's just the quick 1-2 tap. The initial pick, looking away from that first breach flash as well. That was just... This replay is just so gross. it's disgusting.
No,
disgustingly
it's fantastic. It's Sandra popping off. That's a little bit putting that's gonna put a dent into Tiger and Anonymous though. Like,
yeah.
And that's not a good way to start up with the swap here.
No.
Yeah.
Like, imagine just like the vibes probably right now for Falcons after that play. Like the hype that's gonna carry over with the momentum for your team.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't wanna count Tiger and Anonymous out just yet.
Definitely not. But it's such a good factor to kind of consider and talk about. The fact that like that mental game is also just so important. Yeah. Especially after Falcons, they started off slow on Fracture too.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a slight lead here. I wouldn't say it's a massive and overcomable lead that they have, but again, Mayusha without backup, walking in. gets taken out first.
Just a post-fight situation now, planning for that retake here. Because Kaha, it's 20 seconds to get that recon bolt up. We're not going to have any information gathering util on the side of Anonymous on this retake.
No, this is going to be very rough. They get a little bit... Oh!
Distraction
They're just so locked in. Yeah, they get so locked in there. The Storm is buying time for them, and it's now up to Ruzica to try and trade them out. Can she get anything done here? No, the knife kill! The knife kill! Tiger and Anonymous, our Polish powerhouse, they are not done yet.
This is a huge round win for them as well into the pistol to bring it to 1 as the differential here. Man, the distraction tactic too, the fact that like Kaha just jumps down, doesn't even look, hell, runs Jenny. Then the other two pop out of nowhere and start shooting the players who are now both looking at Jenny. The timing just so good with that spacing.
Alrighty.
Looking to farm some orbs. Work on that alt economy on the eco, you know how it is. Nice diligence with the utility as well. Recon clears out towards market. Interesting how on the defense we've seen neither of the KJs for both teams placing any of that information actually towards mid-market. They play it a lot more passively instead of using that info.
Yeah.
Too suppressed.
Oh. Great gathering here from Matvi. They know what's coming, but they don't know how much backup follows. Oh, big damage actually spraying here. Mayusha takes out Lux. Still in the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Oh, tries to shoot out the smoke, but doesn't actually have time to pick the gun back up here. Ruzica picks up 2 for troubles. Plant gonna go through. Now we're gonna see Natasha making her way. Ka from above jumps down, and it's just as we had it last time. Ruzica against the world. What can she do? And the answer is gonna be nothing, Ash.
I mean, that was like, what, 20 HP? A sheriff and a dream overall, right? 7-7 to tie things up here. But, I mean, Falcons, they did some good damage, though, still on that eco round, being able to take out 3 of those weapons. The bonus, not nearly as comfortable as Anonymous probably would have liked to only carry over 2 of those weapons. But the sheriffs come back out, and they're game changers, players here, Joy. We know how true these sheriffs ring.
Yes, that they do. We have seen it in previous rounds.
Both these teams are also just like eco demons.
Revealing area.
When they're on their like half buys, save rounds, they still make it so close even if they can't win it out.
Yeah, you have to commend them for that.
Take flight.
Drone also gets committed here. Dana just wanting to make sure that there's no surprises lying in the wait of the market.
Yeah, first round to be poking and prodding towards mid as well, right? So the first time to find out that nothing is really set up here to stall out the market push.
Drone actually missed the Falcons there. Sonic Arrow will not, though. Ooh. Trying to gun them down here. Through that wall.
They know both.
Everyone on the side of Falcons is here now. Shooting out that shock dart. Itchy in a little bit of an icky spot, but it's gonna fall down here Ruiz got taken out of the equation. Is big though. Ka manages to clean up here with Matvey out of the equation as well. Meryl picks up one for her troubles with the Marshall. And every round just kind of looks like Falcons Vega have one person
10
left
seconds
standing. And then what do? Do you try to take some guns out of the hands of Tiger and Anonymous? Do you save?
Yeah, it's a full save situation. I mean, Anonymous have just completely avoided having to buy next round basically the other side, other than Icha. And then for Falcons, they just don't have the money. So it's a mandatory save for a hero weapon into this round, and just issues with spacing there. I feel like there's a really great job done by Anonymous just to stall out that push from backside. But Falcons also paid a lot of respect, I felt like, to players who were on worse buys than them when they did have the utility to at least like push back in on them.
One suppressed.
Yeah, we're gonna see how Falcons are going to approach this round now. Had some success previously in the garage. Taking it slow, clearing out the angles here. I know somebody's here.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Doing a good job to poke and prod here on B though. Taking out all that utility early on.
But again, it's everyone on B side. That's gonna be a fantastic blind, but Miro immediately gets traded out. Dana picks up 2 here with the classic.
It's a good reposition from Mayusha too, just to drop onto site. And then you've got Rezika just poking still over towards this B side, keeping these players busy.
Yeah. She just keeps them occupied. And Mayusha's gonna come out swinging. Doesn't have to flick around fast enough to manage to also take out another player. Plant is gonna go through here.
Recon bolt available though for the retake. Denied early on.
2v2.
Right here.
2 shock darts in hand still. So they're gonna make their way. Gonna start firing. Oh, it's just they're too boxed in, and that's gonna be a defuse coming through. Damn, Tiger and Anonymous.
Such an awkward spot to be into, just not having that luxury to reposition. I think both players did regroup in towards Hell, thinking that it may have been a split initially based on that presence between Heaven and Tree. But instead, great repositioning to regroup there for Anonymous, just looking to play together, play those trades. Mayusha finally has this operator online as well here for the defense. It's been 4 rounds in a row thus far for Anonymous since we've swapped sides.
Yeah. It's been a good it's been some good rounds for them for sure. They have found their swing, as I usually say. Now, picking these angles. Oof. Finds the jet, does get taken out by Dana, who was lying in the waits there. But a lot of the Falcons have already fallen. And Lush is incredibly low. Still standing, but incredibly low with the spike.
Yeah, 17 HP. Mirror ultimates online as well from either side.
I was about to say.
Look at the positioning too. And Natasha's still in range of her utility here on the B site to be able to still stall out this initial choke point, but playing further back so that
Bomb grenade out.
And she swings out, and she swings out successfully. Picks up 2. And now Dana.
30 seconds left.
Come back.
No.
Try. So unfortunate. So unfortunate.
I was unlucky there. I mean, just missing that shot is difficult now. Falcons call another timeout. the last one to use here unless we hit an overtime situation. We're going to find some answer to stop the bleeding here, but Tiger and Animo, I think their protocols are looking really strong as far as how they're kind of setting up this like trap positioning, and Falcons, they try some contact plays, they try to clear them out with utility as well. But Natasha's just a force to be reckoned with, to be honest, towards this B site. No matter what site she's holding, she can consistently hold her own and buy time for the team to rotate.
Yeah, and that's where I'm having like question marks, because normally we see Ruzuka being able to do things like that too, and I mean she did when they were on the defending side, but I'm not sure what they need to swap here to try and swap it into their favor. We do have an exact mirror matchup when it comes to ultis available as well. It's a massive saving round here for Falcons.
Yeah, a tough situation, I guess. Could focus to continue to snowball these ults coming online here, but a bit of a faster change in pace this time around. Sandra immediately updraft dashing in towards A lobby.
Yeah, has that Blaze Storm out. It looks like they just want to try and force their way in here. The Paranoia already flying out as well. And there goes our Hunter's Fury here from Kaha. Trying to deny that plan. Didn't quite go through. As planned was successful.
The thing is, no one's on site here right now. I mean, knowing that there is a lockdown, just looking to give it up completely for free, but Anonymous don't even feel the pressure to have to use it.
No, because they've already forced everyone back. The difference in firearms is just too massive. It's only Sandra that can make anything happen here, and she does pick up Ishi right before the round. And yeah, this is a bloodbath. Dana actually manages to pick up one kill right before the end closes as well. It's good for them, but tough round for sure. Being so forced off of your own plan.
Thing is, lockdown wasn't even expended to do so, and when you're backing up all the way into main for free like that as well on an eco round, you give up so much space for free, and then you just saw those mollies being used to stave off those pushes back in from your lobby. Heading into this next round though, this is a must-need win here for Falcons, otherwise they face that match point in a low money situation.
Yeah, and no Blade Storm left to play for anymore. Sure would have been nice if they had it this round.
4 ultimates available here for Falcons. The biggest one that I'm looking at is actually the null command to just try and shut down any stall opportunity from Natasha if they do end up pushing into her setup. But again, it's this mid-market play, but Anonymous, the way they set up for market for that B push is always just such a trap as far as they have their positioning goes.
Yeah, it seems that Falcons know though, and they're pivoting towards that A side.
Seeing the alarm bots, the green light for the null commands come up. Anonymous likely going to play more of that retake situation here.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, can they find Natasha? Is the question. The plant is going to go through.
Spike planted. You should run.
Yeah. All right, they're committing their own lockdown here.
Oh, no way.
Oh, the trigger discipline from Dana picks up 2 kills here. Fantastic, as they're on their way out.
It's after Natasha sprayed her too.
Falcons are still in it. They're still standing.
Last player standing.
There's just no way.
It's Milusha with the operator. I don't think. Nah. All right, Falcons. Wow, Dana just. Very nice discipline there.
it's a really nice reposition over towards Cat, and then you've got the fact that he's hidden. Natasha also, after spraying through Oak, is like, okay, you know what? I'm confident that there's nobody there. They don't even look to glance back over to check. And that was such an important round for Falcons to win as well. And Onimo still one away from that match point. Falcons just keeping it so close. However, they also did have to use all their ultimates up that round to actually find all of that success.
Yeah, I mean, they do still have the Hunter's Fury to try and do anything. It's a nice... They're farming up some nice orbs here, though. Going to try again for that A side by the looks of it.
Yeah. The Hunter's Fury is a really good shout, too, there, Joy, because that lockdown for Natasha is a possibility. However, with this hell positioning, it's unlikely to see it come out if Falcons go for an early hit here towards A.
It certainly looks like that.
Why are they all posted up?
They are all there. Drone is going. Checks out the alarm clock. Dashing in. Natasha's still hidden. So is Kaha. Oh, they've spotted her. Kaha traces herself though. Traces herself for Dana. Natasha pushing up through.
That's a spike.
Nano Swarm. Spike is down. They need to go and retrieve it, and the lockdown is now being committed. And the Hunter's Fury is no longer on the board here. It's an absolute disaster, but maybe Ruzica can do what she needs. Lockdown is destroyed. Oh, Killjoy versus Killjoy. Ruzica so low.
Oh, and the cross with the op too. This is impossible.
She knows. She knows. Wow, Tiger and Anonymous putting themselves on match point here, Ash.
Match point.
It's an insane hold coming out from Tiger and Anonymous to find that, not even finding that first pick necessarily, but just initially forcing Icha off the plant, then the repossession towards Jenny to actually close out that pick, and that's when the lockdown comes out. Such a tough spot to have to lose that spike. And Anonymous, what they're doing so well, Joy, is the fact that they have conditioned certain positions with their setups on each site, then they just choose a random round to kind of switch things up and keep Falcons guessing.
Yeah, they've been doing fantastic indeed with that. Now let's see if they can close it out and they can bring us to our decider, which would be Lotus.
Have to see if we get there. There's still 4 rounds that Falcons could potentially bring us to overtime through. But it's also hard to imagine, too, with how decisive some of these rounds have looked from Anonymous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm not counting anyone out at this point, but it's looking rough for the Falcons for sure.
Just such a slow pacing for Falcons right now. Looking just for that slow information game. Again, it's kind of split to go through, but it looks like actually everyone will be regrouping towards A main this time around.
Yep. 30 seconds
The setup for Anonymous also is not to actually stall this A main choke point.
Nowhere to run.
Oh. Very early Hunter's Fury. That repositioning was maybe not completely as planned. They're trying to spray down that door, trying to finish off that jet. And that they do, spraying back and forth. Tiger and Anonymous, they are hungry. They want to take us to this decider, and that they
Defenders
will.
win.
As they take us to Lotus for our next map. Tiger and Anonymous tying it up 1-1 versus Falcons Vega.
A 13-8 win here for Tiger and Anonymous into map 2 on their pick here on Ascent. And Joy, we saw really great things coming out from the side of Tiger and Anonymous. They looked really good as far as it goes when we're looking at the repositioning that they found on the defender's half. The fact that they were really just counter-conditioning those KO9s as well.
Yeah, that they are indeed. I mean, I hope that the Falcons, they get their head back into the game, that both of these teams can take a little break with this tie-up. Don't go anywhere. We have one more game for you in this series. We are going to load this. See you in a little bit.
Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Tiger and O1O claw their way back into the competition. They secure their own map pick, and Inami, this started off looking very heavily in favor of Falcons, but the second Tiger and O1O spotted at defensive side, it was game over.
Yeah, I expected that Falcons, after getting that many rounds on the defense, that they will probably be better or like have an easier time on the attack, but they struggled. I think they only got one round on attack. They struggled in every post plan. They also struggled getting into the site every single time, even if sometimes they had the whole site open to them or like the mid open to them. They could have done so many things, but it seems like they really couldn't do much. But in the same time, Tiger and O1O had a good read on them every single time.
Yeah, and when we're talking about Tiger and O1O, can we just have a moment for Nastasia? 25 and 11 on a Killjoy. I mean, she was everywhere. It was incredible to watch Pilsky.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, night and day performance between what we saw on Fracture and then obviously stepping up on Ascent, and she's been one of the better rated players in the competition, right, Inami?
Yeah, she's been one of the best players in the entire competition, and I'm glad we're able to see that now in this map because she was a little absent last map. But this map, she had always the good read, like 300 ACS. Like, what's this?
Like, okay, girl, pop off. But
it's her game.
Something, it's absolutely her game. It was her game and she took it home. But something as well that we highlighted a little bit already, Pilsky, was the fact that Falcons really struggled on the attacking side. They struggled. It felt like, especially on the defensive side as well, it was a little bit wishy-washy, but then on the attacking side, those issues that they had were amplified even further, and it just felt like Tiger Anonymous has such a great comeback from round 8 to round 16 being a really great example of what went wrong.
Yeah, I think like round 8, I wanted to highlight firstly, like for Anonymo, they had some very sloppy rounds themselves. Like they still got a lot out of this attacking side, but this round was crazy to me. There was a defensive KJ setup to set up the A site retake. You had the Rolling Thunder on Anonymo. I was thinking about all the cool things they could have done with the breach comp. And this round was just an absolute mess. Like instead of setting up to Rolling Thunder with a 5-on-5 and actually retake short like they were looking to do, they double push up short into a KJ setup, lose the jet early on, and then dry push to a smoke and end up playing a 3-on-5 and give Falcon a round that they really had the tools to be able to deal with that, common tree retake lockdown setup. So a lot of sloppiness from Anonymo. Felt like the pressure was getting to both teams. This was actually a cool round from Falcons though. You can see they go for a B execute. They recognize that it's a double backside setup, and then they underarm a pop flash into spawn and start fighting with the Sheriffs, reroute over towards this A side of the map. But this was the ultimate issue for Falcons this game. Every single attacking round was so winnable. Honestly, like even the anti-eco round 2, the pistol, a bunch of the gun rounds. This round, they did a really nice early to mid round call. It felt like they had good approaches, like they're working their way through the default. You could see they were taking mid control, clearing the turret. They had a good idea of how they wanted to approach things against Anonymo. But as you saw in that clip, every post plan and every site execution, it was just sloppy. They were not able to win a post plan. They were not able to close a lot of these rounds. And ultimately, that's why they lost the game. They looked like, they really just didn't have a good idea how they wanted to play the mid to late round. And that really let them down, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was one thing that was going wrong for Falcons, but at the same time as well, Inami, when we're looking at what Falcons had to deal with, it was a Natalia who was on absolute fire. The statistics this time around of how this game went in comparison to how last one went genuinely speak for themselves, but she just could not be stopped.
Yeah, she has been on fire, and also her read, the amount of time she was able to get them the wins on whether it's B side or A side, her utility usage, it was honestly on point this round, and this is what we expected from her even before. It's true that sometimes we expected some ults to be coming a little earlier, but it seems like they had a plan and they knew how to execute it, and honestly, it just her ACS says it all.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something to be looking forward to.
Yeah, I feel like they set her up for success as well. There was a couple of rounds on defense where she was in the perfect position to deal with that A site take. I felt Falcons were trying to go for that A site after plant with the open plant. She was just playing hell. I think that was a little bit of coach prep coming in. And I felt like on attacking side, after a poor fracture, she was really trying to force things out B main. I remember one round she tried to dive the drone and go for an entry kill onto the Sova and stuff as the lurking KJ solo on that side of the map. So I think she really did go into that mentality of hard carry mode this game on both attack and defense, and you can see it play out in the server.
Absolutely. It brings the question to me as well, whether or not this is going to be possible to be carried into Lotus, because we're looking at it from a Falcons perspective, and I want to kind of discuss the mental this time around, Inami, because as already highlighted, a lot of the rounds that were on the attacking side from the side of Falcons, it felt very winnable. It felt like they could have made this a 2-0, but something was missing. So bringing that into Lotus and seeing how on fire the side of Tiger and Anonymo is, how are we feeling about this map? Because we already highlighted this at the start of the series that this is a pretty 50-50 playground.
Yeah, the momentum is for sure on the side of Tiger and Anonymo here, but honestly, at some point in Ascent, I just felt like Falcons just gave up and they were already thinking of the next map, which I don't like to see as much because it was winnable every single time. But going to Lotus, I think the momentum is totally on Anonymo's side, and that honestly I'm expecting to see the same things coming in from Natasha, but expecting to see Madvi probably being able to express herself more in this map.
I think looking at the last map here of Lotus, obviously coming into that after playing Ascent, which hasn't had like the best of map stats, and it's obviously a bit of a home ground for Tiger with how solid they've looked statistically. You know, I think you would definitely be backing Anonymo, but now looking at Lotus for Falcons, you know, it's a map that they've played a lot. Similar to Fracture, they got a lot of reps on it, but a lot of those are against some of the lower tier teams, maybe not of a Game Changers caliber. So, you know, a lot of these wins, quite close wins over teams that didn't make the playoffs, and they lost against odd one out. So despite a really good win rate overall, the teams that they're playing are not of the highest caliber, whereas Tiger and Anonymo, similar to what I said about Fracture, they have much less reps over the last 3 months, but they beat Foot pretty hard. They beat Carmine Corp, who had a good run in one of the other series as well and looked like a pretty solid outfit. So they've beaten some pretty quality teams on this map. I'm not really sure which way to kind of call it, to be honest.
So this feels like a coin flip. Inami, do you want to like toss a coin and see where it lands? Or do you have your prediction in mind? Are you a solid Falcons, Vega, Mena on top supporter?
I'll probably won't be able to like vote for this one. I'd rather not.
Why
But
not?
I don't know. Both teams have like insane comps coming to this map, so I'm mostly like excited to see how both comps work against each other and what each of them will be able to do in this map. Yeah.
So when you're talking about insane comps from both of these teams, what is something that is making Falcons comp stand out to you that you think, wow, this is really exciting, really need to look forward to that?
Well, the fact that we don't see Fade as much on other teams, and in the same times we have a Neon on the side of Anonymous, so I'm excited to see like both comps in this map and both comps against each other, because each has been in like different groups facing different type of players, but this time they're against each other, so excited to see how that comes out.
Pilski, you're a Neon enjoyer?
Not really. I actually theory crafted Neon when this map came out, and I thought it would be the truth. And then I remember the team I was coaching, we ran the Neon against some Southeast Asian teams, and we got absolutely stomped into the ground every single game. And I was not a Neon enjoyer after that. But I think the way that these two teams function, the comps rather, they have the same core, right? And they have the same similar kind of idea. You've got your controller in the Omen, you're playing a secondary controller / kind of Senti Flex in the Viper, and then you have your Killjoy. The only difference is Raze instead of Neon, and then Fade instead of Sky, but they play functionally kind of the same roles in terms of controlling the map, contesting critical parts of map control, and then the duelists obviously having their functional roles, but they play quite differently in terms of how the agents work. So it'll be interesting. Obviously, you know, we'll see which comp actually does end up working, and you have some interesting little combos that you can do with the, you know, the Fade Raze nade, or in terms of the Neon, just using the relay bolts to kind of deny that map control and retaking stuff like A rubble and all that kind of stuff.
You ever thought that maybe like the Neon didn't work out, not because of the Neon, but because of the team?
Yeah, that's 100% right. And you know what? It's a fair point as well, because there's some duelist players that are inflexible and that can't always play a good Neon. So, you know, something that always impresses me is if you have some duelist player with great stats, you know, great first kill, first death ratio, you know, lots of ADR and overall kills per round and all that kind of stuff, but they don't just have like Jet or Raze on their profile. They have like all the different duelists, and they play pretty solidly on all of them. That's how you know you get a really well-rounded duelist player that plays for the team.
Okay, no Jet anime PFP. Write that down, okay? That's what makes a great duelist. But it is like a start as well, so we're gonna be ready to head in to see whether or not we're gonna be getting the Neon. Inami, I know you were personally looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. We're bringing some trauma back for Pilski, but that's okay. But no changes, exactly.
Yeah, we're keeping the same comp, but honestly, this comp didn't work as much for Falcons, especially when they're trying to take the A side. They were always missing something to be able to like go in and get the sides, but also at the same time in defense, they struggled a lot with the Fade especially, so I'm surprised that they're keeping this pick, considering how good the Dana is in general on Sky. But on the other side, it works for Tiger Anonymous, so you may as well just keep it and challenge Falcons on this map.
All right, how are we expecting these two maps, these two play styles, Pilski, to be interacting with each other on Lotus?
I mean, you know, like I said, comps functionally somewhat similar, but obviously the agents do different enough things to change how you do the set plays and things like that, and how you control the map. So I think the main thing I'm thinking of as we head into this game is just the fact that, you know, Anonymo's beat some pretty good teams on this map. Falcons has got a lot of reps, and they do also sometimes pick this map into series. So I think their perceived level of comfort on Lotus should be at least decent, you know, if they're willing to pick it in some series at least.
Well, this is the final map of the series to determine which team is going to be one step closer to heading to Sao Paulo. We got Falcons Vega up against Tiger and Anonymo on Lotus. So let's head over to our casters, Joy, K, and Ash, to walk us through the action.
Thank you, Jeannie. As yes, both teams have taken names on Lotus. Now the question is, which one is going to take it home? Ash, what are your predictions here?
Okay, no wait, dude, don't ask me a prediction. I think it'll still be a close matchup, but honestly, I low-key have my eyes set on Tiger and Anonymo for this one. Right. And I think the specific reason why is because I feel like on Lotus, it's very difficult to just not have a flash period on this map, especially once an operator comes out. I'm not sure if either of these teams will actually be pulling one up on an off-roll kind of agent, but overall, I think that those flashes are just so important for finding that space, and I think that that's what Inami was talking about, that Falcons was missing in the matches that they lost.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna see if that is the case, as Falcons will be starting off on the attack side.
Yeah, they are just setting up for a very heavy lean towards A right now. But with this setup, you can expect that early paranoia just to delay off of some initial utility, playing it a lot more reactively instead of a proactive push from an Anonymo.
Oof, that damage onto Meryl. That is not an opener that you want to see so early on.
Look at the way that Falcons have just fully rotated off of that utility that was pulled out. The jump spot, though, from Kaha. Look at everyone racing now over towards the seaside. And a lot of stall potential with this Viper and KJ utility.
Yeah. Gonna satchel onto the side is Sandra. Going in for an aggressive play. Not too much knowledge on who's on this side here. Oh, Paranoia goes wide as she swings out, picks up a kill here. Kaha trades out for Lush. Sandra picks up another two, and that is already the round in the pocket here for Falcons. Vega coming out swinging.
Ooh, a quick round win and just immediate pivot coming out from Falcons from that A side where they drew out a bunch of utility from Anonymo. And then managed to use that bait shell to actually break the KJ util expected over towards C as well. So that's something to keep an eye on as this match continues on. And that's also something that we have to think about. Once Tiger and Anonymo swap sides, they won't have that same util that can do that in arrays because they'll be relying more on those relay bolts instead.
Prowler gets taken out as well. Doesn't get the information here that they need. They're still got the haunt though, but not really willing to commit that. Onto that B side, Sandra actually picks up a kill here in Meryl. Everyone falling extremely low on this side. Itchy gets taken out as well. Dana pushes up, picks up two with the ghost. Another Prowler gets committed, gets taken out. There's the haunt. Location gets revealed. Now they know where they are.
Yeah, everyone else running over towards A as well. Anonymo not going to commit to that aggression in towards B main. Instead, full rotate together over towards stairs. Spike yet to be planted at the very least, but it's a 2v5 situation. Unlikely that Anonymo finds much more.
Unlikely, but both Both of their team are still full HP. They haven't got much in hand though, as they're gonna come out here. Oh my goodness. Lush just picks them up here with that.
Nice little tidy up coming out from Falcons, but now here's where things get a little bit more interesting. In O1O, they have the full loadout going into this round. No one's too close to any ultimates quite yet, though. I'm just taking a look at this positioning. This time, Falcons will be playing a bit more of that default situation. Again, leaning a bit more of their aggression towards this C side. See the same kind of setup that we saw last time on C as well. Early Haunt to come out to deny this mountain position here on O1O.
Coming up Boombot gets sent in to try and clear out the KJ util again. Bit locked up onto this C side. They are. They're gonna come in here. Natasha actually picks up Sandra here.
Going for an open plant.
Plant isn't gonna go through. Natasha with the spraying picks up another car as well. And now it's Rusika. Spike down on C side. She's gonna have to retrieve it on her own.
Yeah, try and find some sort of 1v1 situation, but it's not gonna happen. Meryl just to clean things up. First round on the board here for O1O. A tidy one at that. With that weapons advantage that we had initially seen, now Falcons evening things up on that playing field. Now, though, as we head into this next round here, again, back to that more default positioning. First time that we're seeing O1O being a bit more proactive on their utility and push out towards rubble. Saw it in the previous round as well. Falcons don't even look to contest that, though, head to head.
Well, taking their time. They know. Still got a slight upper hand here. Oh wow, just gonna spray into that smoke.
Poison's off.
You're just slowing things down. They have so much information on O1O too, like still having that rubble control, having that information over towards A. Even then, it's not a full rotate over towards the C side. Also got Sandra who has the showstopper online too.
Yeah, that she does, and we have seen her make some insane plays with that in previous rounds. Matvey gonna push up here. Shadow steps for the reposition, and that's going to be a successful one. Dana getting the plan through here as well. 3 members left standing here. Kaha still on the side. Can she see Matvey? Yes, she can. Oh, and there's the showstopper being committed to anyone who would like to enter this side now. And there we have Majusha rushing in. The blind comes out. They're trying to shut them down, but Sandra finds a kill here, and Majusha on the side gets taken out as well. Meryl, last man standing, or last woman standing more likely. What can she do? She cannot do anything. It's going to be another round for Falcons' fate.
I'm feeling a lot more comfortable. I was really curious about how the trade-off of the fade versus the sky was going to work. Just the values that you can get out of those flashes, and you know, it's possible to shoot out the haunt, to tuck from that as well. But Falcons have been doing really well with their spacing and even just following up on those prowlers to find picks too, making it all worthwhile. And we really do consistently see the value of the raise pick coming out from Sandra too, just being able to take down that KJ util, all those mollies that do get denied often.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that she's such a confident race player as well. She doesn't mind taking up a lot of space here. Just satchel onto a site and, you know, be prepared for whatever is there, pretty much.
Meryl always on this Marshall.
Has had a lot of value with it, but now the
Yeah.
smoke here to block it off.
Face your fear!
Ali was pushing to trade.
Nightfall also getting committed here as well. Not going to really find a lot.
Tells them at least that site was clear.
Spike planted.
Haunt gets destroyed. Prowler as well. A lot of util taken out, and now Majusha coming in here. Not fast, but not fast enough. Dana, hands on the trigger here. Picks her up. Natasha on the side here. Also going to fall down. Now Falcons Vega in a 2v2. Gonna push in through the smoke here. They have no idea where they are. Itchy, Matfi takes her out. And it's gonna be Sandra lying in the waits here. Secures the round for Falcons Vega once more.
That was one of the closest rounds I think it looked like on that retake for Anonymous as well. It's a timeout to be called here on the decider. Falcons up by 3 rounds right now, Joy. And I think what's nice too is, at the very least, the Raze Fade combo is also very comfortable and familiar, I think, within the Lotus meta. We have seen it fall off a little bit more in favor of more so like the Breach and the Sky and whatnot, but some teams do still go for the solo recon initiator. I guess something to keep in mind is that it really does also depend on if you know that the other side is actually going to lean into an op or not, and you can flex that initiator around based on that information too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have been going into the operator. You even mentioned it, right? Like Meryl's always on that Marshall. As soon as they have some money in the pocket later on, it will be an op. But like having the smokes available to just force them off that angle every time is gonna be proving very valuable on a map like this. A lot of tight angles to do so.
Placing alarm bomb.
Yeah, I
Placing
mean,
swarm grenade.
I think difficult too because Tiger and Anonymous were doing really well with conditioning that presence over towards A rubble. Speeding things up again here towards B. Trying to be reminiscent of a previous anti-eco round there from Falcons, except they don't actually commit to that aggression this time. Much deeper toxic screen actually for Anonymous to control mound space as well as B main.
Yeah, as we see, Viper still holding that C by themselves. They're now starting to push up here. Oh, they're gonna find Lush. Doesn't even get a chance. I mean, quick on the trigger and very precise. Very nice opener.
Oh, Natasha having to fall back in this situation. In the door there, but
yeah,
Ruzica's just
beautiful.
Always lurking around the corner,
wow.
waiting.
Just swoops around that corner when you expected the least, and now the call is to go on to see Natasha. Manages to pick up Sandra here though. Can she pick up another is the question. She is low. No, she cannot. Matfi gonna take her out in her tracks. Oh, Matfi looking for that plant. They know they're gonna come around here. Plant goes through. There's the Marshall once again. Just take some time to line up those shots, and that will be another round for our Falcons. Falcons mounting up a big lead here, Ash.
They're looking really comfortable on the attack right now. I think some of the issue right now for Tiger and Anonymous is that just general map control. We found them in the early rounds, you know, having good spacing over towards A. I talked about it before. Now shifting back to the same toxic screen that we had seen previously instead of the more aggressive one. And again, it's this rebel control here But what Falcons do is they just react immediately and switch over towards the C site where they've had so much success despite the fact that these are the heaviest stall players in the roster of Anonymous right now, that Viper and that Killjoy.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna commit for a Viper's Pit here as well to try and make entering this even harder. From the shadows, gets committed. Matvi behind is gonna look for the blind, is gonna look for the pick. Finds it. Finds two. Fantastic. How
so clean.
How does she keep doing this?
That paranoia was
massive
perfect.
play.
Nice open plant as well. And look at where Ruzica is. Again, it's always looking to catch somebody out on those rotations, and if not, go for a late backstab.
Yeah, absolutely. Yusha looking to contest here. Gets taken out. Meryl. Oh, Ichi comes in. There's the smoke to protect Meryl. The blind comes out, but Sandra was lying in the waits. Tiger Anonymous. Not looking like much of Tigers at the moment.
They're having a tough time right now on defense. I think that they're trying to play that ebb and flow with that aggression towards A, but then the problem is that Falcons never walk into it. The second that they have like even a sense of the fact that it's that aggressive push up, they just back off. They pivot. And Anonymous aren't really fast enough to actually react on those rotations.
So it seems. Now a lot of manpower being committed here to C. Kind of mount.
That overdrive is available here.
And it is. Paranoia flies out, and there's the sprays. It's gonna be 3 kills to start it off with. So we're coming in here. Oh, Matvi just too fast here. As Ichi did have a shot ready, but it just didn't quite find her.
Spike planted.
And Natasha finds herself in such a tough spot here.
Yeah, and you've already got Ruzica like right behind her, right? The flawless rounds come out here for the side of Falcons Vega, and they're looking really good. I know that, I mean, Luge is going insane right now. 11-3 on the attacking side as that Viper, and then Madvi just does not care. We know that she is an aggressive player as an IGL. On top of that, not afraid to lead from the front. But it's crazy to see some of the brazen plays that she'll take, and just like the micro decision making is impeccable.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, I mean, absolute nutty plays from Matvi all around. I mean, as per usual, I would say.
Showing a little bit of presence and rotating off.
Oh. Are they trying to make a push for A side?
Yeah, I mean, this is always the swap though. It's like they see Mayusha and Meryl together, and they're like, okay, switch it up. We're going to the other side. And this is after Anonymous also changes where their Sentinel player, as well as where their Viper and Kaha is playing as well. This lockdown's so important too. Natasha needs to stay alive.
Yeah. Absolutely. Nightfall gets committed here, as we do see now immediately the swap around. Like Falcons Vega, they're so fast to just change their mind and be like, all right, we're gonna go here then. Showstopper gets committed, doesn't quite find a target though. Sandra still finds one with the rifle. 2 against 4, what can they do? Sandra is low, Dana gets taken out here.
Last player standing.
1v2. Meryl picks up one more. Gets taken out in the end.
It's great post-plan positioning coming out there from the side of Falcons Vega. I saw the vision Anonymous. I mean, they had that lockdown in pocket. Sandra just immediately pops Showstopper to counter it and take it down. Sure, it doesn't get a pick, but it allows Falcons to stay on site, stay and play those crossfires. I think what's unfortunate
and then they
is that,
spread out so nicely.
yeah. Now heading into this next round, again, back to that kind of default situation, really shaking things up here with the positioning. Anonymous is swapping who's playing together, just looking to maybe catch Falcons off guard.
Oh, and that they did. Fantastic opening pick here as they find Lush. Now they're on the retreat. Oh, but not fast enough. Mayusha still gets taken down here by Sandra. Not fast enough, but now here Natasha picks up one. Can she pick up another? Yes, she can.
Spike down A.
Yes, she can. And all of a sudden, it's looking very good for Tiger and Animo.
Reach there too.
Oh
Massive pick through the smoke there for Madby. 2v3,
amazing stuff. And the crosshair is being held, but Natasha swings around so quickly, picks up her 3rd kill of the round. Still holding on here. Trailblazer comes out, gets taken out here.
30 seconds left.
Not a lot of time to
still
play
holding
with.
on. This is so tough to push into.
It's a perfect crossfire, right?
Absolutely. Perfect crossfire. She's gonna try to pivot around, but she doesn't check Natasha. Tiger Anonymous puts one in for themselves here.
That's great swing timing coming out from Natasha. The fact that she knows that Madby has no option but to try and push on through, check that right corner first, because it does come out before the left side. Now as we head into this next round here, Joy, I mean, back to the defaults that we've seen from Falcons. They do well with that ebb and flow, but again, it's the rounds where Anonymous find a bit more of that aggression early on, where they're finding that success. They find that first blood, they catch Falcons off guard. Again, they're changing up who's paired with who to throw off the conditioning previously done.
Yeah, I think this is a nice spread that we're seeing. Sandra once again just gets to push up for free here, though, because of the smoke. But it's good spacing. They're going to take out the Trailblazer.
It didn't even see?
No, it didn't see her. It didn't check Sandra's angle there.
You should
run. And straight past. So, lockdown being committed here onto Seaside.
They're just having to wait for everyone to back off now. It's the satchels on in. Of course, free save for the taking, but Viper's Pit out now. However, Anonymous can put a lot of pressure on this plant.
That they can. I mean, they're not quite gone yet. Spike has been planted, though. They're moving in, but the pit is just proving so impressive here. Madby on the side finds the blind. Is gonna step up, finds another. Absolutely beautiful. Falcons Vega. Calm, collected. They put another round in for themselves.
Plays coming out from that, the fact that she takes that off-angle positioning, knowing that on Tiger Anonymous, if you're gonna push through that smoke, you're gonna have to do it from the side so your barrel doesn't show first. And it's just so well done there into the post plant. Such a bait plant too, almost. Like, it's planted safe. It's also not in the pit. It's not planted for anyone else except for who's playing Bend. And now Anonymous, they're on a really rough bye here for the last round of this first half.
Yeah, taking their time. Lush now knows. Swings out, trades herself though. Dana is here with the response. Doesn't commit a lot. They haven't quite chosen yet where they want to go, but now they find themselves kind of surrounded. They need to make a choice.
Yeah, so much map control this time from Anonymous. Control that they usually just tend to go for when they only are on these kind of like off buys. Not as brave on it when they
The
have
door!
like, full weapons.
Matvi! She picks up one here through the door! Picks up... That was crazy once again. It is, I don't even have to call it crazy. It's just Matvi. Just Matvi things. She tries to get on what she can, but it's just... It's looking insanely oppressive here as we switch sides with an 8-round lead for the Falcons.
Anonymous have to win this pistol round here, Joy.
Yeah.
At the very least, with day one, no one's going home, right? You get relegated down to that lower bracket.
But what's lying there for you? You're gonna have to face up against G2 Ghost. That's not much better, honestly. Like, it's not an easy game. Yeah, let's just go back to this game here. They have to win this pistol round.
Yeah, it's a tough ask either way.
It is. It is, but there is hope, as there always is.
Yeah, it's the difference between the safety of the upper bracket run versus the danger that constantly waits for you in lowers.
Yeah. Oh, but now Falcons pushing in very aggressive into side spawn. Gonna pick up a nice first kill here. Lush has been so good this map all round.
But again, I feel like there's just tends to be this lack of support from Mayusha on those entries.
Yeah, perhaps that's the perhaps that's the case, but now everybody comes up. Yeah, about that pistol round.
Listen, Falcons, they had all the map control to work with, right?
Yeah, that they did.
I respected the idea that pivot over towards that B site. But when you've already lost that rebel control, you know that you're going to lose that door control. You're at risk of that flank as well. There just isn't too much you can do. And that was a must-need round win there for Anonymous as well. The task to make this climb back even more difficult now at this point. And I really think that it's tough because Mayusha has had a bit of a quieter series overall versus the Falcons. And there's that lack of spacing. I feel like we're constantly seeing her take these initial fights with no support, whether it's utility or someone following up for trade.
Yeah, exactly. So perhaps playing a little bit too fast, but kind of what you want to do when you're playing Neon, I suppose. But maybe try to slow the pacing down a little bit.
I mean, fast is okay. She just needs that support, right? Some sort of guiding light, a flash while she entries. Oh.
But here around the corner. She does get one now here. Goes for the reload to take out the sentry. Gets healed back up. Plant's gonna go through. So everyone makes their way here on to C-side. Dana gonna arrive first. Gonna take out one with the Bulldog. But drops in the end. Sashing on is Sandra. Picks off Meryl.
Neutralized. One enemy remaining.
Natasha big, but not big enough. It's gonna be Sandra, who was still in the weights there with the judge, gets the final kill. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to put Falcons Vega on match point in our final map.
Yeah, series point here for Falcons Vega. Not even just, I mean, it's the paint shells doing all that damage, and then, like, what, probably one judge bullet cleaning it up, but it's tough. I mean, Anonymous, they're forced to force up in that last round. Down 2-12. They call their final timeout available here into this. And it's difficult. It's an awkward buy situation for both sides. Falcons, they didn't get to carry over that many weapons. Anonymous, they don't have that money for the full loadout you would expect because of the necessary force up in the last one. So this is Everest for Anonymous on Lotus.
Yeah, this for sure is a funky match point to have. Now, judging ult-wise, we really don't have so much in play. We're almost at that Nightfall again for Fade. But otherwise, it's not a lot to play for.
No. It's also weighing the pro and con of, okay, what map control are we willing to attempt to find with that for the Fade in particular, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know, like, what kind of buy. It looks like the Falcons are still going to lean into a more... Okay, no, there are a couple, like, forces up to Eco Weapon. No, everyone's forcing up, okay? Falcons want to close it out here.
I mean, I get that. It's an incredibly oppressive lead that they've mounted for themselves. All right, Hans get taken out immediately. Not going to gather any more information here. Dana already going towards that back side here. Watching that door, potentially. Tiger Anonymous slowly looking for that push up here through A.
I really like this smoke, though, over towards door. The one way just to make it that much more difficult to actually try to push through. Waiting for the timing, the fade, and the Trailblazer on into tree.
And in the smokes. Oh, Sandra so fast with that trigger. Immediately executes Kaha. Tiger and Animo, though. 3 kills already in the back. Plant is going through. Lush and Ruzica having to come around. And what lies in wait for them? Oof. Great setup here for the sentry.
Oh, that judge
Lush.
is gonna be a menace.
Yeah. Emid doesn't stand a chance. We're just gonna gun them down here. And that is Tiger and Animo. Not done just yet.
They definitely aren't, but it is still match point here for Falcons. Making some adjustments here for Tiger and Animo, but almost feels like it's a little late. Natasha has been going, like, honestly crazy throughout this series. Like, she's popped off on every single map thus far.
Yeah.
I just feel like we're lacking a bit of that synergy from the rest of Anonymous right now, as far as combining that utility, the spacing together too.
I mean, the fact that Natasha has been playing a lot on her own, right, as well. Like, kind of copying that style that Ruzica also just is known for, that solo lurking. And she gets to do so much. Just, you would think that then the rest of Tiger and Animo gets to play off each other a lot more. But as you said, that's just not the case.
Yeah, I mean, Natasha's so well known for her lurks as well. I remember watching her during Stage 2 of Game Changers, the last one that we had seen. And she had just insane, like, she had an insane mental clock for the game. Like, her timings were crazy on how she would catch people off guard.
I don't know where they are.
Huh?
Oh! No! There wasn't... Too slow on that trigger. And that means that, a lot of the players... Or a lot of the players, 2 players from Falcons Vega get taken out. 2 that are, quite important to try and secure a win here. But Ruzica's still in the place. No! Sandra also itchy from below. Blind flies out, gonna find Ruzica as well. And that is going to be another flawless round here. Tiger and Animo. Well, they're at least keeping us entertained, aren't they, Asha?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, maybe slowly building some sort of momentum for themselves, but it's still a long road ahead. 8 rounds would be needed. The Anonymous definitely looking a bit more comfortable, at least, on the attack versus what we saw on defense. I think that some of that synergy as far as the comms, the util combinations are looking a lot stronger here with that spacing. And look at this creep up. Falcons have 3 players looking to push out a B.
Yeah, and it's just Natasha. Nightfall gets committed as well. I mean, B is their side. Let's be honest, but here comes a pivot towards A. They're gonna find Ruzica holding it there on her own. In that door, finds Stu. Not yet going to swing out. She's biding her time. Biding her time. They know that she's there though. She gets taken out. Matfi picks up 2 for her troubles. And now it's Kaha against the world. Can they hold on? No is the answer. Falcons Vega with a fantastic opener are going to move on to our upper bracket as we will see Tiger Anonymous going up against G2 Gozen in the lower bracket. What a game, Ash.
It was an intense matchup. I mean, I know that, okay, Lotus wasn't as intense because it was kind of just like Falcons were running around. You saw the glimmers of brilliance out there from Tiger Anonymous. But that final round, I want to talk about it really briefly before we toss over to the analyst desk. The fact that you had that solo hold setup on A coming out from Ruzica. She has the turret watching across, and then there's the alarm bot for stairs in case that lurk does end up coming through. And that was part of the whole reason why the round was won on that early information. But Joy K, we've got to toss back over to the analyst desk. Let's see what Ginny and everyone else has to say.
Hi, welcome to the analyst desk. FC Ginny, who just had a heart attack, and everyone else. So Falcons, Inami, they managed to secure themselves a spot in the semifinals against Ascent. They are one step closer to making it to the international stage. So talk me through your feelings, your emotions, your thoughts, your opinions, your social security number right now.
Especially the last one. Honestly, I'm so excited to see like the level of Falcons in the last map. I was doubting a little considering how the second map went, but in the third map they came in strong and they sent in here a message that they're like so ready to win it all. It's okay to lose Ascent, and that's like facing the BBL tomorrow. Like, we don't mind losing a map, we don't mind losing your map, but we're here to take the whole best of 3. And we've seen an insane, once again, performance from MadV this time. On the other side as well, we've seen Anonymous, like they had good ideas, they were trying to do something, but it seems like the C executes each time from Falcons, it's just like it was working. They didn't really have an answer for that. And on the other hand, like Falcons were able to win 10 rounds in the attack, and that just set them for the win of the map.
Yeah, and Pelski, it's not the end of the world for Tiger Anonymous either, because it does mean that they have that opportunity to play in that lower bracket. They can come through for that lower bracket. You never know. A Cinderella story is always possible. It always starts there. So there is another opportunity for them. But when it comes to what went wrong this match, because we were looking at Ascent and we were saying, okay, this was winnable for Falcons, but they just didn't really get it under lock and key. But we're then looking at Lotus, and Lotus has just been 13-4.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very one-sided game. I think Anonymous definitely didn't show up to that game as much as they could have. That much is clear. You know, obviously they were putting the pieces together on Ascent pretty nicely, but Falcons really just woke up a lot. And I think overall what really helped them a lot was just they organized themselves a lot better. It was a very well-rounded performance, you know, throughout the whole series, even on Ascent. People were hitting insane shots. They were winning rounds that they shouldn't have been winning. They were clutching, they were multi-fragging. But what was, you know, that was still present, but what was improved much more was their approach was way, way better. The structure was way better. They were much better organized in the mid to late round. And they just absolutely rolled over Tiger Anonymous with much better structure, and that same individual skill and brilliance saw across the whole series.
Yeah, something as well from Tiger Anonymous that we've seen was the fact that they have a different composition. We already touched upon it a little bit. We said, okay, they're coming through with the neon. How are we feeling about that? Pilsk wasn't the biggest fan. But when it comes to the way it was played out, it felt like there was a strategy from the side of Tiger Anonymous, Inami, that they weren't able to fully tap into that potential, because we're so used to seeing Meryl on the breach. So seeing her this time around on the sky, seeing the team experimenting a little bit with how they want to approach things, unfortunately, maybe not where they wanted to be.
Yeah, and that came down mostly like to them losing all these rounds in C-side, the ability, like Falcons being able to get into the site, to have some TPs, to like be able to go to sites without having any answers from Anonymous. I wouldn't blame the Neon pick or like the Sky pick or whatever for that, but it was just it seemed like they were surprised a lot by the gameplay of Falcons. And honestly, if you see them play before, you can expect that. You can expect that they will mostly go to C or to B side, mostly.
Yeah.
But it seems like Anonymous were mostly surprised and didn't really have an answer for that.
Which is quite an interesting fact because Pilsky coming into this, we said that yes, Lotus is a map that Falcons have played multiple times and those reps are going to be coming in handy. But it wasn't like Tiger Anonymous hasn't had a single game on this map. They're comfortable with it as well. They're happy to pick it. They let it float to be the decider. So that was like their backup plan, their crutch in case something went wrong with the first two maps. So with being surprised with the game plans from Falcons, what was it that what happens really that allows a team to be so surprising when it's not like you're not used to the map? Is like what happened?
I think they just underperformed, and I think Falcons kind of outplayed them a little bit, like tactically. I think we had a couple of like replays that I wanted to take a look at where, you know, I felt like Falcons really dealt well with what you saw from Anonymous. This could have been a big swing round, by the way. Pit on C, that was a reactive pit. This is Falcons getting away with a lot and also kind of outplaying Tiger Anonymous a little bit. You should never allow the Omen to TP onto spawn like that and just be able to get away with a play like that. You know, Mad V should never be allowed to do that to you, honestly, especially in an important swing round like this. You've got Seekers, you've activated Pit, you've got Lockdown as well. So, you know, obviously, you know, that's a round that you don't want to see happen. And then obviously you have this C trap as well that's come in. This is the kind of thing that you want to run with this Neon comp, where you have the Neon ult activated, you have the Sky with the Guiding Light ready to reactively use that as soon as they go and take C mount control. But look how well Falcons play around it. It's like such patient play from Falcons. They really do their due diligence, clearing this area of the map, being aware of any kind of trap plays that could be there. They invest the Fade Dog, they invest extra utility to be able to actually safely clear out that part of the map, and then you get the Satchel up the top, and they clean up this half buy as well. So you can see them. I feel like that's where the reps, as well as a little bit of preparation, have come in really handy for Falcons, on top of the fact, like I said, that individually they were playing brilliantly, is that they were able to play around a lot of the strengths of that comp, and they were able to do it super, super well, not falling into those trap plays, being able to, you know, break down the complicated rounds with the Pit, and just hitting their shots a lot better than Anonymous were able to, so...
Yeah, so this is the day that Falcons does come out on top, and this is the furthest as well that they have ever made it in their run in Game Changers in 2023. So that really is something to keep into consideration when it comes to how they have been performing. Another team that has been performing incredibly well, two teams really, are NASR Ignite as well as the Odd One Out. Inami, when we're looking at NASR Ignite, they came through to contenders, and that's how they qualified to be into the main stage, placing second in their own group. We're looking at the Odd One Out. Gonna have to address it, the only unsigned roster here in Game Changers, and they are back in playoffs. So what are you expecting or predicting from next series?
I'm expecting a closer series than what we just had. I know that we reached
went all with 3 maps.
Yeah, a third map, but also a close third map. That's what I'm expecting from these teams. Both teams have showed up really so strong, and how is Odd One Out not signed yet?
That's the real question. If someone can bring me that answer, I would really appreciate it. But we're going to be throwing it to the prime highlights, and we'll be back with the Odd One Out up against NASR Ignite.
Continue. Standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Defenders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shake and bake. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
With one MENA team qualifying themselves to the semi-finals, can another one join NASR Ignite up against the odd one out? A chance for either one to make it as far as possible into the playoffs and get just that much closer to representing EMEA on the international stage. I'm Jeannie, joined on the desk by Inami and Pilski, in case you didn't tune in at the beginning of the day, and we got another banger on our hand, because looking at how both of these teams have been performing, Pilski, this is gonna be a great one.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, you have two different trajectories for these teams. Obviously, NASR, pretty new to this level of competition, although some of the players that they picked up are quite seasoned. So although, you know, you do see Nothing Stage 1, Nothing Stage 2, they came through from last season of contenders qualifying. Some of these players do have some Game Changers experience at least, whereas odd one out, I mean, last season, not only making playoffs, but 4th. Like overall for a team without an org, and I think it's definitely performing better than the sum of its parts. That's a very respectable result, and if they could do that well again, if not better, that'll definitely turn some heads. And if someone doesn't pick them up by then I think that's just bad management at that point from all orgs, every org.
From all
of them,
every org,
at once.
around the entire world at the same time, every single one. All right.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, as well, thinking something to highlight here that we discussed earlier today, but just a refresher for your memory in case you weren't tuned in at that point, is both of these teams need to win the Game Changer Stage 3 if they want to qualify for the international stage. They cannot make it based off of the points that they have in the circuit points, because especially NASR hasn't competed in Stage 1 or Stage 2, and when we're looking at the odd one out, they didn't compete in Stage 1 either, so that does kind of put them at a little bit of a disadvantage. So winning this is absolutely crucial. But let's dive into NASR Ignite and see what has made this team ignite over the last couple of play days, because starting off the year, it was a little slower. They come into contenders, they get placed first, and now they're here, second in their group. They're just under Ascent, and they have been great ever since.
Yeah, it seemed like they struggled before with all the lineup changes. Like they weren't able to qualify first stage or second stage, but now they're here, and they're here to win it. They showed us an insane ability, honestly, to win rounds. They showed us so much strength. They weren't afraid to take different maps. And the thing I want to highlight the most here is like seeing Anya in this lineup. She brings in a lot of experience. The rest of roster maybe don't have as much experience at this level, but Anya has been competing and has been around for so long. They even won the last the last tournament of last year of EMEA, but also she's one of the last players who was in the World Championship that still has a chance to go again.
Yeah, I mean, NASR making big moves is what I would say. You know, coming through contenders, sometimes these are the things that happen. You know, get yourself a spot in Game Changers, and you're able to have the pull to, like you mentioned, Inami, pick up players of that caliber who have that international experience, and bringing those players with that level of experience is going to completely transform this team and what they're capable of, and maybe even how deep they're able to go into the playoffs. So I think it's going to be a good mix of the core that they'll bring through before, as well as some more experienced cooler heads that kind of can prevail and maybe teach them some things they'll need to become a championship winning side. Because realistically, although, you know, we could take it series by series and talk about the overall bracket, like we mentioned, Ginny, that's what they need to be. They need to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
Otherwise, no Star Polo.
No, otherwise only circuit points, which still is nothing to sniff your nose at, because considering how far they have been able to make it in such a short period of time is quite impressive when we're looking at the side of NASR Ignite coming into this, being another representation for MENA, being a MENA org on its own is really impressive from them as well. But they're going to be going up against the odd one out. And Inami, when we've talked about this roster, we've talked about the fact that yes, they are unsigned, but that has literally not stopped them from absolutely popping off, regardless of the fact that they have just recently made a change to their roster.
Yeah, because Raina wasn't really able to play this change. We had Medica, and she said that she joined only 1 week before the tournament, the stage started. But honestly, when you look at their gameplay, the synergy is there. You see that like, they are always able to challenge one of the big names that we have. I think they're one of the few teams, or like one of the 2 teams that were able to take a map from BBL, and that's really so impressive considering how fresh this roster is, and that's again that they're unsigned. So yeah, honestly, insane gameplay coming from all this the members of this team.
Yeah, and I would say as well, although it's G2 in groups and there's definitely some weird results going on there,
Yeah.
they're obviously down in the lower bracket, gonna go play an O1O, who are probably not too happy about how G2 did in groups either, but I think, you know, taking them out regardless in a whole series for odd one out is an impressive result. As Inami mentioned, playing BBL close, and then also Falcons, who I think off the back of that Lotus game, when they're feeling it, they look like one of the better teams in this tournament. So that was another team that they obviously lost the series to. They went 5-2 overall, but I don't think either of the teams that they lost to are anything to, you know, be too sad about, especially when it's in groups. You can kind of learn a couple of hard lessons for that. It's not going to be a make or break playoff game, and you can continue along your journey.
Might not be a make or break playoff game, but it could be the make or break game to qualify you to playoffs. So it is a little bit of a scary one when we're looking at it. When it comes to the odd one out, though, something that's really impressive, as you guys already highlighted, are the opponents that they've gone up against and that they've won against. G2 Gozen being one of them, going really close against BBL Queens. But I think as well, to further highlight what you said, Pilski, is that regardless whatever team you're going up against, Inami, every single team has that opportunity to just pop off whenever they're really feeling it and be incredible competition.
Yeah, it seems like on their good day, they're always able to like pop off to show off and to show us a good gameplay. So it will all depend on, again, the veto, but also on how these players are prepared today and if they can show up, and on the mental coordination, of course. We've seen them having some soft plays here and there when the communication wasn't on point, but I think if they're like on their good day, if they're able to communicate properly, we will see an insane best of 3.
Yeah, and also gonna have to wait and see how Medica is gonna be slotting into that roster as well with such little notice. But more on that with Taikuza herself, who has given us a little bit of an insight behind the odd one out, and it was actually one of the very interesting interviews that we've had so far. So please do stick around and give it a listen. We've got Taikuza here from the odd one out. You guys are in playoffs again, and let's just start off by addressing the elephant in the room. You are literally the only unsigned roster here at the moment. So what do you want to say to the people that are supporting you, and what does it mean to you to continuously be making it this far?
Honestly, it means a lot to everyone, including me and my team, because I mean, I came up with the name Odd One Out for a reason. Everyone from the team was dropped from the old team or dropped from their old job, including coach, casters. Therefore, I made up the name, and the fact that we're unsigned makes us obviously the odd one out. And
yeah,
the message I want to send to people is that don't be afraid to, you know, try things again if, you know, you ever failed a job or a goal you want to do in your life, because if you keep trying at it, it's going to work.
That's incredible. That's such a nice story behind your name. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
And I think the continuously trying, that's definitely something that you guys have proven time and time again. You're back again into the playoffs, and last time around you ended up 4th. So what, and you mentioned as well, like, keep trying. So what was the lesson that was taken away from that loss that has given you the motivation to keep trying?
Honestly, the loss was pretty harsh for us. Everyone took it pretty hard. We were quite sad from it, but honestly, it made us more motivated to fix the mistakes that we were going through a lot as a team, and you know, to come back stronger, work harder, put more time into practice, and you know, do it again. Redemption, basically.
Redemption arc. Ooh, I love that. You guys are on it so far. You've made it back into playoffs, so that's a great way to start. Something that is a little bit different is the fact that Medica is now on the roster. So how has that been? How has that fit into the place of trying harder, putting in more effort? How's the dynamic been?
Medica joining was actually a blessing. She connected with us and all the players quite well. Her communication was quite top-notch, and that's what we really needed to improve in the team, was communication. And her mechanics are very good as well. And at first, when she joined, we had a little bit of a synergy issue with me and her, because I'm the duelist and she's the initiator. But that, you know, she was very motivated. She dragged me to do one-on-one training with her so that we formed some synergy together and expectations from each other. So it was very good.
All right, you guys are definitely living up to your name, the odd one out, in terms of being unsigned, and you're continuously trying and improving. So it's really a blessing to see how you guys have evolved over the last couple of stages. Thank you so much for the time to do the interview, and good
You're
luck out there
welcome.
on the server today.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys. Bye.
You too. All right, we've heard it from Taikuza herself. The odd one out are here against all odds, really, to try and make a legacy, a name for themselves, and prove themselves time and time again. It felt like they've generally done that so far. Pilski, 4th place finish last time around, back in playoffs this time around. They're continuously finding a recipe for success, and even the dedication that some of the members have put into it, as we heard her Taikuza herself, her and Medica, having those one-on-one pracs to be able to be the best versions of themselves. That is absolutely mind-blowing, in the best way possible, by the way.
Yeah, I think, it's something that people don't talk about as much, but obviously, there's different leadership structures in teams, and one of those connections that you can make is between your initiator and your duelist. And I think watching Taikuza's gameplay and seeing her stats, a lot of first kill attempts and opening up rounds, and then you watch the gameplay where it's just well coordinated aggression and timings and things like that. It's clear that she can kind of call her around herself or be set up by her initiator to find impact in the game, and it can really add a lot of depth to a team.
Yeah, and the map vetoes are also going to be playing a big role into this. Both of these teams are no stranger to a map pool and being able to pick what they're more comfortable on. So starting off with the odd one out, banning Pearl. Inami, what are your expectations in terms of what we can be seeing today?
Honestly, it's a bit of a surprise for me that Pearl is banned and is banned so early on, because it's one of the maps that odd one outs were picking and choosing early on, and we didn't see NASR as much on it. I think it was picked only once by them. So it's a very interesting ban for me. I am curious about why it was that, but I'm happy to see a Lotus pick. Odd one out has been performing pretty well on this map. We've seen a very good Lotus map last round, so I'm excited to see what both teams will bring us this time.
Yeah, odd one out changes their veto based on their opponent. So they've changed it. They actually haven't banned Pearl in groups at all, and they changed their veto based on their opponent. So this is the first time they've banned Pearl coming into playoffs. Fracture is NASR's insta-ban. Ascent is the map that they pick the most, although they flexed around a little bit. Odd one out changes their first pick a lot, but yeah, like you said, Inami, Lotus is a pretty solid map for them, and they've beaten some pretty good teams on them. And I think NASR has a deceptively strong win rate on Lotus in the sense that I don't think they've played very many good teams on it. So although they have a lot of reps on it, I don't think that it necessarily means that they're a fantastic team on Lotus, actually.
All right, we have our playgrounds ready. Lotus Ascent as well as Bind are locked in for both of these teams. Starting off with the fact that we're going to be going to Lotus here, a map that both of these teams are pretty good at. So Inami, the likelihood of this going to the decider is probably the first thing that I would like to discuss. We've discussed this for the previous series, but something I want to see here is how much do you think are the likelihood of us going to that decider and each team just winning their own mapping, or maybe their opponent's mapping, who knows?
Well, considering how the changes worked for both teams and how confident they are on their own picks, I think we'll probably be seeing Bind once again. And this time I think we'll be seeing a very closer third map from both teams, because they are so prepared, and it's as you said, a do or die. They're here to win, to get to the championship, and I'm pretty sure they're so prepared, and I'm honestly so excited to see what they both prepared for us, considering how the veto changed as well.
All right, looking at Lotus though, Pilski being that first map, any expectations in terms of changes in that agent select, changes in their play style, adaptability in terms of what the other team is going to be throwing their way?
I think what I'm looking for in this veto, most of all, starting off with Lotus, is just the fact that I don't think that, NASR hasn't really proven that they're a good Lotus team. They've played a lot of teams that aren't fantastic on Lotus, so I don't know that they necessarily have proven that they can play Lotus to a high level, whereas I feel like Odd One Out have, looking at the teams that they've played. I think looking at Ascent, NASR, it's their go-to pick. They're going to be very comfortable, and Odd One Out have some pretty shaky results on Ascent. So I really wouldn't be surprised to see Bind. And I think Bind is a massive question mark because NASR hasn't played many good teams on blind, same as Lotus. And also, Odd1Out's only played one game in the last 3 months of it, which was a OT loss to Na'Vi Celestials. So I'm not really sure, how some of these maps are going to go, because there's just, either teams haven't played particularly great teams, or they just don't have very many reps. So it's going to be quite hard to pull some of these.
So potentially a little bit of a curveball here in Amis in that regards. That's an exciting part though, because if we're not entirely sure what to expect the unexpected, anything can happen. We're looking at a team like the Odd1Out who have had some incredible games against some incredible rosters. We're then looking at up against NASR Ignite, who has been doing incredibly well as well. And with the Agent Select ready, I think that's only going to further emphasize what we can be looking forward to, or what we can be expecting in terms of playstyle. And it feels like when we're looking at it, it's basically a mirror comp. Yes, Pilski. That's fun.
Yes. Yeah, it's a mirror. It looks like a mirror comp to me. Let me double check. That looks
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
The interesting thing is that NASR seems to have changed their comp since the last time, and they only played this map. What is that? About 2 months ago. So it's been a while since they played an official on Lotus, and they've actually changed their controller, but that's it. They've swapped out the Omen for the Astra, so not a massive change really, but yeah, I mean, going to be interesting to see which one of these teams plays the comp better.
Yeah, I think that as well leaves a lot of questions in terms of which team will play the comp better, because you do have that mirror comp. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not it's going to be a similar approach to their playstyles, or it's going to be two completely different approaches to the game. And we're going to find that out as we're ready to head into our first map of this game. We have the Odd1Out going up against NASR Ignite on Lotus with Ash and Joakim.
Thank you, Jeannie. We are back with another match. Match number 2. Series number 2, I mean. NASR Ignite versus Odd1Out. Let's hop right in.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean, heading over towards Lotus first, we're getting a treat going 2 maps. They're the same map, back-to-back, different series though. But we are just about ready to head into game, so stay tuned for Lotus. It's NASR versus Odd1Out.
Alrighty. So we're back on Lotus again, Ash.
Yeah, we're running it back. Different compositions this time around though, but it's still the same idea here on Lotus. Usually see the double controller comps, usually a flash initiator, then that classic raise. But B main is actually going to be the point of aggression and information to kick things off here for NASR instead of rubble control, which you normally see.
Yeah, exactly. Some information being traded back and forth here. Early commitment on that Trailblazer from Marty. Door. Nothing to be spotted there quite yet. Jada slowly making her way in. Hawk will fly over.
Yeah, just contacting up on C already. And then you've got Odd1Out actually just leaving Taikuza there. Regrouping with this spike. So much noise to be made here on A site.
Recovering it.
Absolutely. Oh. Taikuza. Always good to find that first trade here. Takes a lot of damage though. Gets taken out actually. Ends up being that first blood here.
Poison's off.
Alright, looks like the call is to go towards that A side. Viper will be holding this corner here for now.
Such a late plant to go down though.
Yeah.
Here. Satchel out.
Medica still holding this corner. 1v3. Picks up 1 kill. Pinkleaf picks up 1 as well.
Difficult situation here.
Yeah.
Tough post plant. At the very least, Gravity well try and delay. Both players on Auto 1-0 looking to regroup, play double up. Almost a half here though for Anya and Jada to close this round out. First on the board here for Auto 1-0. Pistol rounds in pockets and the Astra to tidy it all up.
Yeah, really nice here. Started out a bit shaky. But they got it this time around.
Last player standing.
At the very least though, heading into round number 2. Got that buy up to come out from Auto 1-0 as expected. I'm curious to see how NASR looked to protocol on their save rounds. An early guiding light finds information that at least one was peeking here towards C, may have crossed, being diligent on the side of Auto 1-0. But now just, again, just such a slow contact up. This is pretty different from the Auto 1-0 that we saw actually in stage 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like that Takusa this time also has the backup of Marty. So that they can play off each other. Oh. They spot out the Astra here. Satcheling into that smoke. Gonna look for it. Finkley is gonna find that plant here onto C as we now see the rest of NASR making their way here onto C.
Just fully backing off, looking to use that regrowth to replenish the health of Taikuza here. A water presence.
Oh, Jada once again shows up so strong. Beautiful. Picks up another, absolutely dominating NASR here in these first 2 rounds.
To be fair though, it was a big weapons advantage there for Auto 1-0. Of course, NASR just looking to play it a little bit slower, just play together on these retakes from what we've seen in the first 2 rounds. But again, the big guns hadn't been in play at that point, so I'm curious to see if the protocols will continue to follow that kind of pattern. As we look at this 4-1 split situation, very typical setup. Medica on the lurk this time around towards that A side. We saw the same thing previously.
Poke coming out. Oof. Pain shells. Actually doing so much damage here. Really nice play by Anya on that raise.
Yeah, it's a really nice trap play, but oh, look at all the space garnered right now. You're inside, see a link over towards B, but the spike is still in spawn. Odd one out. They might have all this map control. They might be behind the likes of NASR, but they're also disconnected from each other.
Yeah, Jada gonna run in here. Who has the better trigger? It's Jada once again.
I have the spike.
All right, spike has been retrieved. And now 2v3. Marty trying to scan if there's anyone here. Jada's still around B side, I think.
Nami's just waiting.
Yeah.
Easily wallbangable.
Yeah, but wants to check for sure. Spike has been planted, but it's gonna be a free defuse, I think.
Has a gravity well on it at the very least. Sees the timing here for Jada. She has the opportunity to delay, but that's a 1v3 situation. It's a tall task.
Yeah, and she does activate the gravity well. Puts another one down. We'll just start firing in through that smoke. Picks up one for her trouble, but the defuse is gonna go through, and as NASR putting their first round on the board.
It's a tough gun to be put into that situation with. Like, you can't spray with the Guardian. It's all one taps and not favorable when you have that coverage on that spike defuse as well.
Yeah.
But thus far, I'm liking the changes that we've seen come out from Odd One Out previously. There were some issues, I would say, back in stage 1 with some of the spacing for this team. The lack of follow-up or setup even for Taikuza, as she's just such an aggressive duelist.
Yeah. That is, I would say aggression is like her middle name.
Trailblazer in for information. Gets shut down early. I don't know.
Cosmic
They know
Divide.
that one is here.
Yeah.
Might not
They're
expect
gonna
4.
spot out Medica here. Jada picks one up. Takuza on the side picks up another here. They're gonna find the Viper. Serena takes her out. The plant is gonna go through behind that Cosmic Divide.
Just waiting for it to drop at this point. 3v4 situation.
Yeah. We're looking for that defuse. There's a toxin. There's a gravity well. Time is still on their side here. There's another one. Nice moving back, but then the spray down from Pinkley. They're looking for another one. There comes the spray. She comes out, picks up one, but Medica picks up the last, and there is going to be another round for Odd One Out.
It's a really strong post-plant situation here for Odd One Out. They do very well with being able to stagger their utility on these posts. Odd One Out, they do have the Seekers online as well going into the next round on top of that. Information to be garnered, NASR. That was an important round win for them to try and swing something now. Just on the brink of a save, still able to afford, but economy will be broken after this.
Yeah. Going to be an important round for them. Trailblazer gets committed on the other side to Boombot as well.
Just anything slow. Early map control is garnered over towards that A side now. I don't know, they're just trying to kind of mess with NASR a little bit, opening that rotating door in towards B main, keep them guessing as to where their numbers really lie.
But I like that because they are quite stuck on their sides here with the Astra and oh my god, the paint shells picks up a kill here. Well aimed grenade by Taikuza.
No, that was
Nice
a full
opening.
Kobe moment.
Oh yeah, for sure. Satchel's onto that side, looks for that KJ. Is gonna pick up, no, it's not gonna pick up Luxie. Luxie will follow in return as Pinkley was backing up Taikuza.
Nice open plants here for Medica as well. Anya trying to look to delay it, but hops on down. The showstopper finds nothing.
Sadly does not. It forces them back a little bit. Serena coming in, but what can they pick up here? She peeks around, gets taken down by Medica. The fuse hasn't gone through and through the wall. She picks up another one. But Anya is still there. Anya, 1v2. Can't go for that defuse yet. And that is going to be time running out. Another round on the board here for Odd One Out.
The retake situations have felt not impossible for a NASR Ignite, but they're always starting it down 1 to 2 players, right? It's the initial pick on site, Odd One Out. They continue to aggress based off of that information, based off of those picks. Then in the post plant, they have so much utility that's just lined up. Yes, it is a mirror composition, so NASR will be able to do the same on when we do flip sides. But pulling an early timeout now here for NASR, who's struggling to find an answer in these retake situations. I'd like to maybe see them, if they want to play for retake, like play full retake, because there's always 2 players and then you're getting caught out in like a 4v3, 5v3 situation with Odd One Out in the advantage.
Yeah, exactly. How would you, but that's if you're talking post plant now, right?
Well, not even like, yes, in the post plant like retake, but they're consistently losing these first bloods pretty early on, which makes it difficult. I think also having Nami fall early on occasion causes issues with the fact that there's no more like rotating smokes that NASR are able to pull. They're really just relying then on Serena's setups, which cycle in and out depending on the level of toxins.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's also the Killjoy is never really on her own, which is what we saw a lot on the other, on the previous match, was that Killjoy was a lot on her own, holding down either C site. So I don't know, maybe they should do something different in the spacing there. But right now, they're all coming to swoop in. Everyone on alt one out onto that A side.
Just immediately having that side fast.
They start firing away. Toxic screen comes up. Nice pick here from Nugget.
So much information towards spawn as well. You can see that rotation back.
Oh, they pick up another one as well. I mean, everyone is just falling here on the side of NASR. So hard to come through. Maybe Anya can pick one up here. Barely spots them out. Spots out Takuza. On the backside. We'll now know where she is. Picks up another one. But I mean, they drop some guns, but it's a big lead coming up here for alt one up.
I mean, in that situation, there's nothing you can do, right? You're on an eco round. You got that giant disadvantage as far as that weaponry goes. Now, though, ult's starting to cycle up and back in as well. On the side of NASR, they have 3 to play with. Curious to see if Serena chooses to pop hers early just to deny Mound off the gate, or if it'll be saved more for a retake situation. But for O1O, their post plant just looks scarier with Vipers put up their own up.
Yeah, exactly. And what an opener! Taikuza lines him up, picks up 2 as an opening kill. Fantastic job. Tries to hit some more here with the paint shells. Won't find enough. Won't find any though. Plant goes through.
It's difficult. Deep Trailblazer completely clears out towards Waterfall, and for NASR, I mean, 5v3 situation, once again, they do have 2 ultimates available here, but not finding it worth it, knowing the length of the rotation, the space that O1O have found in towards their spawn as well. Or they're forced into a save. They have to carry these weapons over, and O1O off this round will earn themselves a comfortable and confident, at minimum, tied half.
Yeah, look, see, almost picks up 2 kills here though, but will fall pinkily as well. Yeah.
Everyone note down your
Marty just lived there.
Yeah, it was close. It was really close. A bit too close for comfort. But
Right down to
now,
the wire.
oh my, so many ultis in play here for NASR. Surely they have to make something happen here.
Yeah, looking to force up alongside the save that had occurred in the last round. But the issue, again, also then becomes, okay, it's going to be difficult to swallow if all of these ultimates are needed to actually make this round conversion.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, because then what, right? Afterwards. Sentry gets taken out right off the bat. The Viper Pit actually gets committed here by Serena. Taikuza is just gonna showstopper right into that one. Serena is low. The paint shells are being dropped as well. Just some damage being dashed out here.
Seeker's finally being used here on the side of NASR. To find where the numbers are lying here on the side of O1O. Again, playing with the emotions and the mental right now over towards that B side, just continuing to trigger that door.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's a good amount of mind games. Some trades back and forth here.
welcome to my
Now they're committing the Viper Pit of their own, and that is going to be a good one. Oh, lockdown alongside it. NASR picks up a kill of their own here.
Oh, but there's going to be a late backstab. The question is Taikusa going to arrive on time?
Oh, Medica picks up 2. Yeah, can NASR arrive on time? It's the question here. To defuse,
Enemy remaining.
to peek around, to deny it one more time, and it's O1O out. They're just completely wiping the floor with them.
Really well played there. I like the idea of that counter to the Vipers pit, the lockdown to come out on the side of NASR. But again, talked about it, the fact that you had all these ults expended in that last round, not even a round conversion to be found on the side of NASR. O1O out are playing so incredibly disciplined, a very different look, at least from the matches that I had seen in the last stage of Game Changers, and they have really tightened up those protocols, and the gameplay is looking very clean as far as their ability to trade with each other, the communication coming out from this squad.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we heard in the interview with Taikusa as well earlier on. Now, I do love the way that they are just repositioning every time after into a post land here. There is the showstopper. Oh my god, Taikusa actually manages to dodge that, and that means that they shut Anya down in her tracks as Jada swamps around the corner here. Lockdown committed. It's gonna force everyone off of that A side. Plant is gonna get confirmed here. O1O now, they just seem absolutely unstoppable, Ash.
Oh, this default plant as well. Exiting to be able to wrap back around over towards A main. Pinkley also has that stall potential with the guiding lights. Time is ticking here for NASR.
Time is ticking indeed. 2v3. Sentry goes down as Killjoy shows up, and Jada picks up both of them. That is going to be another round in the pocket. How do you stop
here?
them?
O1O out are looking really good. I think it's kind of difficult because if you look over at the scoreboard too, you've got Jada, the IGL, on O1O going 15-2.
She is an
and
absolute fire.
She's just been a monster when it comes down to like getting multi-kills, the spray control, just like it's been sublime on the side of O1O, and NASR have been starting to play together a little bit more. It's not like they're not making adjustments, but I think they've also been too passive at times as well.
Yeah. Oh, great opening kills here. Is now
I say too
Anya.
passive and then that happens.
Yeah, exactly. It's how it goes. Nami with the Odin might actually be able to get something done here. Starts spraying, and yes, she can. Takes out Pinkley to deny that plant. But immediately refragged here. Anya, the only one left to tell the story.
Yeah, she's on that late lurk the whole time, trying to follow up on Medica, who's now just about to pinch behind her.
Yeah, and that will be another round. O1O out once more. They just look absolutely unstoppable.
Cosmic Divide available into this round here for O1O out. Not much for NASR to work with. But again, that timing was just a little bit off. I think it's unfortunate that the guiding light didn't even land though on that swing from B main, to be completely fair. If O1O out, their ability to entry onto site, the assistance that Taikusa is actually getting on those entries as well, it's making it very difficult for NASR to counteract it. Utility just so strong this far.
Yeah, exactly. The way that O1O out is playing off of each other here is just absolutely insane. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what is the answer? Here is Taikusa. Satchel's on. Nice headshot.
Oh!
Nice kills, actually, coming out of NASR. Showing their fangs. Jada still on, though. And Jada has been absolutely popping off this round. So I have full faith that... Oh! I just jinxed her. Absolutely cast a cursor here. As it's Medica against the world. Picks up one kill. What more can she get is the question. Needs to retrieve that spike, comes around the corner, and a clean tap will put NASR back on the board with Thrifty.
Round in the half.
Huge Thrifty round. NASR just needs one more to make the next half a lot more doable.
Yeah.
But Lotus is, to be fair, an attacker-sided... Well, it is an attacker-sided map, but at the same time, depending on how you play your defense, it can be really strong as well. The rotations are just really quick, which is the main thing, but attacker-sided in the sense that when you have 3 sites, just like Haven, you're splitting up that defense to spread themselves so thin. Instead, they're going to rely on the turret solo over towards B for that information. 3 right behind this wall.
Right behind that wall, Anya gets to pick up 1. A very nice opener. And gets to retrieve without taking too much damage. Quite an important start to this round here for NASR.
Thankfully down as well. That's the initiator now out of the picture here for O1O. Lack of information. The flashes have been a big part in trying to find the information and blind players on site.
Yeah, and I think also finding that backup for the race. Oh, Cosmic Divide being used. They're using everything, and Takusa just has such clear placement there. Picks up another.
Spike planted.
This wall, though, gives a lot of backside control over towards NASR.
Yeah. Oh, there's a showstopper that will immediately shut her down. Takusa gets shut down, though. Serena swings out, picks up 2 kills for herself.
They're both so low.
Yeah. They are. Can they do it? Can they find it? Yes, of course they can. They have time. They have time this time. NASR coming out on top. I'm not sure what happened there for O1O.
The difference is that with that Cosmic Divide, it does grant you a very safe plant, but for NASR, who are on the retake, there's so much backside space that's given up for free on top of that, and it becomes difficult to fight through that wall, and they lose all that control. Meanwhile, on the C site hits that were successful previously for O1O, they actually were a lot more aggressive, had more of that CT control, would even look for information waterfall, take some earlier engagements. Now, opportunity. NASR need to win this next round, stave off those double digits for as long as possible from O1O. We're leaning into a pretty default play here with the 2 lurkers, waiting for information outside of A and B. A heavy stall potential here on that C site.
Trailblazer, really commit here from Marty. Doesn't really find anything.
Spotted out Nugget. I believe that was one of the nano swarms down as well that was close towards that choke point. Satchel able to just take that out of the picture here. Now regrouping over towards this A side, but O1O have had rebel control this entire time.
Flying it away, smoke comes down. Still forcing them back here. Akuza up there. They don't know. But they're ready. NASR, they just swing out and they will pick up a lot of kills in return here. Oh, Nugget de Medica still standing.
Nami has great timing right now. Clearing out C site completely, O1O, having made this full rotation over towards A. I think is a bit of an overcommitment to that fight there in A rubble. And kind of peeking one by one as well. Not really having the angle to actually trade each other, as NASR had actually been stalled out in the choke point, but full retake situation. There isn't really much to work with here, other than one molly to maybe do some zoning, but a 2v2, while not impossible, also difficult, especially with the amount of time left.
Yeah, exactly. Time is not on their side, so they're going to try to make an entry here.
One enemy
Oh, but they just both immediately get blown up by Nami. Yeah, this is an important win here for NASR.
Slowly building that momentum on their side at the very least. They ended that first half of the last 2 rounds, still carrying that into the pistol. Of course, Vibe expected to come through, but overall, NASR, it's too early to say if they're looking more comfortable on the attacking side. But I feel like they're finding more success in the way that they're playing together versus what we saw in defense, even just off that pistol round.
Yeah, absolutely. Oof. Nice gather here. So we're seeing the trades back and forward. Nugget getting taken out of the equation early.
I don't think they know Pinkley is there.
I don't think they know either. But she is very low. They're gonna go and back off though.
Yeah, she has that information too. O1O might just aggressive, go for some sort of early pinch.
Oh, Anya. Pinkley trying to shut her down, but not quite. She tries to satchel away, but Pinkley does find a kill here. Nice job! Beautiful headshot here from behind by Jada. And now NASR moving in.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Jada just showing up so strong once again, and that is O1O putting themselves on those double digits that we were talking about.
It's that map control for O1O. The fact that they're playing the ebb and flow on that eco round so well, and the utility. I believe what helped take Anya out was the fact that there was a snakebite that even forced her out from that angle, and then Nami just wasn't able to trade it out from her position. 10-4 here for O1O. And for NASR, they don't have anything to work with into their bonus.
No, they don't. They're so extremely far off of any sort of ulti. Just farming up some orbs here. It's Anya putting themselves a little bit closer to that showstopper, but it's still a long one. I mean,
they made some sound over Mound early in the rounds, but have silenced themselves since then. Also, we now see a switch up on these nano swarms as well. Instead of having it right at the choke point, a bit deeper to avoid the satchel breaking them.
yeah, I mean, it's a good adaptation, I think.
Of course, a deeper paint shell instead, and then you got the snake bites to try and replace that hold on the actual choke point in itself while the smokes cycle. There's a fake open door towards B.
Oh, Medica gets taken out in her tracks. Nugget manages to trade one, take two.
30 seconds left.
Before she falls herself. Taiku's just made it
low.
onto C here. Everyone is low. Marty's incredibly low. Pinkley still on the side here. Is gonna get spotted out. Taikuza picks up Marty as well.
Enemy remaining.
Pinkley actually cleaning up Nami as well.
10 seconds left.
Still alive.
Last player.
No!
Why?
Oh my goodness! Anya gets a showstopper online, tries to close out the round here. Is going to go for that plan. Jada still alive. Is so low.
But there's no time. O1O did exactly what they needed to do. They ran down the clock on NASR. Those sheriff shots, though, from Anya were insane to try and close that round.
I mean, oh, that was a heartbreak of a round for NASR, though. Time really not on their side.
It's that little trap play on top of that, right? It's like, okay, if we want to blast pack over that snake bite, then there's nanoswarms waiting, but speeding up pace here over towards A. Taikuza?
Oh. Oh!
Spike down A.
Had the crosshair though. Gets traded out as Jada still picks up one kill.
NASR have
Green
no
comes up.
entry power.
I mean, is he kind of pushing up on her own here?
It's just the two controllers and Luxie on the Killjoy.
Yep.
No,
Just the two of us.
no utility to really find that space.
Yeah, trying to bait anything out here. Nice
Good
one
shot.
from Jada.
No.
Picks up two.
Down B.
Beautiful done.
I need to find out how many games Jada has gotten this game.
Jada's an absolute monster.
Match point.
Putting it to match point.
Like, give us the multi-kill count later.
Yeah.
5.0 KD. 25-5 right now. Lotus has been her playground this entire time. Match point already as well here for Odd One Out. And this is just map number 1.
Yeah, this is just map number 1 indeed. Ascent will be up next. But let's see if Odd One Out can close this one out, or if NASR decides to hang on a little bit longer here. As we're seeing a lot of attention actually going towards B side. Nugget will be the one to pick up first blood here. Takes Anya out of the equation. That's just standing in the way, can spray him down, and that is how they're going to go flawlessly onto Ascent. Odd One Out takes map number 1.
Felt like a little bit more of a Hail Mary situation in that last round there. Joy K, the fact that we saw just that immediate rush onto B, I feel like NASR were just about ready to wrap up that map, but man, did Odd One Out look good on Lotus.
They absolutely did. What a performance. And once again, just Jada showing up so incredibly strong. Definitely somebody to keep your eyes on for next game, which we will go to after the small break. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about Valorant fundamentals.
13-4 is the way the O1O will secure their own map pick in this series. They're putting themselves ahead, and my, oh my, Pilski, what a way to do it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, just, mirror comps, and obviously, both teams kicking things off on loaders. There's not really much other to say about it than O1O played a whole lot better. That might be a career best game from Jada. I mean, I didn't have time to deep dive through all of her historical games, but that is got to be definitely up there. And she, I mean, looking back at the statistics from last stage, has just gotten better and better. Like, she seems to just continually be improving. And O1O, although that is a massive, massive scoreline from Jada, they played very, very well as a team as well. They just worked the map so beautifully, playing that double controller style, the way that they were mid-rounding and dealing with a lot of that util, breaking apart the KJ setups, playing the mid-round rotations and things like that was beautiful to watch.
All right, it was beautiful to watch indeed, but something to keep in mind as well, Inami, is the fact that both of these teams had the identical composition. So what happened to NASR? Why was the execution so different from the side of the O1O?
It's exactly what Pilski mentioned, that like on the side of NASR, we've mostly seen Anya shiner, but we didn't see the team even being on the same page. Meanwhile, on the other side, we've seen O1O being on the same page, and also we've seen so much improvements to like the entire team and the entire players. So yeah, it feels like it was more of a comfort of the O1O being so like comfortable playing this map and comfortable playing together than NASR clearly.
Yeah, clearly that was the case. They're coming out on top, and I think something as well that we want to look at here is Jada specifically. We've already touched upon the fact that Pilski, she was the MVP, 28-4. That is a pretty crazy game. I personally wouldn't want to go up against her, but what was it that made her tick this time around? Because that was incredible.
I mean, she was feeling it right from the start. I mean, 3K in the pistol, and then honestly, this was winnable. This almost like a 1v4, 1v5 was winnable. She was just putting in work with the Guardian and doing a lot of damage to the economy. And honestly, like multiple multi-frag rounds on that attacking side. This eco round where she gets 2 from rubble. Like, it's just round after round of impact frags, self-sufficient. Like I said, 400 ACS on your Astra is absolutely insane. And it felt like she just, especially with that double controller style, you have the ability and the space in a slower round that often goes to the mid to late round where you're playing the rotations, where you're working the map on the attacking side of Lotus, and it's a 3-site map. You do have the ability to kind of mid-round to read where the gaps are in the defense and make those mid-round pushes and be able to find picks. And she did that so well, even being on the Astra, and still provided that supportive utility to keep the whole kind of big picture functioning at the same time.
Functioning, it did indeed. And Inami, when we're looking at Jada specifically, do you think there's anything that NASR can do to shut her down, to put her in her tracks? Because it felt like she had free roam off the entirety of Lotus.
Honestly, it felt more like they weren't able to play their own gameplay than just shutting her down, because we've seen her fragging even with a Guardian. We've seen her like literally playing her like on her own in the entire map. But so that also comes to NASR not being able to like even like have any anchoring on the side, because we've seen once again like a 3-9 like a dominant attack by the O1O, but we didn't have many answers when it came to like defense from NASR. So it felt like they just weren't able to close any side, honestly.
Yeah, and that's a little unfortunate for them, because it does mean that 13-4 is a score for O1O, and NASR are now they're 1 down. So the next map up is going to be Ascent, which will be their map pick, Pilski, and this is their chance to bring this back, equalize it, try to push it over to Bind. But after what we've seen, after the 13-4 scoreline, I think it does put you in a certain headspace, doesn't it, Pilski?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're just going to have to put that map out of their mind. At the end of the day, it's a comfort map for O1O that they've beaten some good teams on. They've clearly flexed the map pool on a NASR Ignite that's made some roster changes relatively recently. And I was going back through the previous history of results, and all of the results actually on Lotus were with their old roster. So they haven't played the Lotus official in the last couple of months with their new roster, and it clearly showed, they just weren't match fit on that map. But as far as Ascent goes, it should be a little bit more of a comfort zone for them. And I think, again, I'm used to seeing the same mirror comps, the sleeper comp, KO, Killjoy, Sova, Jet, Omen. You see the same thing over and over again. But actually, both of these teams have kind of experimented with that KO slot and, changing up what agent they want on the flashes a little bit. So I'm keen to see if they actually stick to those comps heading into this second map.
Is that something you're looking forward to as well, Inami? Do you think having the comps, no changes, sticking to what you're comfortable with is the key to success here for NASR Esports? Or is it really something that they need to change coming into that next matchup? Because it felt like the odd one out, especially on Lotus, had an answer for every single thing they're throwing at them. Would Ascent be any different?
I think Ascent will be kind of different. Like, to start with, NASR always have like this different comp coming to Ascent because that's where their Phoenix shines. We see Marty on Phoenix. It's an agent that we don't see as much, so I'm not sure if teams are that prepared to play against it. But she is so comfortable on the agent. It's probably her most played agent. And also, Ascent is a map that they played against every single team almost in the group stage. So they are so ready. They are so prepared. I believe they played against different comps. They are ready to any set. So I'm confident that we'll see them coming in more comfortable in this map. On the other side, for Odd One Out, we didn't see them as much on this map. It was either banned or like just not picked. So I'm curious to see how much they prepared to go in against NASR on Ascent.
I think something as well that you mentioned here, Inami, that I would like to dig in a little bit further is the fact that Phoenix is one of the agents that we could be expecting to see on Ascent. Pilski, the fact that we're aware of it obviously also means that the odd one out is going to be aware of it. There's a lot of VOD footage out there of NASR Ignite playing Ascent. Could that play into their hand, considering the fact that they haven't played it much themselves, so NASR Ignite might not know exactly what to expect from the odd one out, whereas the odd one out seems to, when it comes to that prep ahead of the game, be potentially in a better spot?
I think you're going to be more cognizant of it on your attacking side for sure. I think Phoenix is kind of the old meta of Ascent, and when I say old meta, I literally mean like years and years ago before KO even existed, and you would do those like molly plays over the A wall and then pop flash yourself into A main and things like that. So they've got to be ready for setups like that around the tight corners of the map, just dodge those curveballs, but that's really no different from playing a KO anyway. I suppose orb control is something you're always keeping in the back of your mind because a lot of the time, particularly on the attacking side, you're going to want to farm those Phoenix ult orbs and try to, min-max how many run-it-backs you can get in a half and have you kind of set rounds off the back of that. So, there are definitely some things to keep in mind and some cute little plays you can do with the Blaze Wall, but for the most part, I think they can, like you said, scrub through the VODs and see what's happening, as well as just keep in mind what kind of trends people usually do with the Phoenix, although it doesn't see much pick rate anymore.
Then for NASR Ignite side of things, though, Inami, with the odd one out not having played it too much, for the information that we do have available, what do we think NASR can be expecting? What do you think we can be expecting to be coming out on Ascent this time around?
So from the odd one outside, we've seen them come in like with two comps. It's kind of similar because they only changed the breach to KO. So it's not a big of a change, but that's also something that you don't know what to expect, I guess, coming into this map. And also considering how much they prepared their adaptation even in the veto. Like excited to see if we'll see any adaptation even in the agent picked coming into this map.
Are you more of a breach or a KO fan this time around?
Definitely KO. I think Breach back in the day with 3 flashes was a nightmare to play on Ascent. I remember getting bullied by that in scrims back when, every agent was a little bit stronger and before many balanced patches later. I think KO is just way too good at denying control of main and playing for info. I think KO is just a better agent than a Breach or a Phoenix on this map, and you are going to see the KO. The Breach, they played it against BBL Queens and it didn't work for them. They lost 8-13, so they're going to go back to the meta comp and play what works for them. Luxie onto the Cypher, though, I think is actually a comp change. They're going to keep the Phoenix in there, so this is going to be a little bit different. This is going to force Odd One Out to play quite differently around this Ascent comp. Not only are you playing around a Phoenix now, like I said, playing around all those tendencies, but also the Cypher trips and the camp setups will definitely make you kind of adapt on the fly. So, you know, these are the things that make Valorant such a unique game to play in and prepare for, because you can do all the VOD review you want as a coach, but when you load into that agent select and you see Cypher Phoenix, you have to adapt on the fly and be able to play around that.
You're throwing that book right out the window, and you're going to have to rely on the team to be able to adapt on the server, and we're going to have to wait and see whether or not O1O can do exactly that, as we're going to be heading into Ascent, NASR Ignite map pick, and also their only chance to push this to Death Decider. So let's get right into it with Joey K and Ash.
Yes, indeed. Can NASR push it to a decider, to bringing out the Phoenix or bringing out the Cypher? It is time to play, Ash.
It definitely is. I'm excited for it. I think it's interesting to see the fact that we know that NASR does like to run some of these double duelist comps depending on the map, and Ascent being one of them. I'm curious to see how the impact's going to be with that Phoenix, but also something that we'll be missing is the fact that KO is part of the Ascent meta for a reason, right, Joy? The fact that he has that 0 point to be able to throw that out, suppress the team, especially looking to often seek that Sentinel to just take those setups online. It's a big question mark as to how NASR then works around these Sentinel setups instead.
Yeah, exactly. But I think we'll find our answer pretty soon, as looks are about to head into this first pistol round. We've got Jada on the initiator this time around. Really taking their time with going up through that garage. Nice spotting here with the owl drone. So they know it's kind of clear, they can move up.
Yeah, just a lot of diligence early on, right? Nuggets the solo anchor over towards this B site, giving it up for free for now, looking to deny closing that mid door though at the moment. And O1O just playing for a full retake, looking to put pressure immediately onto the plant. Oh, that molly.
Yeah, that is going to buy them some precious time, as we see Taikuza opening up really nicely here, but the spraying from the side just a little too oppressive. Taikuza still standing here. It's going to be a clean sweep.
Really nicely done there by O1O.
Yeah.
Overall, just looking to play together. Their synergy just feels so good compared to what we had seen before. We can really see how this squad has just been leveling up as they've had more time together, as they did only come together as a team just before that last Game Changers series, right? So they've had a bit more time to cook, a bit more time to adjust themselves to each other's playstyles, and I really think that what Taikuza mentioned in her interview with Medica coming in, she's previously been in IGL for other teams, and you can see the improvement in comms and that experience that she's bringing to the table that Taikuza talked about there.
Yeah, and that is just so important for a team that is competing at this level that doesn't really have any resources from an org to back them up here. Right now, Taikuza has a Marshall in hand. He's going to try to find a swing here, and does that. Dashes out very clean. Spike carrier already down here in Serena. Nami and Marty both quite low already. So early on into the round, Ash.
Yeah, these pistol rounds. That's why the Marshall is so strong. Body shot and it's over. Plus, unscoped, perfectly accurate on top of that. Now walking over towards this B site for the side of NASR. There's the KJ setup to slow things down here on lane, though.
And
Otherwise,
Jada to hold that entry.
Yeah.
They're a bit like All right. There's the smoke. Sonic arrow. Not gonna find much. Oh, he's gonna find Marty, and Jada finds a nice double kill here. Taikuza gets taken out here. Jada falls as well. Can Medica do it? Luxia, the only one still standing here. As now the rest of O1O has arrived to the scene. And it's a beautiful headshot that will take out Luxia as well. Putting it 2-0 for O1 out.
A good third round, or a good second round though there for NASR at the very least. On that eco, they take out 3 of the weapons of O1 out, just making this bonus that much more uncomfortable by the slightest bit. Now, that buyout to come through, right? Overall though, Joy, the synergy is just looking really nice thus far. I think NASR though are also looking more comfortable here on Ascent. I think that with the smaller map is a bit better for their kind of play style, how they like to group up.
Yeah, exactly. It also makes it easier to kind of play off of each other. This time Nugget is holding down that A side. Is a little bit tugged up in hell here. Medica finds first kill. Nugget still down here. Picks up another.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but now it's Takuza just picking up another one here. Again, it's Luxia, last one standing. Picks up one. Can she do it? Slowly. Tries to come around the corner. Tries to peek.
One enemy remaining.
Picks up another. Oh my god, still standing here. Goes in for that neural theft. And will be revealed, but will also be shut down.
That's a massive round there for O1 out. You'd be able to convert that bonus into their favor. NASR left with no money to work with.
No, exactly. All their rifles being taken out of their hands. That is harsh.
And Pilsky was talking about it too on the desk. Like, you can really tell that Jada's just feeling herself after that Lotus game.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Why
I
wouldn't
mean,
you
I don't know if you saw it on Twitter, but she got an honorable mention, and I'd be on top of my game too.
Just brimming with confidence.
Absolutely.
Oh, they can actually invest that.
Yeah, investing to run it back. There's the flash. Picks up a kill actually here. Oh, Nugget picks up 2 here off of that. Phoenix is still standing though as Pinkily swings out, but ultimately gets shut down here by Marty.
Phantom in hand now too. Bit of chip damage onto Medica. O1 out looking to regroup now to be able to play contact and swing together.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, but can they do it? Oh, the reload! The reload of Marty. And that got him. 4-0 lead for O1 out.
Unlucky there for Marty.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, 4-0 lead is nothing to scoff at. Just 2 rounds away from being comfortable, knowing that you'd, at the minimum, be tying into that second half. But right now, O1 out. I mean, they'll just continue to try and find as much as they can. But this scoreline also doesn't tell the story of how close NASR are making some of these rounds as well. It really comes down to those like 1v1, 1v2 situations.
Yeah, exactly. It's just been a bit
actually appears.
Yeah. It has just been a bit like unlucky in how it looks that it's like always this one last, like Luxia always being the last one standing and stuff like that. Otherwise, we're almost at Serena's Hunter's Fury, and that could just be really, really good for our post plant here on the side of the NASR.
Oh, I think Jada did
They can just get that
on
online
Cat here.
Yeah. Taikuza still swinging out. Gets taken out by Luxia. Luxia gets traded out.
It's a good trade. Now
Yeah.
scale up here towards A, but look at the nano swarms to deny sight.
I know that the plant is coming in here on that A. Nugget has that corner covered. It's gonna peek for another soon.
Oof, it's a great flash out.
Yeah.
Anya now having to duck.
Not a nice angle to play from here. They're gonna dive down. It's Pinkily with the Odin. Picks up the rest. And that will be another round in the bag as the defuse will come through as well.
Difficult post-plant situation there for NASR. They're trying to play together. You see them holding these crossfires, but
yeah,
O1O, even though they do play reactively, haven't really been... There hasn't been as much pressure being put on by NASR on O1O to force out some more of that early utility, so the flashes are available there into the retake, and then you just pick apart those crossfires, and then not on the side of O1O too, they're just being so coordinated with their swings together.
Yeah, they've just been phenomenal playing off of each other. Now with the Blade Storm in hand, Takuza gonna try to pick up anything, but will be shut down. Marty actually comfortably picks up a double to start off with. Must be feeling good. Still a little bit low, but is able to heal that back up, of course, being the Phoenix.
They're running back online now too. Lack of stall power over towards the side of B. 0 Point doesn't find anything. The fragment, I believe, is actually already been used up, not in play or available here. For O1O, so the delay power is really more on this paranoia here on A.
Yeah, Pinkily lying in the waits here as 5 members of NASR Ignite are approaching. There's a run it back to try and scout out anyone that is lying in the waits.
30 seconds left.
Medica gets shut down. Pinkily picks up one, but gets shut down as well. As Jada will also fall in the end, and NASR gets to put their first round on the board here. Earlier than last time here, Ash.
Yeah, I mean, finding that advantage, right, early on, just being able to get those 2 initial picks was a big part of that opener there for the side of NASR. O1O have been previously consistent at finding those first bloods instead, especially with some of those kind of trap type plays, just waiting for them to come into their crosshairs, using util, swinging off of each other, lulling them into almost a false sense of security on those side executions, right? But
yeah, now we've got the lockdown to play for as well on Nugget.
Yeah, all the way in backside of B. Pinkily shuts down that camera early on, though. That denies some information here on NASR's A side. And they're just waiting on the timing because of that one trip that's holding Taikuza back right now.
Shock darts being committed, but B is where they are choosing to go. Medica up in market.
Right here, revealing area.
Gets shut down by Marty, actually. Oh, the flash. Tries to turn around, but Nugget also gets shut down. Plant will go through. On B side is the rest of O1O is arriving to the scene. They don't even have a chance. Jada, the last one standing, just has a pistol in hand. And that is going to be a flawless round. Fantastic for NASR Ignite.
Flawless round to slowly start closing this gap between them and O1O. It should have started off as that 5-0. NASR 2 rounds in a row to try and flip that switch. They stopped the bleeding at the very least. 3 ultimates online for either side now. The more impactful ones, I think most would agree, are on the side of O1O at the moment. When you look at that lockdown, the Null Command, the Hunter's Fury, for NASR Ignite, the main one we'd be looking towards is maybe that Hunter's Fury to try and clear out Tree on this A hit.
Yeah. I mean, they can get an early pick on NASR. That neural theft can be so important for the rest of the decision making here for the game for NASR. But
Here.
that single pick that they're looking
Here.
for. Okay.
Just cutting noise a little here. The side of NASR looking to potentially lay down those smokes. Maybe actually not really, more of a swing play.
Ooh,
Not ready for
I was
it.
gonna say we have to run it back up. Phoenix could swing out and try to bait out something, but he already gets shut down here by Taikusa, and Jada comes out swinging as well. Picks up another kill. O1O is like, no. You're not gonna put us at the back
30
foot here.
seconds left.
We're gonna hang on to our lead and open up strong.
Oh, they're
Taikusa.
stuck right now.
Yeah, they're stuck here. Anya picks up another 3 kills, actually. Nami. Taikusa comes around, picks up 2. That makes it 3 for her for this round.
10 seconds left.
Nami's gonna try and push up on her. They know she's low. Doesn't know where to look, though. It's 4 for Taikusa. And that's gonna close out the round.
6-2, O1O stagnate the momentum that NASR were looking to find for themselves. Now, none of those ultimates were needed into that one. Things were looking a little bit dicey, though, for O1O as we started off that round at the very... Or, sorry, for NASR as we started off that round. I feel like that's a difficult trip to try and lay down for B main as well, because it does give out that space where it didn't get triggered, and O1O did manage to push out of B main and look into mid regardless. But the run it back is back online, so it's back to B.
It is back to B indeed. Trying to read these crossfires here with Pinkly. Looks like Taikusa making her way towards A. Well, NASR pushing up through B here. B mid, or pushing up through mid, sorry.
Yeah, Taikusa's just playing more of that defender spawn, mid jump peaks, trying to see how many players are pushed up, but taking out that turret on the side of O1O. Nugget no longer having that information for mid-market. O1O having to be a little bit more diligent, use the recon to re-clear, but NASR have all regrouped here into B main.
Joke's over.
Yeah. There's a run it back. They're gonna come out. Get shut down. They know where they are. Pinkly. There's the Hunter's Fury. Beautiful headshot coming out of Anya. Nice dash here from Taikusa, but Anya has the answer. Will shut her down in her tracks.
Denying that lane peek to try and find space to push over towards stairs here. O1O on this retake. With the numbers advantage on the side of NASR, 4-2, and Nugget being so low. It's a decision to back off here because you have to remember, O1O, they did win out the last round. But NASR had previously won 2 beforehand, and a lot of those rounds that O1O were winning in that 5-0 start to this game were also extremely close. So O1O haven't even really built up that much of an economy. These are 2 hero rifles that need to be carried over. We might see some sort of force up if O1O can afford it. If not, it'll just be a half buy.
Yeah, they're starting to get closer.
Need a drop.
Looks like it will be a half buy.
Yeah, just looking to play it safe. Try and build that economy back up instead of running that risk of forcing up and potentially ruining it even further and giving a greater opportunity for NASR to continue to close this gap.
Sentry taken out. So pushing up here.
Scanning ahead.
The A plays so passive here for NASR. Same with O1O.
Yeah, both teams are waiting for for the other to make the first move.
The rotation now over towards this A side. Medica will be able to hear the information, at least when the execute comes down, in this deeper tree positioning. Allows her to back out into garden, play more with the remainder of the team. It's a really nice delay with that fragment as well to buy time for this rotation on odd one out.
Yeah, because now the rest of the cavalry is arriving. Dashed onto the side. Medica firing through that cage here. The door has also been used. Gets shut down here. Oh, Binkley immediately gets shut down. Now Taikuza making her way here with the Blade Storm. Doesn't check the angle. Will get picked off here by Luxia. NASR coming out swinging. Picks up everyone. And that will be a round in for them.
These quieter, more deliberate rounds finding so much success for NASR. The fact that playing a little bit more diligently, aren't looking for those engagements too early on beforehand. We saw kind of more of that singular poking and prodding coming out from NASR, where one or two players would get picked off early.
One enemy remaining.
Now they're looking a lot better in those post-playing situations. Of course, for odd one out, that was their half by round. Back onto full loadout for the entire team this time around.
Too suppressed.
No.
They really like to prioritize. They really like to prioritize that run it back on Marty. You can see they constantly farm that orb for her.
Yeah, I mean, it does allow her to bait out quite a lot of shots. And that way, like, they give away so much information without committing any of their util.
It's a big part in why they found success on sites. A really big site and opener for them as well.
Oh, Nugget.
It's difficult for Nugget, though.
Nugget is, well, knows that they're here at least. Will get peeked there and taken down. Binkley using the smoke, but will get shut down as Anya just about spotted her before that went down.
30 seconds left.
It's not looking good for odd one out.
No. Got that deep site plant as well,
Spike
open
planted.
for lane.
Taikuza does manage to pick up a kill. Takes out the cam.
Blocking sight.
Oh, being lit up like that though. Just so much more stall potential. Taikuza not even being able to get out scot-free. Shaken out in that situation. I feel like this has to be another save.
And it probably will be. Yeah, the call is to move away for alt one out.
But overall, NASR have really kind of flipped the script in that kind of sense. I think we've also seen
Medica?
Anya really coming
Medica
alive.
managed to pick up a kill.
I think we've really seen Anya coming alive on Ascent in particular. Meanwhile, she was struggling to find a bit more of that success there on Lotus. And we have to keep in mind, this started out 5-0 here at Joy. Now 6-5. So odd one out, pulling out a time out as NASR are trying to reverse sweep into a tied comeback.
Yeah, and I mean, if we have a look at what ultis they have on the board, it's pretty much everything to play for. One orb for Nami, and we will also have from the shadows to play every ulti on deck here. We do have the lockdown for Nugget, but on the other hand, we do have the Hunter's Fury to try and deny that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's not even just the Hunter's Fury. You've got the run it back. You've got the Blade Storms for Anya. If she wants to be a bit more chaotic, take some of those vertical angles, catch you off guard. Luxie gets to use that neural theft if she's with the team, but has also been playing more of that lurky type of role as well. So we'll see a lot on the table here for NASR to convert this last round of the first half, and an awkward bye for O1O to have to deal with it on.
Yeah, that's a bit of an awkward one.
Let's get this done.
Let's see how they are going to open up here. Dashing up with the Blade Storm. Just gonna start spraying into the smokes here. Trying to clear it away. All went out, backed up into that site.
Playing much further back there.
Here.
On B, trying to play together here on A. Recon Bolt actually forced to be used in towards Wine instead of being able to clear out sight here on the side of NASR. Just in case anyone had crept through. Again, this running back is available as that sight and opener. Just playing so slow, not giving any of that information out early here. NASR contacting him.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Oh, there they go. There's the run it back. We see Phoenix coming up. Manages to take out Taikuza, and now Anya has found her way on. That'll be 3 kills. Plant immediately going down. Jada and Nugget are the ones that are left. We have to get close up and personal with that judge.
Yeah, you've got the Hunter's Fury denying the lockdown on top of that too, and it's just all cleaned up at that point. 6-6, NASR have brought it back from an initial 0-5 deficit the beginning of this half as we swap sides. Odd one out. I mean, Joy, how are you feeling about how NASR has kind of just continued to adapt throughout this match?
I mean, impressive. It's like a completely different way of what we have seen from them on Lotus, and I think that is what they needed also. And as we said at the analyst desk, they should just forget about Lotus, put it in the past, and focus on this map, and that is exactly what they're doing.
I think Odd One Out, we're also on the defense struggling with the quiet contact plays from NASR, being a bit more of a reactive team and a proactive team. Now we've swapped sides, and mid control is the name of the game here for Odd One Out.
Oh yeah, Marty. Oh, Marty immediately opens up with 2 kills. Nugget will trade it back. Gets traded out again, and that is a 2v3 here for NASR. Up to a strong start.
Yeah, you've also got a paranoia for this retake on top of that. One smoke back up to try and cover up towards Heaven. And both players actually going to lean up trying to take this Heaven fight early.
Right here.
Yeah. Take out Serena here. Nice tag teaming from Jada and Pinkley. The damage though, they take out Nami as well. Luxie is diffusing. Halfway, can they do it? Can they shut her down? Surely they can, and that is going to be pistol round in for Odd One Out.
It's great synergy coming out from Jada and Pinkley, knowing that they are down 1 player in that 2v3 situation, looking for that early fight together, and then ensuring that the trades were coming through. The post plant couldn't have been played better from Odd One Out. NASR, though, also looked pretty good on that initial kind of stall attempt. But again, it's just that pistol round to start things off here, right?
Absolutely.
I think we also have to keep in mind the fact that NASR, Ascent is their strongest map overall. They beat teams like KPI on this map, who took us honestly by quite the surprise over in stage 2 in that group stage, like leading the board in group A, above teams like G2 goes in as well in that group. So it tells you about how this team has leveled up, the adjustments that they've made, maybe even the experience that Anya is bringing to that table as well.
Yeah, it's...
Shadows traveling.
Oh.
Cover going out.
Take flight.
It's a lot of people moving towards that B side, but then again, NASR changing their mind, wanting to react, but not really getting any information here. The call has been made. We're gonna go A.
Left.
It's gonna go down. Nami already
Spike
up in heaven
planted.
here. Are they going to try and swoop in from different sides? Who's holding that angle? The door is going to be open here. They are slowly pushing up. 2 kills here for Pinkily apiece. The drop down. Jada trying to hold her own here. Oh, Pinkily just has it in the bag. Picks up 4 here for O1O. And it looks like O1O back on the attacker side are just looking much, much more comfortable.
I mean, to be fair, O1O did have that weapon advantage into that round. Now into a bonus situation. NASR. They look to play together in the eco, right? Which is a smart play to try and play together. Played that numbers advantage. It just didn't pan out as far as the fights that they were able to take. An aggressive cam in towards B main will find this info early on. Great protocols to take this B main control, but the delay immediate as everyone was mollied off from Taikuza.
Oh my god, and Pinkily gets taken out so incredibly early here. As O1O still trying to make their way here onto that B side. 1-for-1 trade so far. But people will just keep falling as Anya picks up kill after kill here. Picking up 3, putting it in the bag here. NASR, they're not done yet. They're not ready to give O1O a big lead back.
They're trying to fight for that defender spawn control a little bit too aggressively on the side of O1O on that execution. Instead of turning their resources back towards site where Marty had been hiding back boathouse after getting a pick. Trying to isolate that one player. Now Logic to power up around here. NASR 1 away from tying things up once again.
Looking to gather some info here. Pushing up through mid. Possibly making their way here through market towards B. Trapwire will get taken out as they're shooting down the door.
Just looking to put as much pressure as possible. Kind of testing to see what's going on for NASR here on the defense over towards this B mid side. What I'm nervous about is Medica bringing this spike actually in towards market. This is one of the most difficult places to have to lose that to the defenders.
Absolutely. Yeah, they must feel pretty confident, even though Nugget is still tucked away into garage here.
Right here.
Oh. But they're not going to. Nami, though.
Down. Defender spawn.
Nami, though, has that answer. Takes out 2. They drop the spike. Will get retrieved here by Jada. Sooner or later.
30 seconds
we
left.
hope. But no. Actually, Nami picks up 3. Nugget manages to pick up a counter kill, but she is the last one standing. And I feel... Oh! She picks up a kill for her troubles, but that is going to be NASR. Yeah, once again, evening it out.
It's 8 here for NASR. They'll run it back online as well. An attempt to pivot in towards spawn, but just looks so awkward on the side of O1O, I think.
That goes there.
It's a difficult spot. Again, try and lose that spike. It becomes basically irrecoverable for anyone who might be alive still on the team.
Yeah.
O1O. The 2 rounds lost for them. They're actually pushed onto an eco here. Now leaning over towards this mid control once again. All 5 players up catwalk.
Oh my god, and they're gonna get blinded up, and Marty is gonna take out 3 until he finally falls, but that is going to be a clean sweep here. NASR actually for once taking the lead.
Running back, not even necessary to be expended there. It was a perfect flash curveball out from Catwalk to take that peek on down, and then it's consistent positioning coming out from NASR. When mid is a little bit more quiet, especially on those eco rounds, NASR really does favor having two of their players pushing up towards that mid smoke, usually being Luxie and Serena, looking to play together and find those trades for the Cat players. B site left completely open, expecting this lockdown to be used and not looking to get caught out of the fray, trying to get out of it.
And that they will. Oh my god, still they get sprayed down though. Spike gets dropped, gets retrieved, and plant will go down as they use the door here. As well, Marty will start pushing in. Jada picks up so many kills here. Nugget, and surely this is odd one out's round with the plants already in. Serena being spotted, forced off the angle here. Marty gets to pick up another one though. All of a sudden we're in a 2v2.
Oh, look at Jada's position though. This is great with the Hunter's Fury. Tags one up, gets Marty, but down to half here, and Serena with the push, now making a mad dash back over towards site, and with it halved, she's got the defuse.
Woo! Goodness. That almost looked like they were gonna get that. But maybe I cast or curse them again here.
I mean, I like the idea. I think it was just... NASR had a great read on that, honestly. Serena, knowing that that Hunter's Fury was being pulled out, the fact that Marty could get it to half initially was absolutely massive, and the sound of that Hunter's Fury may have just masked Serena pushing up.
Yeah, absolutely. That might just be the case as we see Alt1 out using another timeout. They know that it's in their grasp to close it out here, Ash, and I think they don't quite want to let that go yet.
2 rounds dividing these teams, right? Double digits for NASR up first, but they've also got the momentum of 4 rounds in a row for them. O1O out haven't found anything since their pistol and anti-eco round 2 buy up. Now NASR also have Anya online with that operator. I'm curious to see where she is actually going to post up right now as we exit this timeout.
Looks like it is going to be around that B side. This goes holding that entry there.
That goes there. This
More
is
of a passive angle.
Now, where to set up shop?
Often I feel like you see Jet players playing a little bit more forward, but still changing things up a little bit, knowing that the Odin is here to deal the real damage and able to flex on into mid if necessary.
Oh, I'm a bit scared for Nugget there in garage. Ooh, that was a very nice headshot to open up with by Jada. But there's that operator, and now we've got that Blaze Storm online as well to hold that entry. Even better here for that B side. Looks like the call is to go towards A here, Ash.
But I like how the trips are actually set up on A. Meanwhile, Luxie's all the way over towards B. So if the null command gets popped, Luxie's util still stays up.
Careful now.
As a tripwire gets taken out, there goes the owl. Another flash committed. Marty is forced to back off here. Forced to back off as we see the plant get stopped here. Nami from hell picks up a kill here. Marty gets shut down as Nugget makes her way onto the site soon as well. But the operator still in Anya's hands, just too powerful. She's looking for another one. Oh, and she will find that, and that is going to be NASR. Yet another round.
11-8 here for NASR. I think difficulty for O1O as well in these post plans in particular. I feel like Odd One Out have been relying on a lot of hero plays coming out from Nugget, and they're not even necessarily resulting into round wins, but Nugget has to come and kind of like clean up in those post plants when Odd One Out do get caught up otherwise. Now leaning over towards this A side. Odd One Out have been struggling to find any comfort in their post plans. NASR play their retake protocols so well.
I am... Oh, that is a fantastic opener. 2 kills here for Taikuza. Dashes on up here into heaven with make it 3 and drops back down like it's absolutely nothing with the Blade Storm. And surely, I'm not gonna say it actually, never mind. I'm not gonna cast a curse to him again. No.
Just waiting to see if Taikuza will continue to aggress forward. NASR also running low on money for some of their players, not all. Playing a bit of a slower protocol.
Oh, but they know there's the flash.
One enemy remaining.
There's another one. Oh, is it gonna be an ace? Is it gonna be an ace? She's hungry. She's looking for it, and she's not gonna get it. But Odd One Out puts another in the bag for themselves.
Yeah, Lucy full on running away to deny that. Also to keep the Phantom into the next round, right? Look at their money. Yeah. Lucy, one of the few players that wouldn't have been able to forward into the next round, so this was a must-need save situation.
It's like it was a chaser all the way to B. She was so close. Oh, but this is definitely what NASR and what Odd One Out needed.
I feel like that's a big momentum shifter there for Odd One Out to try and clear their heads. Sometimes you need a round like that to kind of shake yourselves out of that loss streak with that 5 in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to have the feeling of like we still got this. Oh, there's the Odin here from Serena. Location gets revealed though. We actually have an operator on Jada.
I think that I might be crazy, but I think that Recon actually landed on Serena there. That's why we saw Marty turn around to shoot her.
That might just be the case. Dashing in once again. It's Taikuza straight into hell. Gets taken out though. Nami is solo, but from upstairs it will be Anya. Anya trading herself out. Oh, Nami is still there. Oh no, she gets taken out here. Goodness. Now Serena. Upstairs, the operator. Still something you need to take into account is Serena has just decided that she is gonna get out of there. Or is she? Oh my goodness, she is so incredibly low.
I mean, with a lot of time left, still playing it a bit more diligent. Odd One Out, of course. They're still down rounds right now, so after this fight goes off, a little bit more time passes by, they might go hunting then. Especially with that Odin, such an expensive weapon in hands and the money dwindling on the side of NASR. This round was huge to swing into the favor of Odd One Out.
Nugget! No! She was looking for it. She was so looking for it. And now Serena knows that they're hunting her. But yeah, this is... Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I mean, this is for Odd One Out. Definitely what they needed, just to swing their mental back a bit.
Yeah.
And it gets NASR thinking, like, gosh, how are we not responding the way that we responded to them before? And they're gonna call for a timeout here, Ash.
Yeah, it's just a bit of that switch up, right? Overall, just changing that pace a little bit too, I think. Finding a bit more success on that A site, keeping control of Catwalk as well. But you look over at the money situation on NASR right now. And so far, we're seeing the force up coming through. But at the same time, again, there is that risk of, okay, well, if we force up now and we lose this round, Odd One Out might just earn themselves match point because of that. And then that's also like a whole mental game to be playing with yourselves on top of that.
Exactly. As if it wasn't enough, they're also going to put that pressure on you. And then we do have to run it back. We can see that coming up from Marty. They just need one orb. And that has done a lot of work for them.
Yeah, the run it back was definitely the secret sauce. That was like the secret recipe of NASR on the attacking side. Like,
absolutely,
the Phoenix Ultimate found so much value on attack, but you just can't farm it the same way on defense because of how these orbs are positioned more in favor of those attackers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's that puts just a whole new challenge. At least for Marty here. How are you going to utilize that the exact same way? Marty ready with the flash. Gonna move in and spray down. Picks up nuggets. Nicely done as they're gunning down on the Cypher cage here. Popping one of their own as Marty now moving in. Picks up another flash here. Doesn't quite connect it to anything. Oh, and there was that running back. Being committed. And used as, oh my Anya, what an angle to hold here. Flawless round coming out of NASR as they put themselves on match point here, Ash.
That's also a bit of a Hail Mary play coming out from O1O. Just the blind TP onto site coming out from Pinkley, the shrouded step over towards Generator. Maybe she thought she was a little bit more covered in that situation, but O1O. I mean, they did make a very solid run in this in the initial half, have kind of stopped the bleeding at times here, but NASR, I feel like, just looks so much more comfortable on this defense. The retake protocol is really strong, like consistently playing off-site here on Beam 2.
Taku's is just gonna dive right into this B side. They want this plant. They want to hold on.
Spike planted.
Market being smoked off. Lockdown in hand here for Nugget. Being committed as well. Try and hold on here as they're starting to spray the entry. Kills being traded back and forth here. So Odin is going to show up soon here to the side. Shut it down immediately. Oh, and there will. Taikuza just shows up, picks up 3 kills for herself. No, O1O still holding on to this one.
Keeping it alive. The crossfire as well in towards B main from Nugget and Pinkley, knowing the lockdown would be the eye of the prize there for NASR. Just buying so much time in that situation. Great trades out from Pinkley as well. But this is a potential overtime game here, Joy. We're 1 round away. But NASR could also take it to a map 3 right now.
Yeah, we have to... Everything is possible between these two teams, it seems. And I feel like it's just, you know, the reckless entry, or it looks reckless, of Taikuza that just confuses a lot of the opponents of O1O to try and respond to it. Because it looks like you're playing against an absolute madman. And here we go again. Dashes in, uses that cloudburst. It's going to try to trade themselves out and successfully does so. Another opening pick here for them. There's the Hunter's Fury. Plant is going to go through.
Shadows traveling.
Hunter's Fury caught out at least 1 as well.
That it did. Oh, Taikuza picks up more. It's just crazy. Nami is the only one left standing, and I think that we're going to be forced into overtime here. We're going to look for some warriors. She shuts down Taikuza, though. Time is not on her side, and she's going to get taken out. That's going to confirm it. We're going to go into overtime. What a nail biter between O1O and NASR.
Massive round coming out there from Taikuza, really seeing that confidence starting to brim on those site entries. Into what helped was the fact that NASR, I mean, O1O didn't really do much poking and prodding. They got kind of lucky on the execution with how heavily NASR have kind of been protocoling their positioning to fight more for mid. But now we're swapping sides here. Back onto the defense for Odd1 out. And you can already see Taikuza's looking for an early peek here over towards Arches.
Keep up.
Yeah, that she is. A little bit of backup here by Jada. And I like it, but Anya's the one that finds the opening frag here. Still in mid. And now all by herself. Forced to dash out here away from that Owlbot drone.
Yeah, both Cloudbursts expended because of that as well. NASR now look to regroup outside of A. However, we do have Nuggets still playing around this site stall available here for the choke point, as well as denying that switch or trying to melt someone who closes the door.
Yeah, flash comes out. There's the Cloudburst. Oof, but Alt1 out. Get taken out. It's just Jada and Taikuza here. Jada moving it back up here. Smoke's no longer hiding her. Oh. Recon gets taken out here as well. They know that she's there.
One enemy remaining.
Very clean headshot here coming out of Anya. And now it's just Taikuza against the world. Gets taken out as well.
Difficult round loss there for Odd1O. Pinkly being taken out early makes rounds feel so tough. Your controller player is usually one of the ones that you want alive into the late round to be able to continue to cycle those smokes, but with no cover and no stall as far as denying those lines of sight makes it that much harder to hold. NASR back on match point here, Joy. 13-2 in our first round of overtime.
Oh yeah, and we've got Serena with the Odin back in hand. Entry gets taken out, sends Nugget a little bit back. She's gonna retrieve that spike.
Looking for some sort of like funky crunch over towards tree here. Not knowing where Luxie's playing.
No. They don't know. Headshot. And that's one in the back. Nugget gets to trade her though.
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
Oh my god,
Why are
but they
we
make
not
the
checking the
exact
corner?
same mistake. Are they going? This is not the way to go down, Alt1 out. This is not how you want to go. Plant is going through. Now Jada from below. Trying to make anything happen here. They're dashing in. They have to take out. They have to take out the jet. Can they do it? Is the question. Medica's still alive. They're popping that no command. They're gonna come in. 1v1. 1v1 and she does it! She actually does it! She keeps Odd1 out in the game!
Switching sides. Overtime.
Back into another round of overtime. That round actually looked done and dusted, Joy. I can't lie to you. After I saw Pinkley also go up heaven and get shot in the back by Luxie, I was like, no, please do not let it end like this. Like, no, I feel like this. No, for real. I would be mauling if that happened personally.
Oh my god, this is such a nail biter, this map. My goodness. And now everyone is just, you know, biding their time, playing it slow. Nobody wants to be the one that makes the first mistake.
Definitely not. But now we're back at the Marty farming her ultimate game.
Oh yeah.
Gonna get that, run it back online. Need one first blood. Go and try that, take that ult orb maybe towards A if possible, but it's not even gonna be the case.
No, they're gonna try to make an aggressive entry here. Blocking them off, but door gets used. Taken out immediately.
Deploying drone.
Ooh. Drone will spot out Medica.
Just this contact play up towards
30
market.
seconds left.
Looking to pivot over towards B late.
Oh no. Oh no. They're gonna find it, Jada here. Or she gets to sidestep it. No, both get shut down here. Medica gets shut down as well. It's gonna go through, but now Takuza as well. And that is going to be a win for NASR.
Switching sides. Match point.
Oh, and we're back on match point, Ash.
I don't know what's going on with O1O right now, but it feels like there's like this weird overheat that happens when NASR are trying to get an execution down on site. Like they'll continue to peek one by one, not trade each other, and then NASR also does really well with isolating Nugget on site. But now, of course, we're switching sides once again. We saw NASR on match point for the third time now here, Joy.
For the third time. Now the question is, can they close it out? Is third time really the charm? Drone doesn't manage to find anything, as we see Taikuza doing Taikuza things.
Yeah, leaving site completely open.
Side.
NASR consistently just leave Luxie's utility here. Full 5v5 retake situation.
Yeah. We're one off of that Hunter's Fury. Could see it coming online here still. Oh, they're trying to spray the Phoenix down through the wall. They need to duck down, but it's NASR coming in hot, cleaning up, and they're gonna take this round, and that is going to be done and dusted. NASR going to take us to map number 3.
We're going the distance. Day 1, baby. We've gone to the third map of each best of 3 today. Of course, massive W there for NASR. They started off Ascent, actually 0-5 to kick things off there, as it was O1O actually in the lead at the time. But Joy, we've got to toss to a quick break, and then afterwards we'll see what the analyst desk has to say.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight.
NASR United with their own map pick on the board, pushing it all the way to overtime for them to be able to secure it. But that does mean that we're going to be heading into the decider, which will be bind. But before we get there, Inami, the fact that every single series we've had so far today has gone all the way to that final map just shows how fierce the competition is and how much every single team wants to go to the semifinals.
And how much every team is so prepared to this tournament, and like how close the teams also got. The level of the competition is also so high and so close. So honestly, like I love to see it, love to see how close these games are going. We saw like the odd one out starting in strong until the round 8, but then NASR took like the momentum and it just went through the second half as well, and even through the overtime. And we've seen like Anya and Marty shining through this map so much.
Yeah, I think NASR, especially after the 5-0 start that they went down, they really did a good job salvaging. They kept things really, really close, and they were able to really turn things around in the second half, as Anami said. But odd one out, you got to give them a lot of credit, because I feel like they're getting so close just based off really good fundamentals, like the way they play off of each other in a lot of XVX rounds in the first half. Obviously, things got messier as we got deeper and deeper into the game and we got into OT, but a lot of those rounds in the first half just playing off of each other, good contact setups, good crossfires. The fundamentals that's been instilled in this team has made them a team that, even when they're not particularly playing as well as they were in the first map, obviously Jada and Thaikuza having an insane game makes them like quite hard to beat. But once the individual fragging kind of levels out a little bit, they're still a hard team to beat. You know, they're still able to push it into OT, even if they're not kind of having someone hard carrying or anything like that.
Yeah, also considering the fact that pushing it to OT on a map that we had a couple of questions on when it came to the odd one out, specifically when the composition that we've seen from the side of NASR Ignite with the Jet as well as the Phoenix, but a couple of questions in terms of how they'll be answering to it, and managed to get it to OT is pretty great in itself. Something as well that's really highlighted on this game was round 18. Pilsky, and that's where you kind of wanted to walk us through how having like a different composition could help you in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, you get this KJ lockdown, execute. You can see that, it's interesting how NASR plays around it, having the Cypher and the Phoenix. They have Cypher trips, they play retake B, and then they take mid control, anticipating the lockdown coming in, and they use the run it back to try to complete the retake. And obviously the round breaks down from there. This was a crazy round with, pushing market as a response from odd one out, having their lockdown finishing up, and obviously not wanting to run into the Cypher trips and kind of forcing it into this, crazy 1v1 Hunter's Fury setup. But the main point that I just wanted to make was, it's interesting how different teams have different takes on certain maps, and you can use these different ultimates to try to play around very, very common set plays that people play with the meta comp. So obviously, in this case, it was the B site execute off the back of the lockdown. You have the Cypher who can play outside the site, offer the trips, you try to play for spam kills, and then just use the run it back for the retake instead of the KO ult. So it's nice to see those different approaches proving effective. And I think that we saw with the run it back being used on the attacking side to break a lot of setups, as well as on the defensive side for some of those retakes. The Phoenix pick and the double duelist actually worked out pretty good, I would say, for NASR Ignite. And I'm not sold on that comp at all, but I was impressed with the way that they used it. And I think it definitely was key to their victory here.
Yeah, and to further highlight how that composition has worked really well from the side of NASR Ignite, we've thrown together a little bit of a highlight package, so to say, of Marty and Anya when it comes to the Phoenix as well as the Jet Inami playing off of each other.
Yeah, the aggressiveness coming from this lineup, and that's something that we expect, right? Seeing the double duelist comp on this map, we expect them to be so aggressive, but also how the Marty was playing off Cypher as well. We've seen her, like, whenever there is a trap that's triggered, you've seen her flashing instantly and being able to get a few kills here and there.
Yeah, they had cage setups as well towards B main. You know, back in the day when Cypher was a little bit more of a meta pick on this map, you would see Cage get activated in combination with like a Sova dart, but in this case, you know, it's things like Cage gets activated and then a curveball comes through it and you're getting peaked, or obviously, you know, these little setups where you can have some kind of a camp. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The Cage setup there off the cam contact or any other kind of contact where pop the Cage, curveball through it, then you had to run it back to follow up. So I think the double duelist worked out perfectly for them. And it's very, very clear that Anya's been worth her weight in gold as a pickup. Both of those maps, even on the Lotus map where they kind of got slapped a little bit, she still put up numbers. And I feel like providing that veteran presence and keeping them all pumped up and keeping their heads on straight is definitely giving them the resilience that they needed to kind of fight through that tough game of Ascent.
Yeah, keeping them pumped up is what we're expecting for that next map, not just from the side of Anya and NASR Ignite, but also from the side of the Odd One Out, because both of these teams right now are saying only one left. They have one map, it's only bind, that's all you gotta do, that's all you have to go for to go into that semifinals, to be two best of ones away from representing EMEA on the international stage at VCT Game Changer Championship in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And that's all that these teams are currently thinking about. So looking at Bind, looking at how much these teams are wanting the success here in Nami, how do you think this is going to be played out? Because the first map, it felt very one-sided from the Odd One Out, and that is very much shown in the scoreline 13-4. The second map was such a tug of war between the Odd One Out and NASR Ignite. I am expecting Bind to be very much along the same lines.
Yeah, it will probably be, considering that like NASR, even when they played it, we've had a Reyna pick. So I'm expecting also some new things coming in. It seems like the NASR coach is a big fan of like the new comps that no one would probably expect, or like keeping changing. Even when he played the same comp for the entire group stage, he's coming in with a new change here. So I feel like we can expect anything from the side of NASR when it comes to Bind, especially since we didn't see many games on this map recently. But the same from Odd One Out. They're one of the teams that are so good with the fundamentals, and it seems like they were always just one step away from getting a win in this round. So I'm curious to see how they will adapt in this, if we will see them being able to like find answers quicker to whatever NASR will throw on them.
Okay, when you're talking about adaptability, you mentioned the Reyna pick as well. How are you expecting a team to adapt to Reyna? Just, you know, I want to test the waters here. Reyna lover, Reyna hater, get her off my team, insta-lock. Like, what are you feeling?
Yeah, Reyna's trash. That's my opinion.
Okay.
But the thing is, they both played one game of Bind, and the game that you've seen from NASR, extremely hard to read into. As Inami said, they picked the Reyna, they've gone for a double duelist comp, and they've just absolutely rolled the other team 13-1. So it's one of those games where they've just run at the other team. You know, your Reyna player is playing really well, your secondary duelist is playing really well, and sometimes the other team just can't deal with it. Doesn't necessarily speak to how well they can play a map of Bind, or whether they'll even play the same comp again. We'll see. And as for Odd One Out, they've only played the one game against Navi Celestials with you know, a bit more of a meta comp, although they are playing a Senti in Cypher, so a little bit different than what some other teams are running. So you're definitely getting some kind of different comps from either of these teams. You're not getting any kind of Viper or Harbor comps coming out that are seeing more and more popularity on Bind these days. You're getting a little bit of a different flavor from both of these teams, and they've only played the map once with their respective lineups. So third map's a bit of a coin flip, if you ask me.
Yeah, so I basically agree, because having only played that map once and it being a 13-1 stomp, if I can say that, it's a very much press W game style that time around from Urena, whereas I've played it from the odd one out against Navi Celestials. I think both of these teams as well, what they've shown us is, Inami, that they're very great at adapting, and they're very comfortable picking up different compositions with players on different ages, which really shows that they're happy to take advantage of the adaptability and also just the agent pool that some of their individual players have. So in that regards, I feel like we can sit here and talk about, oh yeah, this is probably the agent that they're going to pick, this is probably the agent that they're going to go for, which I think I kind of want to toss it aside. I rather want to focus on the game plan in terms of, is it going to be just two very aggressive play styles? Is one team going to be maybe a little bit more laid back? Because what it felt like from the side of NASR Ignite, as well as the odd one out, we had Tigers on the odd one out just absolutely aggressive. We had Anya on the side of NASR Ignite being really aggressive, and it got us a really close game. Are we expecting to see that again on a map like Bind, or are we thinking a little bit more waiting back, sitting back, calculated use of the teleports? Who knows?
I don't think that we will be seeing them like sitting down back this game, because that's what works the best for them, being that explosive. We've seen like Tychoza being so overly aggressive. I honestly didn't expect the 4K with ult there, but she still did it. And then the next round again, she was overly aggressive. She played sometimes of Medica or like of her smoker, but most of the time she's just that confident, and she's not afraid of like coming in and looking for the fights herself. And that's the case also for Anya. She's always ready to take these fights. She's confident on her duels, and I think that's what makes this map it will be a little explosive, I think.
Okay, Pilsky, are you in the same camp in terms of explosiveness on this map, or maybe a little dialed down after some of that adrenaline has been let go during the break?
Oh yeah, you can definitely play some explosive game on Bind, but you do need like different levels to it. You definitely need different pacing on Bind and be able to work the map a little bit, and then obviously hit the fakes through the TPs. I'd be surprised if you see the same lineup from NASR Ignite again that they played against XL, and especially given the fact that they're playing in against Odd One Out, who are playing this Breach Cypher comp. I don't think you're going to be able to W down with Raynor on attack. Odd One Out starting defense as well on Bind here. So if you're going to play that Raynor comp and W it down into, you know, Breach Cypher setups, if the defense team is well organized and they're you know, using their utility correctly, you're going to get them to pop pretty hard, I would say.
All right, agent select ready. We're gonna see whether or not. Listen, the first thing I'm seeing is the Reyna. Okay,
we're having two Reynas.
We got double Reynas. I cannot believe this. So yeah, Odd One Out have swapped their comp as well. They're gonna go Reyna. They've swapped Nugget out on the Cypher for a Viper here, so a complete change from them. And then NASR Ignite. I mean, is that the same comp as last time? Looks to be quite similar, doesn't it? Any changes? No, that's the same comp that they played last time. So,
yeah, your two brain cells have done the math. Yeah.
I've done it.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ginny.
You give yourself a little pat on the back.
Can I correct
no
you?
worries,
It's just a Breach Brimstone difference, that's all, from the side of NASR. But Odd One Out, we spoke about how Reyna can like probably want to work here, but then we're having two Reynas, so excited to see how that works out.
And they are ready. Both of them are ready to prove us wrong. So let's head into the final map of today, Bind, to decide which team is going to be heading towards the semifinals up against VBL Queens, and which one from the Odd One Out or NASR Ignite is going to be dropping into that lower bracket. Action brought to you by Joy K and Ash.
Action brought to you indeed in this absolute nail-biter of a series. We went to overtime last time. Are we going to see it again is the question. We even have a double Reyna. I don't know what even is going on.
They heard Pilsky talking trash and they were like, all right, let's show him how he's done. Let's take a page out of Paper Rex's something. and break out this Reyna on Bind. I'm excited to see how it does end up going. I think that Reyna, while it's true that she isn't the best agent and she kind of sucks for team play overall, candidly, if you're a consistent fragger and have an aggressive playstyle that's good at taking your enemies off guard with your timing, she does very well, especially in double duelist comps where she can play more of that solo positioning and be that a very annoying kind of lurking presence. And we've seen that kind of play coming out from Paper X is something. So I'm curious to see how either of these teams, being Jada or Nami, end up pulling that out, because these are pretty big changes as far as the roles that we normally see them on too.
Yeah, absolutely. But the way that you're currently describing the way that you would like to see the Reyna play, I do see some potential coming out here for Jada. Definitely how she showed up on Lotus. I hope we just get to see that again.
Yeah, she's just been popping off today overall, just having really strong games thus far. Just looking to focus up on the Showers control so far for NASR, farming up this orb to the side of Marty. Try and get those Seekers online. That ultimate's so expensive now.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be really cheap. Come on.
Yeah, but now it's like, damn, I gotta put my whole 401k in that.
Yeah. Oh. Taikuza, nice opening frag here. Gets taken out though. Anya picks up 2. Ooh. Strong start here for NASR. Very strong start onto that A side. A little bit slow on the rotations here. Is Medica and Pinkley gonna come in here? I mean, I've seen Pinkley do lots of work last stage. Oh no. I was gonna say onto that Brimstone. I just keep jinxing them. I should only talk bad about the players.
It's part of the job. Jinxing players is part of the job.
It is.
But
it is.
Already that early lead with the pistol round, always such an important round to start off a map, just to see who finds that early momentum and can continue to move forward with that. Overall, more default positioning again here for NASR on their buy rounds. Now, I do like the default idea, but there's also a risk with how spread these players are on NASR. Everyone's kind of playing solo at the moment with very large rotations needed to get those peaks through. There's no immediate swing that can come out.
Yeah, going to try to cut some sight here. They're trying to move in.
Spike planted.
Right there.
Plant goes through. Trying to pick up something here, but there's oh, Jada? No, get shut down as well.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it's so rough. It's so rough here for O1O to find anything here. After already losing that initial pistol round.
I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, just now it's the time to refocus, right? Got that buy coming up here. Bonus round for the side of NASR. Not too much you expect. I like the immediate rotation coming out from NASR. They see a lot of resistance over towards that B hookah side, that aggressive push on out. They decide, okay, we're not even going to bother trying to fight you in this small choke. And again, continuous conditioning over towards Showers. Taikuza not caught out by the flash.
Great opening pick once again from Nami here. Taikuza removed. Yeah.
I think something the O1O will just continue to maybe struggle to deal with is how aggressive this composition is from NASR. You have a single smoke comp compared to the double smoke comp on the side of O1O. And then you have the Marty on that Sky, Serena on that Breach, and it's just so much setup utility to use to actually find that space for Anya and Nami to find success in those frags.
Yeah, exactly. And I love how Anya is just making such an aggressive entry. Can they take her out? No. Pinkley falls immediately to her, but Anya will fall in the end. And actually, O1O is coming out swinging this time. Puts a round on the board for themselves.
Now we're on the
Weapons
right
advantage
path. Let's keep going.
brings true. Anya, though, found so much space off the gate, just off the back of that Trailblazer that crept up from B-Long. Ultimate already online here. Empress for Nami available into this round to make some sort of hero play if absolutely necessary, or even to just find space on site. To be honest, a lot of teams may even just run from the Empress as one of those protocols, try to let it run out instead of refreshing it with kills.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, but the judge up close will shut Anya down. Nami creeping up here through the hookah. There's the Empress. Trying to
Space
enter
bound
that
here.
side here. They're gonna let it run out. That is
You gotta wait for the retake anyways.
Yeah. Everybody to come around here. Nami finds a kill though. Still going with that Empress. Marty on this side. Serena with a beautiful placement there. There's a tremor coming out. They're gonna shut her down though.
Knocking them.
Now it's just Nami and Luxie left. Oh my god, up in that hookah. What a deadly angle. NASR putting themselves up for a nice lead here.
Solid attacking round here coming out from NASR. Great elbow concentration coming out from the squad as well, particularly looking towards, I believe that was Serena alongside, was it Nami who had, no, Nami had not pushed in, she was still on site, but
Yeah, she was on the side.
I believe it was Marty who was over towards elbow as well, just looking to stall, put so much pressure onto that retake.
Get out of my way.
Oh, we say an immediate pop on that Blade Storm here from Anya.
Tychus has dodged that flash a couple times now over towards Showers.
Yeah. Slowly pushing up here. Both teams kind of just taking their time. Oh, man. That was unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Trailblazer does get the spot out the Brimstone. As they fall as well up close with the judge. Nugget gets to pick up a kill, but Luxie comes out swinging as they will wipe the floor with O1O. NASR putting themselves up a 4 lead here.
Buy back into the hands of O1O though. Rifles online. Jada has an Empress of her own to work with here. Luxie, Cosmic Divide up and available as we head into this little replay of how that ended up panning out. It's unfortunate for Pinkley, who is really just trying to keep a hold onto U-Haul in that situation.
Here.
Now,
yeah, really
NASR
unfortunate caught there.
Here.
leaning back over towards this A site. Actually, looking to immediately cut the site up.
Oh, and that's a great opening pick as well. Finkel is still alive and absolutely isolated onto the side. Moves through the wall, not a chance. There's the Empress. Coming in here. Takuza manages to pick up one. Oh, will get shut down by Nami. NASR is just looking absolutely unstoppable on this attacker side.
You have to think about the momentum they're carrying with themselves too. Like, sure, Ascent was a really close matchup, that 15-13 win there for NASR Ignite, but they did start out that map down 5 rounds and made that climb back up. And right now, Bind looking so comfortable for this squad. the analyst desk was talking about how we haven't really gotten to see either of these teams on this map too much during stage 3. But I'm excited for this preview that we're getting right now. Early Viper's Pit over towards A short, denying space early. Finding space for Nugget to play with the Bucky.
My ult's ready.
All 4 flanking.
Takusa in the lead here. And they're gonna take the long way around, but NASR in the waiting arms of Luxi. NASR picks up 2 more kills. Shuts down Taikusa. Picks up 1 for her troubles.
1 enemy remaining.
Picks up 2 actually before they get shut down, and that is going to be another win here for NASR.
I like the idea. Just got split up actually in that flank. They were looking to pinch, but not off of much information. Down 5 rounds now here for Odd One Out. NASR up 6-1. A timeout to be forced out here. Odd One Out. Ever since, I feel like that second half of Ascent Joy, Odd One Out haven't been looking in the same form as what we saw in Lotus.
No, absolutely. I mean, looks like a completely different team. I'm also like seeing both Taikusa and Jada a little bit out of shape here. Like every now and then we see them popping up big again and around, but not as consistent as they were on Lotus. And that is really making the difference here.
I think the disconnect as well, not really having the same setups going through. I know that was an eco round. They were going for a bit of that flank, but there was a lot of promise in that crunch they were looking for. Luxi finding 2 there flanking just shut down that idea completely.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we've got Ultis online. We've got the Empress online again for Nami. Nami has been showing up so strong. 12-1 in this Secret Reyna main, I guess. We've got the Seekers and the Rolling Thunder online as well. And on the other hand, only an Orbital Strike here for Pinkily. Now NASR slowly creeping up here. Trailblazer gets committed, does spot out Taikusa there.
I think that Trailblazer actually, from Odd One Out, also spotted out some players outside of Hookah. Another 4-1 split situation, but interesting to see Medica as the solo player here on B.
That she does. On the run, Jada gets shut down. Now pushing up, beautifully held crossfire here, coming out from NASR. Is they're gonna come out of this smoke, swinging though into Hookah. Nugget still alive. Oof. Really playing off that angle between Medica and Nugget. They're gonna have to swoop in together. But I think it's so hard here. Find that angle.
30 seconds. There's time. It's the rotation being called here. TP over towards the safe site. However, this does give opportunity to Odd One Out to also regroup. Serena, though, has every piece of util available, save for 1 flash in this post plant.
Absolutely. Trying to move up here. Nugget actually manages to take up Marty. Maybe this is the swing that they need. Serena gonna come around here. We're gonna take out Medica. 1v1. Flash doesn't quite connect. Defuse will be a headshot, and it will be another clutch coming in for NASR.
I mean, that was a really clean clutch round coming out from NASR's Serena in that round. Just great stalling. You could see that Nugget and Medica were trying to actually line up to try and take that peak together, but the aftershock, Medica just swinging a bit too wide instead of actually falling back to play a bit further back alongside Nugget. just giving those 1v1 situations, mistakes that you cannot be making here in a third map, especially not down 1-7.
No, exactly. I mean, we do have to count that in though. Ooh, Takuza coming in with an opening frag, gets refragged though by Anya. Oh, Jada looking for that far away kill onto Luxie, forcing her back.
Oh, Guiding Light just misses actually Medica out in hookah. She changed out her solo hold positioning this time around. Previously playing a bit further towards elbow. Orbital strike to delay this plant.
I like it. They're just buying time, but they don't know Marty is up in hookah. They do now as Medica takes her out. On the run now, there's the teleport. Being used. Immediately pivoting towards that A side.
Up 4-3 in this post plant now. A late rotate also coming out from Luxie, taking that TP back over. Look at the backstab here from Medica.
Beautiful. Great call there. Actually, is now Nami still on there. The blind is going to connect here, forcing Nami off of her angle, but she is going to pick that one up.
Enemy remaining.
Up in the back, there's Jada to shut her down. Luxie now, 1v3. Trying to hold on, actually sprays one down. The reload is going to catch her though, and that is going to be defuse coming through. Odd one out, are not out just yet.
Got a little bit close in that situation. I got a little bit worried, but the reload coming in there. Great swing in towards Showers coming out from Odd one out. Now, the thing is though, even though they have stopped the bleeding in this situation, money's still not great on their side at the moment.
No.
Every round counts here for Ottawa and out to continue to try and build that economy up.
Yeah. All right. We do have that Cosmic Defy to play for once again. I did really like the way that Luxie used it last time, just cutting that side up. And they're going to do exactly the same. This time, though, they're not going to really catch anyone on the other side. Actually, I spoke too soon as Nugget is now on one side. Oh man, Nami gets to actually load up that gun and take out Medica right away.
Free plants here on towards this B site. Trailblazer all the way into defender spawn as well. Just find so much early information. NASR, they don't actually commit to pushing in there. Just playing it safe, knowing that they have that numbers advantage, playing these protocols to ensure that they can carry as much over into the next round as possible. You know, Ottawa and out. Because of that money situation we talked about in the pre-round, Joy, are forced to be saving.
Yeah, exactly. And that is just, yeah, it's just unfortunate. Now NASR going to build up an even more lead, but it was an excellent fake with the Cosmic Divide.
Now, though, as we look into the next round, there isn't too much for Ottawa and out to work with as far as any extra utility goes with those ultimates. I'm not sure if Medica or Nugget have anything online, so the Seekers will be available. Force up pending. I feel like Nugget's low-key been stuck on shotguns for the majority of the game, but finally has a rifle to play with. And might be able to play more for these retake protocols. We're seeing a switch this time around. We were seeing a lot of 4-1 holds with Medica being solo towards B and now shifting things over to a more traditional 3-2.
Just nice. So we're going to hopefully see that Takuza gets a little bit of space to play off of. Jada gets taken out immediately. Everyone just kind of playing it carefully. Entry through showers here. Oof.
Yeah, all alone on site here for
Eyes on that
Taikuza.
A side. Oh, Taikuza picks up another kill here for herself.
Oh, the
Isn't that smoke actually walks right past Nami? But Nami gonna swing around quick. Taikuza so quickly to swing around and picks up Serena as well. Cannot pick up Luxie though, but Medica arrives to the scene. 1v1. 1v1 as we have the Empress to play for. It's gonna be Nami that picks it up, gets the plant down. NASR. Man.
Solid 3K coming out from Nami there. The fact that there were ships in the night back sight of a tough pill to swallow. I saw the vision for Taikuza as well. She dashes over towards Showers, tries to reposition, but Luxie just comes out on top in the fight. Luxie and Nami just both popping off right now here for NASR. You mentioned Nami earlier on, Joy, and now she's 17-3.
Absolute. Like the performance that Jada had on Lotus, Nami is the one to look at now. As I said, secret Reina main, I don't think it's such a secret anymore.
The thing is, even on her off role and on her main role, she's just not only a heavy hitter, but such an impact player.
Good to follow, though. It's a good trade. Anya has that Blade Storm in hand now. Gonna dash onto the site. Plant gonna come through. Oh, Empress gets shut down nearby. Nugget, really nice. Spike, still ticking.
Yeah, you
got one out.
Cleared out. Sticking half here.
Oh, Diffuser gets killed though. Is it taken to half?
One enemy remaining.
No, it's not.
Time is still
Completely
ticking. No,
empty.
it's not. Oh,
NASR just completely clean up in this situation, 10-2, and overall, swapping sides now, odd one out. I think it's difficult because, like, at this point, NASR are just online. Like, they are dialed in, and although odd one out, their players individually have great mechanics, it's just not hitting right now. NASR feel like they're on a completely other level mechanically with their reaction times, the shots that they're able to hit.
Yeah, Ash, you're right. They're absolutely steamrolling them. And, I mean, could it be also just the mental coming off of this, like, quite a sour loss? Such a strong showing here on Lotus. And then a bit of a sour loss on that Ascent.
Yeah, it was tough. Because it was such a big lead for them
Nami.
to kick things off. Nami with the first blood.
Yeah. Through that toxic screen, actually. Really confident plays. I love to see it, but will get shut down here by Jada. Oh wow, Jada dancing for life picks up another kill here. Fantastic. Sidestepping to the side. They get the plant in again. Marty picks up 2.
Free Gun's doing work right now.
Oh yeah. Nice rendezvous, but Nugget's gonna push up here through Showers. On the other side, it's gonna be Medica, but gets immediately shut down. The dash comes in. Nugget manages to take up Marty. Can she do it? Can she take out Anya? Yes, she can. And that's gonna be a round for all one out.
Much needed pistol round for Ottawa now as well. Coming straight down to the wire. It was a pretty scary split play there into the post plant. To crossfire for odd one out from Showers and Lamps. But it all pans out. Nugget has been such a clutch factor for this squad, I feel like, on every single map.
Yeah, absolutely.
But odd one out, they really need to tighten things up. We need to see more of those pop-off moments. Maybe an insane, clean second round might be able to shake their mental back into form.
Yeah, we're gonna see. They just seem to also have a bit of a tough time responding here to the util, but now odd one out. They open up with 2 kills. Taikuza found her swing. She's dashing in on top, and that is going to be Anya falling as well. Great opening, great start here for them. Taikuza picks up 3. Luxie is still holding that corner.
The crab walk.
Gonna come swinging out. Oh, they do spot her. They do spot her and she picks up a kill. They're like, guys, she's still here. Oh my god. But Pinkily crept up from the side and is gonna put it in a bag here for O1O out.
Yeah, great wraparounds overall. Being able to pick those Vandals back up as well here into the bonus round for O1O out. On their side, no ultimates online quite yet. There's potential for Taikuza to try and maybe get the blades online here, then would be able to toss that Vandal over to somebody else to have better contention here for round number 3, because again, it's this uphill battle, right? Slowly closing this gap. Needed these early 2 rounds, but NASR is still the ones in the lead.
Yeah, and it's quite a comfortable one as well. Hopefully NASR not too shaken here by this sudden 2 wins that O1O out managed to put in the bag for them. Oh. Trying to bait out some shots here. Quite successfully.
It's a trap play. Serena's procced and ready with that fault line, but it doesn't matter. O1O out on the other side of the
Great
map.
opener. But now Anya swings out. Picks up one. 3v4.
Rotation over towards this A site. Luxie has cleared out towards showers now, looking for an early backstab situation. Taikuza waiting on this rotation from NASR over towards that A site. Finds one. Anya with the trade at the very least.
Oh, Jada picks up one more. It's only Anya left. And 1v3. That is going to be tough. Dashes backwards. Oh, doesn't even get the chance to step up here. O1O out. They're finding their swing here, Ash.
That's a huge round win. NASR were on their bye. Now pushed onto an eco situation. Some shotguns to come through. Slowly closing this gap, staving off rounds in this second half here for NASR. 3 in a row for O1O out. The momentum finally on their side. We're seeing a bit more confidence with how they're playing again.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we need. Taikuza still has a Blade Storm. And now we've got the Empress online as well. Maybe we can... Jada showing up a little bit more confident here on the Reina. And that's what we need.
Not even committing to this push out though. NASR just kind of looking to make O1O out a little bit paranoid about that flank, play a little bit slower, more diligent. So clearing out this space.
Very slowly moving in towards showers. Oh, clean headshot coming out of Marty before she gets shut down. But that was very, very nice opening. Sky for a Sky.
Late push out from NASR as well on the other side of the map. Luxie and Nami looking for that flank on Taikuza. Pinkily up close and personal, but Anya's just around the corner.
Yeah. Serena up in tower. Taikuza so clean. Nice one from Luxie. Oh man. Anya creeping up behind here. Has that angle. They're just mowing them down. One by one, but Pinkily does have the better firearm here. Oh, tries to go for the defuse. Changes her mind, knowing too many people are still around, and they get taken out. What a roll from O1O out.
I've got cash. Anyone need something?
Made it expensive though, NASR. The fact that they're able to still whittle down that many weapons. Anya got a little bit too greedy for the Vandal there in short. But overall now, time out to be pulled out here from NASR Ignite. O1O out. They ended that first half 2 in 10 and have found 4 rounds since we've swapped sides, looking much more comfortable on the attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we do have an operator in the hands of Anya, though. One orb off that Blade Storm as well. So definitely gonna keep my eyes on her for this upcoming round. But yeah, good of NASR to take that timeout. They know they're so incredibly close to the win. They can smell it. They just gotta get their heads around how they're gonna do it.
It's difficult. I think right now, O1O, they're finding success in their initial pushes, being able to take out players of NASR. There are some interesting trap play attempts around Serena, especially over towards B long. We're not going to see that this time around. She'll be moving over towards this A site instead. O1O with an early lean on this side of the map as well. But we're just seeing more confidence. We're seeing that aggression that we're used to seeing on Taikuza on the attack. But the op this time in play here for Anya.
Yeah, gonna reposition herself. Blind will connect, forcing her off that angle. Actually, Taikuza managed to pick up a first kill. As soon as that smoke clears, that operator is gonna come into play.
Prepare for hellfire.
Know that the oh my god, it's happening right under her eyes. She just needs to line up the shot, and that she does. NASR showing up so
There's no way.
strong. There is a way. Yes, there is a way. I told you, keep your eyes onto Anya, and Anya did deliver this round. They're gonna get a clean defuse. Round in the pocket for NASR. A timeout really paid off for them.
So brave. Literally, like, so brave to stay up top of truck in that situation, waiting for that smoke to fade. All the util around her, most people would have dropped from that position, back truck, try to float down, reposition otherwise. But it was a risk that she was willing to take, and like you mentioned, paid off dividends. The rest of the team cleaning up around her. Odd one out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and she gets to like line up that shot with the operator, then immediately swap that Blade Storm up and take another kill. That's fantastic. Really, really big discipline here on Anya. Oh.
They spotted the op. They're backing up. You can see the ping going out. They're like, nope. Anya's posted up there. We're not visiting B long right now.
And you can't blame them. Yeah.
Now looking to back off, regroup over towards this A side where Medica has been lurking. But Nami's so forward, knowing that she has the ability to dismiss if she gets a pick.
Serena gonna try force him off here. But alt one out, gets the opener here. Nami finds another pick though. Looks like it shuts down. Oh, and there's the Empress. And now Operator has arrived to the scene as well to try and defend here. Can't really find anything. They hear the sound of the teleport. They know it's time to pivot back towards B.
30 seconds left.
No smokes available though. All of them were used over towards that A site.
Nugget finds that pick there.
Spike planted.
Plant goes through. They're picking up the rifle instead here, dropping that up just to be sure that they can get a little bit up closer and personal here. But Nami is crept all the way around. And now it's a 1v1. Anya versus Medica.
It's planted inside.
It's halfway. They're just gonna wait. Anya once again delivering for her team, and it's gonna put NASR on match point.
Down to 11 HP. That plant spot. I mean, I'm actually so confused about that plant spot. It's not even like actually into where you can kind of sneak around a little bit more if you need to, more so on the edge, but it just allows that free half now match point like you mentioned. And that Rolling Thunder and Cosmic Divide haven't even been used yet here for NASR.
No, we still have that in play. And they have been using that so well. That Cosmic Divide has been so incredibly important for maintaining that lead here for NASR. Now a little bit eager. Anya here. Pushed into that showers. wise to back off here.
They were used over towards B. Now lean over here towards the A site here from O1O.
Oh, Tekusa gonna try to catch him here from the back.
Yikes.
Nice opener. Another one. Anya finally gets shut down. Nugget. Nugget against the world. Gonna try and plant that spike. Plant that spike. Jesus, it's been a long day, chat. Don't even apnea, the blind comes through, and that is going to be it. That is going to be it. NASR closing it out here. Fantastically done. What a nail biter of a series, Ash, and absolute strong showing here from NASR.
It's like we totally flipped the script, right? We start off with Lotus, 13-4 there for O1O. Such a strong showing from them. Then that neck and neck overtime game over on Ascent. And NASR really just woke up throughout this series. They weren't exactly playing quite like themselves there in that first map, but everyone is online now.
Absolutely. They just woke up halfway into that Ascent and decided, no, you know what? We're gonna win this. And coming all the way from contenders back up here, it's just been an amazing show. And I'm just so curious what the AD has to say. So let's find out.
Honestly, I am just as curious about what the analyst desk has to say. So analysts, what do you have to say?
Part of the desk too, come on.
Yeah. All right,
throw a
let's
spicy
be...
opinion in there too.
Yeah, let's be a little serious about this because Joy kind of hit the nail on the head there. Ascent halfway through, NASR Ignite found that little spark that they needed to get it going, to get that momentum, and to just get round after round after round after round. Whereas when we're looking at the side of the O1O, it kind of felt like the opposite. It kind of felt like Ascent was the start of their downfall. There were so many rounds that they could have closed out back then that they weren't able to. And then here on Bind, a map which neither one of these teams has played too much, we weren't entirely sure what to expect. We got the double duelist, we got two Reynas, not one, two of them, and it very heavily went in favor of the side of NASR Ignite because it felt like they were a little bit more comfortable with having these compositions, Inami, that aren't traditional. Just like we've seen the Phoenix with the Jet on Ascent, we're now seeing the Reyna with the Jet.
Yeah, it comes a lot to that confidence, especially when you play something like Phoenix or like Reyna, and we've seen it on Nami. She's the kind of players also that isn't afraid to pick, that isn't afraid to take the duels, and it showed. I'm pretty sure she was like 11-1 at some point, at like round 5 or something. She was so ahead, and it seems like the entire half it was just like Nami go kill. She's even setting herself for kills on her own. So yeah, that was really so beautiful to watch, but so painful from the side of the O1O for sure.
Yeah, the Reyna in my games doesn't do that. But looking a bit more at the comparison in terms of how comfortable these teams are with running certain agents, we are going to be looking at a head-to-head in terms of the two Reyna players that we've seen this time around. And Pilski, it feels like when you have that experience with running a Reyna already on a map such as Bind, when you have the double duelist setup that you're very much used to already within your team, it is much easier to play off of such a pick that seems so polar opposite. Some people are like, yes, I absolutely love it, and the other ones are like, please get it out of my game.
Look, at the end of the day, when you pick double duelists, when you pick an agent like Reyna, you either output frags or you have very little impact. And at the end of the day, you know, the one head take is that this game was a bit of a Reyna differential. For the gentlemen and the scholars out there who find that a bit reductionist though, you would say, I think NASR Ignite, they played a lot better as a team as well for the most part. I think they really got that momentum going for themselves. They came really hot off of winning that second map in overtime, and I think they really kept that momentum going all the way into Bind. And when you start off Bind with a bang like that on the attacking side, especially, you know, you're able to kind of keep that momentum going for the rest of the game. So even though O1O, I think they really did show us in those opening rounds of attack what their Bind would actually look like if they were able to kind of play their game right from the start and not kind of get shut down by the aggression that NASR came with out of the gates. They were just too far behind by the time they finally got rolling, so way too slow of a start from them, unfortunately.
Yeah, we also kind of spoke about the fact that we were expecting two very aggressive playstyles Inami coming into this, and it felt like when it comes to aggressiveness, NASR Ignite just was on the upper hand this time around.
Yeah, usually when we look at Bind, we look at the space that this Viper is able to give us, but it seems like on the other side, it was mostly Arena and Jet that were able to take so much space, and they didn't give any space for O1O to like be able to do much. We've seen Nuggets coming in on the top in some rounds here and there, but in the other side and in the same time, we've seen how NASR were able also to use the teleports when they know that a site isn't accessible. They don't hesitate a second, they just go to the other side and they make a new setup and are always ready, and like it felt mostly that they were always ready to adapt, but they were also so aggressive.
Yeah,
and then
I mean, we can pick up on that and look at the round 10 replay if you wanted to, because honestly, that kind of makes the same point where, you know, they use this Cosmic to fake the A site. Like, this is a set play, and this is what I'm saying about, you know, you can say the one head take of this game was Arena diff, but NASR is outplaying them pretty hard the attacking side. Cosmic shuts off all noise over on that A side of the map, and Anya gets a pick in U-Haul. And you can see just off the back of throwing that Cosmic and all of that util at A and hard entry Jet up short A, it pulls the rotate through the TP. The Sky gets caught completely unawares, dogging through the TP, has no sound on the players running up B long at her, and gets killed for free. And the round's over before it even started. And it's those kind of pace changes and using the teleports well on Bind and using things like a Cosmic divide to deny information to the other team that can really help you run fakes. And I feel like a lot of teams don't necessarily get the max value out of that they could sometimes.
Yeah, but also not just because they're not able to, but I've also felt like when we're looking at the side of the O1O, they, at somewhere along the lines, they kind of stopped looking like the O1O that we've seen in that first map. It felt like it was a little bit more scattered, a little bit more individualistic, a little bit less going back to basics, going back to fundamentals. We've seen a lot of instances in Inami where some of these players would go for isolated 1v1s rather than playing together, and that brings the question of, if the O1O was showing up in the form that we've seen them in that first map, would NASR Ignite really have had a chance to get away with murder, basically?
Well, it feels like we were not able to get to know, like, to find an answer for that, because for sure O1O didn't show up the way we expected. They spoke about the synergy, how they worked. Taikuza spoke how she works with Medica to kind of be on the same page, but we were missing that a lot, especially on this map. We've seen them fail all this 1v3s when they would peek one by one, but even now we've seen them, like, there are 3 people coming, for example, from showers, and then there is Medica alone who's peeking first, and she's given kills to Marty with a classic. So we've seen them giving a lot of frags this way, and it's a little sad to see, because we know that if the O1O showed up, we will be seeing at least a closer game.
Yeah, also, and if they...
Sorry, I just wanted to pick up on that point as well, just before, is that I feel like when you get this deep in the series, especially in a playoff series, it's kind of make or break into a third map. This is why I don't really like to see things like Reina comps and changing comps at the last minute. Like, maybe they don't have the depth of the map pool and they haven't played Bind enough, which is why you're seeing the weird comps. But I think, like, you know, throwing Jada on Arena instead of, you know, playing like the Astra and some of the other comfort picks in the slower playstyle that was working before, and changing all of the roles around to kind of fit this Bind comp, I think didn't really play to the strengths that actually have found O1O a lot of success in the games that I watched of theirs. And I feel like they're trying to play out of their play style when they don't need to. When what finds them success a lot of the time is playing good fundamentals and playing good mid rounds, and, you know, running it down with that Reina comp just wasn't that.
Yeah, it was for NASR Ignite, though. I feel like the way that they executed the composition, the way that we've seen them as well be able to bring it back in overtime on Ascent. In Inami, it speaks a lot in terms of their fundamentals, in terms of their set plays, in terms of how, when it comes down to it, when it's down to the wire, their mental feels like it's under lock and key. And potentially a lot of this could be going down to the fact that they brought a very experienced player onto their roster in the form of Anya, and how, you know, coming into this final map, we were already saying they're going to be working to get the team riled up and excited to go. And it worked out, because that is a perfect example of press W.
Yeah, it seemed like the mental was like really important in this map, and the experience coming to this game, especially that it's the third game of the day. It's been a very long day, so being able to show up even if it's that late, you're tired and like you just want to go sleep, but still able to give it everything, keeping the strong mental, even if like we lose few rounds here and there. And especially I feel like after that timeout, I'm pretty sure they didn't lose anything around after the timeout coming from Muskie. So it seems like that was the wake-up call they needed, so they can just close up the map.
Yeah, we also have the interview ready with Luxie, so right before we're going to be closing out the show, we'll have an opportunity, a chance to chat to one of the players from the side of NASR Ignite. So Luxie, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome.
Hello.
You are just that one step closer. It was such a long series. Are you relieved?
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here, and we are so happy to just prove what we are done and what work we done, and that shit is good.
Yeah. It's great. Well,
Sorry, I'm happy
no,
and
it's okay.
stressed at the same time. So.
No, I was actually thinking of like, my main question honestly is like, what happened in the Ascent map that like made you guys really come back so strong from there and take the whole momentum to the third map?
But actually, Ascent is our map, and we know to play it. So we was confident on that, and we like take out the fear of losing, and just we have nothing to lose. So let's go.
Awesome. I wanted to ask, obviously you guys came through from contenders last stage and then opted to, getting through into stage 3 would have been viewed by a lot of people as a success, like as the roster doing well, but you guys chose to make team changes. So I wanted to ask you about why you made changes to the team and how it's going for you guys.
Why I cannot answer that. It's like the management team who is doing that. But the changes are really good. We are proving we can be here, and we are proud of us, and we are proving we can still go and maybe get this top 1.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great goal to have. And I think you should be very proud of what you guys have achieved, especially in such a short period of time. But a little bit of a reality as well is tomorrow, well, in the semifinals, you're going to be heading up against BBL Queen. So with today being such a long series and having to find that within yourselves to be able to push it through, going up against BBL, who has been undefeated in their group, how are you feeling? What is the biggest lesson out of today that you're looking to apply in your next game?
I think for me, it's a competition. So in competition, we need to think we're gonna win. So even against BBL, we're gonna think we're gonna win and we're gonna make it. But I don't have anything to say more. We're gonna put what we work on, and we're gonna do our best and win. Let's go.
And win, absolutely. I love that mentality. And it's working out for you guys amazing, right?
Yeah.
You're here, you're doing incredible, you're winning. So thank you so much for your time to the interview. We really appreciate it. And good luck with your next games. We'll see you around.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, the mentality to win. That is what every single one of these teams need because the bracket is closing in. With the losers of today being the odd one out, as well as Tiger and Anonymous dropping into that lower bracket, it means that Falcon Vega, as well as NASR Ignite, are heading into the semifinals, facing up against BBL Queens and Ascend Rising. MENA so far, the fairy tale story continues. We will see which one of the teams is going to be able to go even further. When we're looking at the lower bracket though, Inami, I can't believe I'm saying this, but we got G2 goes in against Tiger and Anonymous, as well as the odd one out against Rebel Velvet. So you want to throw in some spicy predictions or you want to stay neutral?
I honestly want to say neutral, but it's so promising considering the level that Anonymous brought to the during the group stage. It is promising, so we can see closer games, especially since G2 has been shaken, looking a bit shaky during the group stage. But we're kind of used to G2 not showing off during the group stage and to their amazing runs in the lower bracket every single time. So I'm not sure what I can expect from this match, especially on the odd one out and Rebels. Odd one out will have the time, honestly, to sit and revise their fundamentals, because I believe if we see the best of this team, we may see them again on the stream. So yeah.
We might indeed. So checking in for tomorrow in terms of what you can expect when it comes to the action, as we're getting closer and closer to a team qualifying to VCT Game Changers Championship in Sao Paulo. We're going to be starting off tomorrow with the upper brackets, so let's bring up the games to see exactly where we're going to be taking you guys, starting off with Ascend against Falcons Vega, and followed by BBL Queens against NASR Ignite. I mean, Pilski, I'm looking forward to both of these series, but you got a favorite one you think people should really tune in for?
I'm going to choose the G2 game because I believe that that will be the make or break qualification game as far as I understand it. I could be wrong about the maths.
No, you're
but
correct.
down there in the I know there's going to be all kinds of watch parties and stuff like that going on. So that's something you should definitely keep an eye out because might be getting an answer as to who will be advancing. But I think the Ascend Falcons game will be very good as well. I think Falcons, that's another really good test for them. And Ascend, obviously, being a team that's very consistently making it in the top 2-3. They're also in contention for trying to make it through to Sao Paulo. So that'll be a great game to watch. And then NASR, I mean, big test against BBL. I think, you know, if they make all the maps look like Bind, then maybe they've got a chance. But I'm kind of thinking that BBL will finally get it together in the playoffs this time around and maybe not get as thrown by my dog is by a bicycle man driving past, I guess.
That's all good. I mean, listen, we're gonna have to wait and see how that's gonna be playing out. So tomorrow is definitely a chance for you to tune in to see how the action unfolds, because again, it's do or die for every single one of these teams. Everyone's on the chopping block, but only 2 can make it. So thank you guys for tuning in today. We're gonna be back tomorrow, and now let's head over to some Prime Gaming highlights before we sign off for the rest of the day. Bye.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
All night, not gonna rush the beat. We're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice. We're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat. Whoa, you know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance.